Hello. Hello, Comp. Hello, Icy. Hello, Argentum. Hello, Nico. Hello, Strawberry. You revived after 3 days like Jesus. It's a little too early for Easter. Music app is tweaking. Man, this app is... I need to find a new one. I haven't been able to. Let me just disable it. Goodbye. Spotify widget's broken, yep. I didn't know what to do with that Mr. Stream the past 3 days. It wasn't 3 days, was it? I streamed on the 12th. For like 12 hours plus. It was 2 days. It was yesterday and the day before. I don't know, it felt like 10 years. Is Relink Betty still up, by the way? This is the third day though, so there's only a little bit. Is it worth me playing or do we just skip at this point? This is the third day though. Oh, I don't remember how Easter's story goes. Fix the screen resolution indefinitely. Feels like a brand new game. Nice. Very nice. It's just Bea and 3 old fights, not even the fun fights. Play for like 30 minutes. Oh, okay. Is Bea fun at least? I don't think you can even do new summons. Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. Bea is fun. Bea looks fun. Wait, that means you didn't play Bea? Hello? Sorry, just checking something really fast. Alright, what is this? Hello, Mr. DYDK from the beginner guide from the platform called YouTube. Hello, Miku Rogue. Hello, Wine Try. Hello, Biblio. I think the test was basically to test crossplay, which is working. Oh, okay, that's good. It was a network test as advertised. Yeah. I was very happy Bea didn't want you to spam a button like Lance. My wrist would have died. Yeah, I didn't really like that about Lance either. Chad, I hate to tell you that there is no New player. I don't get it. Online crossplay did feel smooth though. No, because I ate them all. One sec, chat. Okay, one sec. I need to fix this because it's annoying me real fast. Chat, did you know that there's so many little aspects from that new video that I had to like redo? I had to re-render it like 3 times as well because of some rendering errors. It was annoying. And the worst part, right, is that I have to watch a 20-minute video every single time for rendering errors. And then like, it was like, oh, like, and the workflow is render it, upload to YouTube, because uploading to YouTube and YouTube checking for whatever takes a while. Like that's also like 20 to like 30 minutes for that to happen, right? So I would render it, upload to YouTube, and while it's uploading, I would watch through it to check everything's fine. And then if it's not, then I have to go back and re-render it, and then upload another one again, and then do the same thing. But no, like I had fun making it. It's just making a video is time consuming. And I didn't even get to do everything I wanted to do, mostly because it was starting to get really late. I wanted to push the video out. And anything I added would have been like very small, minor things that upped the production quality to a more, for lack of a better term, like professional level. But like, I didn't think it was worth the extra, like, potentially like half a day to do that. Anyways, let's play the game. Chat, by the way, yesterday I got break. So we are full meter. I mean, I don't really care about break, I'm gonna be real. I think I'm one of the people who doesn't care if I get break on 3. In fact, I actually like it a lot of the time more because you can get up to 100 and then you get a free gold moon if you get quote unquote unlucky. Appreciate your newbie videos, they've been very helpful. Thank you for watching them. So yeah, I got break and I noted everything down. I got break, I got a total of 30 pulls. It was 20 pulls regular and then 10 in break extend. Break on 3% got me like 100% classic. Yeah, exactly. So like a lot of people put stock into Break or Gacha Pin or whatever, but I personally don't. And in this case, I got Raziel, Zeus, and Horus. That's actually insane. I had a chuckle, actually. Where's my Horus? And that's how Zeus maxed. Nico on a 915 streak, holy. Oh, I just also as a just brief fun fact, the folder for the newbie video, which has like all the assets and stuff, is 41 gigabytes. So like B-roll, all the things I show on the screen. That's not including music. Music's not here. I saw there were Woolwork clips. Yeah, I had to go record that. How the fuck is it 41 gigs? That's just how footage is, right? Things I record to show. Not all of it is shown. Some of it is edited and whatnot. Farina C62. Well, that's not mine. That one ain't mine. But I did think that someone might think it's mine because I show it. Alright, sorry Lumi friends. It's time to go Zeus. What should I do with an extra Vesusia I got? Nothing, just keep it in your inventory. Put it in a stash or just keep it in your inventory, whichever one's easier. What Ellies am I primal in? Fire, water, wind. Fire, water, wind. Alright, let's see. Today is Sunday. Have I done Skyleaf? Let me check. I don't even know if I did Skyleaf. If I really want Horus, this is actually a really common question I've seen on a lot of different channels. Should you spark? Basically, the answer is no, unless you somehow lucked into a huge discount. And when I say huge, I mean like 200 plus. Maybe even like 220, 250, something like that. You're at 90? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, unless you're okay walleting on banners, basically. It's a 3% banner. You have to ask yourself, are you okay spending 210 pulls on this banner with only getting Horus? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Is 210 pulls for Horus worth it for you? For some people it is, and those people usually will be giving up other things like sparking on galas, or they're so hyper-focused on light that they don't really care about other things.
But that's a very personal question. If you're newer to the game, absolutely not. If you're like invested light player that is somehow missing Horus and you don't want to use your anniversary ticket on it, then maybe. But like that's like such a niche case, and especially at 90 PD, that is such a high ask. So no. In general, if you have to ask if you should spark on 3%, the answer is no. Right, I think someone asked this on my Discord as well. They were like, they're at 190 pulls, and they were asking, should I spark Horus? And I believe the conclusion there that other people gave, which I don't know if I fully agree with, was like, see what rolls you get tomorrow and then decide. I mean, like, see what rolls you get tomorrow is well and good, but those rolls could be going on Flash instead. The tricky thing in it here is because of how pivotal Horus is at endgame, right? And even at early game, she's very good, right? Because you can just click S3 and kill everything. But the pivotal thing is how good she is. And as an experienced player, I know that she is used a lot. But as a new player, it might be years before you reach that endgame. So I can't really just say, hey, yes, Horus is good for endgame, because you might get her. And then when you reach endgame, it's like a year down the line and Horus has been replaced, as an example. So there's that. And then the other thing is, like, me, if I was starting a new account, like today, I happen to get like 200 pulls on Roulette, then probably knowing, like, I have my information now. I know how to play the game. I know how to progress through quickly in the game. There is a chance I would do that spark. Because I know that as a new player, I have a bunch of resources that I haven't got yet, and I know exactly how to get it as efficiently, as quickly as possible, so that I don't miss out on Flash, and that I don't miss out on Legend. But as a new player, you don't know any of that, and you don't know how to do all of that. So by sparking on this banner, you might be giving up Flash and Legend, which I think are far more important. Because number one, they're 6%, and early on, just getting SSRs is the most important thing. And then number two, 3% banners suck. And I forgot the other reasons, but there's plenty of reasons not to spark on 3%. It's better to spark twice on Gala than sparking on 3% IMO. It depends, but yes. Yes, for nearly everybody, sparking twice on a Gala is better than 3, because you just get more SSRs. If you're newer, that's just filling out what characters you own. If you're endgame, that's getting more gold moons, which is also good, right? Like, honestly, sparking 3% is like mostly whale behavior when you want to catch up. That's really what it is. Yeah, basically, whenever you do a 3% spark, what you have to think about, or what you have to consider it as, is that it's a 1 SSR spark. Obviously, it's not, right? Obviously, it's not. But you should be going into it with the mindset that you get absolutely nothing but the spark out of it. Hello, Regal. All right, let's go do our daily rupee. If I want an alt seasonal, I would rather Siero it than spark it. Is my... How do I do Pandemonium stages? I unlocked all the classes except the ones that require me to get mats from those stages. You can't get 6 to 8 Sieros a year. That's true, yeah. Hold up. Let me answer that. So how do you unlock Pandemonium stages? Chat, do you guys remember? I have to check the wiki. But if you need... Hold up. Let me just explain something. Are you lacking Warrior and Mage creeds? Is that what you're lacking? Because if you're lacking these things... If you're lacking these two things, I suggest using Pendants. You can buy them with pendants. This is a good source of... this is a good use of your pendants. Hello, Fox. How's it going, everybody? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. It was going great, now not so much. Hello, Boon. Holy Boon. Mr. Streamer, that C6 Farino in the video isn't level 100, so the owner is a fake fan. Oh, really? Oh, good to know. I'll be sure to let them know. Let me screenshot it. Did we get a pandemonium answer, by the way? Hello, Mr. Streamer. Nice beginner video guide. Thank you. Pandemonium co-op stages are mostly locked behind player rank 120 for the last tier. There we go. Thank you, Boon. See, Boon even knows more than me. It's been too long since I've done it. There you go. Ranked 120, it seems like. All right. Any tip for a water team with only SRs? I only have 1 free SSRs from stage 1. Honestly, it won't really matter at that point in the game. I would suggest just choosing your favorites. Right? It doesn't really matter which SRs you use. Just choose any couple water SRs. Anybody that you think looks cool. In Granblue, your characters aren't restricted. You're encouraged to level up everybody. I should have made that a bit more clear in the video, but the video is already long. I had to cut so much out from the video, as you guys could probably tell, but as I said, I really wanted to keep it to 20 minutes. And the funny thing about YouTube video lengths and money as well, right, is that certain numbers are just other numbers. If you think about it. Like, yeah. If you think about it, 18, if you see an $18 or an 18-minute video, that's not 18 minutes. It's actually 20 minutes. This is the same shit. These all fall under 20 minutes. This is 20 minutes. This is 20. 19, well, that's 20 as well. Right? These are all 20. 21, that's 20 as well. Up to here is fine. 22 is pushing it, but I would say 22 is still 20. Right? Moment you hit 23, you're not 23 anymore. This is 25 now. Right? And then to reach 15, you gotta be like 16. It's gotta be like a 16-minute video. Why are you doing that? You gotta be a 16-minute video. 17, I think, is subjective. I think 17 is personally over here. I don't know if you guys agree. Do you guys think 17 is 15? Which one's which? Why is that like that? Oh, it's because I have an enter. There we go. 1730. 17's 15. Right. So like, pretty much, yeah. Like, I knew I needed to aim for this maximum. I knew I couldn't make this because there's too many things to talk about, and I knew I didn't want to do this. So we needed to go here. And fortunately, I ended up at 20, right? I ended up at 20, like 50 something, which, as we all know, right? We all know that 20, 50 something, it's not actually 21, it's actually 20. So it's even better than 20. 21, right? So it ended up nicely. Efficient time, yeah. Yes, it's like the peak interview, yeah. We found out that $8 is still $5. It doesn't become $10. $7.99, that's $5, right? I disagree. I think $8 is $10. I don't think 8. No, 8 is 9 to me and 9 is 10. That's how it works. No, 8 is 9 and 9 is basically 10. So I disagree that 8 is 5. $8 feels more like 10. Yeah, it has to be like 7 for it to feel like 5. So yeah. All right. Anyways, what did I miss while I was ranting? Let me see. Swordmaster requires me to clear and miss the petals. Can you click that and then it takes you to the quest? If it isn't, if you don't have access to it, it might just be story locked, or Let me see. Sword Master. Let's take a look, shall we? Sword Master admits severe cliffs. Ah, I see. Yeah. So you just need to be able to host it. Pandemonium tier 4. You do need to clear 4x and below. Oh yeah, that is true. What Alan said. You do need to clear everything before it. So if you haven't done like these before it, you have to work your way up there. Like you can't just skip ahead to this. So if you haven't done these ones, then you have to go do that. Yeah, I'm sure there's people in chat who probably need to do the exact same thing. So you guys can help host a co-op room and help each other. Only 20 minutes. Where's my 3-hour documentary? Are Goldmoon Siero worth using on seasonal characters? They can be. Very general question that's hard to answer without talking about specifics, but yeah. Generally, people will use them for hard to get seasonals that they aren't pulling for on the banner. I just got back after letting the dog in. What the fuck are we doing? I was talking about YouTube video links, which also relates to pricing. Is what was happening. Your video is pretty good. You can't talk about everything in GBF without making most of the info getting one ear and out the other. Anyways, yeah, like there were some bits which felt too granular, and at the end of the day, it is a guide video. I'm not very good with like jokes and things like that, so it is overall like very dry compared to like other things. But I did try to include as many visual elements as I possibly could. But yeah, a lot of the things in Granblue, there's always like a little bit more, right? It's like I talk about inventory management, but I didn't really get into the specifics of what chalices or anvils are actually doing or things like that, because otherwise the video becomes 40 minutes long and then nobody clicks on the video. So it's a balancing act. I think one thing I should maybe put in the comments, and you guys who have passed this stage in Sieros and whatnot will have to let me know. But I know that Sieros gives you the Revenant weapons, the rare ones, to upgrade Sierra's shop. I know that the game warns you if you try to reserve or reduce... Oh, you can't reduce them, but if you try to reserve them, I sort of need to know what it says. Right? I wanted to include that in the video, but I didn't know what it said. And then adding it also needs to talk about upgrading the shop and where it's from and things like that. So it added like another minute, so I ended up just cutting it, but yeah. After the beginning video, I was rewatching your last 13 hours of stream. It was a lot of useful info. Thanks for your contribution for noobs like me. No worries. I think that's the good thing about streaming on YouTube now. It's easier for other people to just peruse the VOD for anything that might have happened. There was also another day, Artia. It was a couple days ago, chat. What was the day where we had like, where I was backed up on like 20, 30 minutes just from questions going through them one by one? I think it was March 10th, right? Whatever day March 10th was. Which one was that? Was it this one? I think it was this one. Pretty sure it's this one. No, not the Mond questions. It was just... I'm pretty sure it was this one. GBF anniversary starts tomorrow. It'll be this one. The Razio one here. Streamed 4 days ago. That one at the beginning of the stream had a lot of questions, and I tried not to miss a single one, which also meant that I was backed up like 20 minutes, but yeah. That one might be insightful too. If you have all other summons, if you have all other characters and perfect summons, which one would you Annie ticket? Horus, Katuro, Ilsa? I think choose your favorite element. Like these are all different element characters. It's not within the same element. So do you like light, dark, or water better? Although I will say with the Ilsa you want for Svelga. There's so many things to do as a new player. There's 12 years of things to do, so take it at your own pace. By the way, is the guide only for beginners, or is it for veterans who are bad at the game as well? Give it a watch. I think there's info there. That'd be helpful. Like I know some people who don't really utilize settings like this, and I do go over that. So 2-hour video coming. Going to need a beginner Guild War Revenant weapon video next month. Yeah. You're jealous of the summer galleon. How much do you value Siero ticketing Vesusia after this roulette ends? Siero ticketing something is always a very personal decision because worth depends on a couple different things. How much you'll use it, how many moons you have as well. And also another thing to consider is how upset you would be if you pulled Vesusia in the future, right? On the third point, some people never Siero ticket because they might pull the thing that they Siero ticketed. And that fear or that worry, or they just know themselves well enough that they would not be happy with that outcome. So they don't do it. Right? So that's that thing. Number 2 point is how many moons you have. And yeah, like 150 moons is like if you have 1,000 moons, then it's much less valuable compared to 150, right? Because you still have other moons you can still spend. So how many moons you have is also an important topic here, especially when we have Illustrious upgrades coming soon, which you might be interested in. And then how much you use it depends on what setups you have in mind and how you think you will utilize it. My general rule for Siero ticketing is that you don't Siero ticket until you are ready to use it in a setup so that you get value out of it and that you're happy with your use, even if you pull it afterwards, right? And as for what setups and what teams and things you can use it in, that's something that you should know. If you don't know that answer, you shouldn't be Siero ticketing in the first place, because that means you're just going to Siero ticket. It's going to sit in your inventory, and then you're not going to know what to do with it. Don't Siero ticket because other people say it's good. Siero ticket because you actually need it and that you want it for a setup you want to play. What is the 280% of something to buff you? I don't understand. So 280% is referring to summon auras. It's quite simply how much aura boost you have. We have a full section on this on the wiki on advanced grids. I actually recommend checking out advanced grids for this. But essentially it's adding this number, night codes, weapon skills, or whatever summon it is, of the Magna or the Primal summons. Omega or Primal, I should say. So yeah, 170 plus 170 means 340, which means you fulfill 280%. But again, there is a section on the wiki that talks exactly about this here. How to choose your main and support summons. And then it talks about 280% in this section here. And also under Exalter and weapon boosts in building different types of grids. Exalter and aura boost. This is probably the section you actually want, actually. So yeah, go to common grid components, Exalter and aura boost. Wow, very cool. It's almost like someone very knowledgeable wrote this. It wasn't me, I swear. Anyways, next. I watched the beginner video. Thank you, Ray. Auto conversion is something I didn't know existed. I started like 3 years ago. Yeah, so auto conversion is a way to automate your grid. Not your grid, automate your inventory management. And it's really, really useful. Like I said, I'll release a video on that. Once I take a day or 2 break from making videos. But yeah, we'll do that. I Zero bubs and rolled him in like a year later. Yeah, and I think that's fine as long as you feel like you got enough use out of the bubs. But some people would also not be happy with that, so it's entirely up to you. Hi, do you know how to reset an account? I don't know anything about that, sorry. But as far as I know, you can't really. If you're trying to reroll on Steam, I believe rerolling on Steam it's not really possible. And in fact, I don't think you even need to reroll in Grand Blue at all. For me, it's more because of how good of a general upgrade she feels damage-wise. I'm at 180, Primal Light player. Yeah, like, depends on Depends on the things I mentioned earlier. Advice doesn't really change there. There are some weapons that require 280. Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, I said Primal instead of Optimus. Thank you for the guide video. No worries. Hello Nomad. Hello Kero. Hello Pedro. Thank you for the amazing guide too. I'm happy to see content I can share to my friends to motivate them to play. Thank you for sharing. 1 year's a long time, not gonna lie. I think you can delete your account. I know that you can do something like that, but it takes like 60 days or something. Cajun showed me. Nice guy, thank you. One thing I found out in your video is that you can click the weapon skill to read it. I thought you had to click the weapon and scroll down. Yeah, so I purposefully showed that, right? Because firstly, Games, please make this default. Nobody cares about these numbers. We don't read those numbers. We care about these. So please make this default, number 1. And yeah, 2, if you didn't even know what these buttons did, yeah, that's why like I wanted to like make a note of it that you can do this. You don't have to go into the weapon and read it and then back out and then click weapon again, blah blah blah. Have I played beta? No, I haven't played the beta. Deleting your account takes 30 days, yeah. 1 whole day without Mr. Stream. It was like 2 days actually, but yeah. Had a great time so far in Grand Blue, except for having to do 3 side stories per level 2 nickname. Yeah, I heard about that. Some of those early side stories can be rough too on the you know how new players are very well aware of this probably, but very early in the story, they do a lot of having one part of a conversation. Oh, look, a monster attacked us. Let's attack the monster. Like, they do a lot of that in early Grand Blue. They get rid of it. I don't know when, but you don't see it these days at all. But yeah, a lot of those early side stories will also have the end story. Question, why are we not supposed to uncap primal summons? I'm suggesting not to uncap your primal summons with dupes because you need primal anima to transcend them in the future. And for topics like that, which are very personal to the player, I think it's just best to not suggest it in the first place. I thought about cutting it because ultimately it's probably fine. But if I'm saying, hey, it's okay to combine gacha summons in general, then I think I want to be thorough in that. Even if it is a little bit granular to suggest what I did, it's again, this has to do with the gacha, so I think that level of detail is important. Hi, I'm new, love the Grand Blue Fantasy universe. I played Relink in the fighting game. I summon and got a layer. Her passive confuses me. Is Chivalrous Blade and Inspiring? How does it work? So it depends on your party placement. I'll show you. So, Alea is one of the rare characters. There's not many in the game, but Alea has a passive that depends on her placement in the team. So it says, if she's the first or third ally, you do this. If she's the second or fourth ally, she gets this. So they can't be active at the same time. It's only this or only that. So she has 2 different stances, if you want to think of it like a fighting game or something. So the first slot is where MC is. So generally you can't do first slot. Second slot is currently where this character is, Vajra. Third slot is Vicky. And fourth slot is Makura. So if Alea is in Vadra's spot, then she gets the one where it says 2 or 4th position. And then if she's in this slot, then she gets 1st or 3rd position. Both passives can't be active at the same time. It has to be one or the other. Did you answer mine? There were ads. Oh, sorry. About Vesusia, can it count 2 or more turns? It has to be in 1 turn. Sorry, we need to interrupt this discussion to fight some monsters here. So, yeah, and you know how, like, another thing very early on is that, like, every chapter has, like, a fight. They get rid of that. they get rid of that and make it more just a seamless story you can read with, like, 1 or 2 fights at impactful points. Numbers are only useful on the rare occasion you find out you completely forgot to level your uncapped weapon. Yeah, exactly. I don't know why they want us skipping until chapter 132 that early, despite not needing that for any piece of content in Siero Stage 2. I think since Grand Blue has such a big archive of story, And some of it is frankly outdated. And I think Cygames realizes that too, right? Which is why they included things like Swiftly Sail. It's there for people who actually want to read it and whatnot. But at the end of the day, I think Cygames wants you to reach the, I guess for lack of a better term, the good parts of the game as soon as possible. Right? Like, Ormi can link this earlier. And like, apparently Siero is one of the first things it like shows you is like skipping main quests. It's like talking about how to skip it, progress through it, and unlock more things to play and earn rewards at the same time. If you want to go back and read it, you can always do so in Lyria's journal. Like this, I wouldn't say it's actively encouraging it, but it lets you know it's there. And I think by also putting requirements at like high chapter numbers incentivizes that too. Should a mention of needing primal dupes for primal summon transcendence be mentioned in advanced grids or similar? I was confused about that. No, not in advanced grids, I don't think. Not really the place for it. Again, it's a relatively small thing, but I'm covering my bases when it comes to gacha stuff, and like to be safe. Mikuro, I know so many old players who regret genuinely merging primals, so it's nice that you pointed out. Yeah, that there are some things that in the video that were originally there or cut or some of it stayed. That was only there because if veteran players watch, they'll be like, oh, I think you should mention this, that sort of thing, right? But I think something that's really underestimated is how much knowledge you need to know about Granblue to sort of converse about it in a way that new players can understand, right? Like right now we're talking about primals and things like that. New players won't even know what primal means. When officially in game it's also called Optimus, and then you don't even know what Optimus means because the only way to get to it is to like click this, click series, and then look for the Optimus, and then you don't actually know why these things are being talked about separately as well, right? So yeah. Hi, what's the mandatory characters for Rompfire comps? I talk about it on my AniTicket page. So check my AniTix page. AniTix page right there. Well, it's not mandatory, but like you'll see characters that are commonly used with it at the very least. Essentially, it's just any normal attack burst character. If you see a good wind normal attack burst character, they'll go well with Romp. Convenient number in the top left of a character portraits in battle. Yes. First, second, third, fourth. Going back to the earlier thing. Wait, I'm behind again. It's like March 10th again. Hold up, I need to catch up. Will the summer units on the banner now still be in the pool in the next gala? Yes, they won't be sparkable, but they're still available to draw, so you can get lucky. Is Yatima a good summon, or should I leave her in the crate for now? Yatima is a summon that gets better the more summons you have. If you're new, I would just leave her in the crate. I mean, you can pick her up for fun, honestly, if you want. But if you won't really be using her too much. If you look at her call, Yatima's call is very special. And Yatima's sub-aura, she's one of the rare summons that has a sub-aura. It's quite unique. It's similar to Lyria, actually. And that's not by coincidence either. But the main aura you can use, but if you look at her call, it's blah, 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 bunch of mumbo jumbo. But the second one is the most impactful. Activates the call effects of 2 equipped summons. So in your grid, it will automatically activate 2 of these randomly. So it depends on how good these ones are. And as you can imagine, early on, you won't have good calls. So that's why I'm saying like it's a summon that gets better the better summons you have. I was asking if you record data from streams, like how many beat Vesusia? How many people have beaten Vesusia? I don't know. Just wanted to say thanks for mentioning not to uncap it. I did that years ago, and now that's the only thing holding me back from Primal Dark. So yeah, I think because of situations like this, that's why I mentioned it. Again, I think this is less relevant for new players. I don't think new players would ultimately care that much, and especially when there's like subtixes these days as well. But some people might just want to be purely free to play and things like that. And I think those are valid concerns, which is why I mentioned it. Very old stories are funny because they have an important discussion and then Mushroom Man decides to attack. Yep. You can watch the anime to get a general gist of everything. Hi DY in chat, do you have good farming practice recommendations? Are there such things as optimal grids and items to put in the grid? There are. There are, but it depends on the situation. I recommend checking out advanced grids on the wiki. So here, I'll link it in chat. Advanced grids on the wiki will, the front page, I'll just walk through it quickly. The front page here, it looks very intimidating because there's so much shit here. But you can just read about the section that's important. But let me point out what I think is important here, which is common grid components. I think reading through this section can help you gain an idea of why grids are constructed the way they are. So this talks about like Exalter and Aura Boost. If you don't know what that means, like this section will sort of explain it. General damage increases, right? These are things that you want in every grid. And then these things over here are more specialized, right? If you want to improve your normal attack damage, then these are things you would look for. If you want to improve your skill damage, then these things are what you would be looking for, right? So basically have a read through that section would be my recommendation. This is often a very common question, like what main and support summon I use. This section talks about that, right? So I would say that. And then the next thing to look out for is to actually go to the element page itself. So I'll go to Colossus. And then you can have a look through each weapon, which has a description of what they're good for, what they're bad for, or whatever, and talks about how many copies you might want of each thing. Right? I updated this very recently, so this is all very recent, and like it's not outdated or anything like that. I went through and handwrote everything. Read it. I put in so much work. And then there's also some templates here that you can use to get started, right? If you don't know what you're doing, you can be like, oh, I want to try normal attack grid. Let me start with something like this. And then these are like various levels of different progression that you can try. Have a look at that. Burst setups is, this one is in the process of being updated. What's here isn't wrong. It's just, we're going to make it better. So there's that. And then finally, there's actual setups. You can just reference it if it's like, oh, let me see what other people are doing. So in EWR, people are doing this. Okay. And then you can look through the various setups. And once again, these aren't the only ways to do these quests. These are just things that you can reference. GBF has like 10,000 solutions to raids. Like each raid has like 10,000 teams you can, infinite possibilities of teams you could do, right? We can't put every single one of them there, but those are there to give you an idea of what to try. So yeah, there we go. Is it worth to use 2 copies of Heimdallr since it buffs per usage via the sigil? Is it worth to use 2 copies? Oh, you're talking about the sub-aura. I don't think the sub-aura stacks, if that's what you're talking about. But Heimdallr in general is not really used. You can use it if you don't have other sub-aura summons, but it's not like a meta summon by any means. Hey streamer, if I was to buy one of the step-ups, would you recommend Classic for Belial or Birthday for someone getting into late game relatively most good characters for content? So you're missing Belial, is the thing, right? Who would you spark on the Birthday one? So you're saying you would spark Belial and you don't have Belial, and who would you spark on the Birthday one? Classic step-up stays even after anniversary. Actually, I think you're right. I think that one lasts longer, if that is a factor here. If you don't want to spend money, like too much money on the game. This one is available until March 10th, 2027. It lasts for the full year. Does that maybe answer? So you have 1 year to buy that one. So I would imagine that because of the time limited nature, you might want this, and then maybe like 6 months down the line, you feel like you might want it. So tomorrow, Marky, thank you for the 62 months. I missed that. How did I miss that? Wait, where did that just not happen? What happened? Did you miss mine too? I missed yours too. My alerts were off because I was recording for the videos. I'm sorry. Wait, can I replay it? I didn't realize they were off. I was recording something and then someone followed and it showed up. So I had to disable it and then I forgot to re-enable it. Let me see if I can replay it. One sec. Mr. Streamer, how dare you? I'm sorry. I feel bad now. I don't even know if I can do it. Replay it? No, I don't think that works. No, it doesn't work. Feels bad. I don't know why I can't replay our Twitch things. Yeah, I'll read out Marky's one. Why try? Thank you for the 26 Prime. And then Marky's one said, new players, do not forget to check out Vikala in the wiki. Smiley face. Hibiki, here's my Discord, sorry. There we go. Blah, 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 blah. Let me see. Wow, he's now blaming followers. That's not what was happening. I was merely saying I had alerts on and I had to turn them off while I was recording. Out of all the bad random gacha summons, which one would you want to get a 5-star? You thought Cybele had potential. I don't even know what Cybele does. See, Turncut would maybe be more impactful if things like Yatima didn't exist. So yeah, not sure. Aphrodite maybe would be my guess. Because it's a kitten. Kitten is a powerful ability. Currently you need it main summon to activate the kitten ability reliably. I remember DJ Salt using Cybele. The things back in the day. Yeah, that wouldn't happen these days. Benito Transcendence when? I forgot about DJ Salt. We have an emote. Supplup has a code. A free Bellio. The SR weapon? No, SR weapons are always fodder. Don't worry about it. So you're meant to reserve them. I remember people used to use Tezcan, yeah. No music indicator. It keeps breaking, I'm sorry. But exclamation point song. Exclamation point song. That always works. At least on Twitch it works, not on YouTube. I guess YouTube can't even hear the song. I need to get a new one because the one I was using just keeps breaking. Keeps breaking. Should we answer some YouTube and Mond and whatever questions? Thank you for the follow. How do you farm R weapon fodder effectively? Running kind of low. Honestly, you just get them over the course of the game. When you're going through MSQ, there'll be some quests that drop them, but I don't recommend farming them. Generally, where people get them from actually is from boxing events. So boxing events are like the current event, like PS the Astrals, because if you have a look through the loot, if you look in the loot box, draw box contents, there will be these R skill shards. So those exist there. And then these events will also give you SR stuff. So generally when you level up stuff, you won't really need R points. You see my R points, it's low. SR and above is all you need. So the event here, the event box, if you look at it, if we go and take a look again, it drops these, it drops skill fodder here, and then it drops SSR weapons for SSR fodder as well, and it also gives you EXP fodder. So generally people will be farming events like this frequently, and like pretty much every event will drop like some sort of fodder too. So what you're experiencing is sort of an early game problem. You'll get it. Like you'll get some very soon is what I'm trying to say. Is there a good way to tell if sunstoning a Primarch summon will be worth it for your team's damage, as in a way to tell if increasing cap would actually help anything? Wouldn't do that until after Roulette, just curious if there's a way to test it before using a stone. Basically, you're asking, is there a way to test damage cap? Right? For Primarch, no, there's no easy way to do this. But if you're on like endgame N3 stuff, it will help. That's what I'll say. And the other thing is because of how the damage formula works, increasing your damage cap does help your damage indirectly. I believe. I need to look at it again, but yeah. It's not like, obviously, if you can't hit the cap, it will hurt, but it can make it easier to hit the cap. So, yeah. All right. By the way, I'm one ticket away from being able to buy that coin. What's the coin? It's just an extra scratcher, yeah, like Cajun said. I need to box, but I don't have one turn set up, so it's a drag. Just farm extreme. You don't have to farm impossible. In fact, just until like 2 years ago, we were farming. Everyone was farming extreme because impossible was just, it took too long to do. So if you can't one turn or do impossible really fast, just farm extreme. You farm this for the plague bringing armbands, and then you hit this to spend your plague bringing armbands. Yeah. Basically do the impossible or do every single quest for the first time clear. But to actually farm, everybody needs to do very hard to get the material to host. But then these two, you just do depending on which ones you can do more efficiently. Like I can do this efficiently, so I do this. But otherwise you can do this. And just in case you're wondering, all three, like basically, like they're identical. You can choose which one. Anniversary events have 3. Normally it's just 1. But in this case, anniversary, you can just choose whichever one. So if you farm this one easy, you can do this. Or if you like looking at the dragon, then you can do the dragon instead. Up to you. People are faster impossibles than 2 times 0 button extreme. Impossible is much more pot efficient. And boxing events are a great place to farm pots. So that's what it really is as well. I remember when you had to manually select to upgrade skills and levels. Yeah, I do think, right, since you don't have to do that with the anvil, it's often difficult to understand what the anvil is doing. Like, if you have the context of what, or like of how weapon skill ups work, then anvil makes a lot more sense. But I think if you're maybe a new player and you just don't have that info, then it's harder to tell what the anvil's doing because, right, this is leveling up the skill from 1, and then I could click this. See, it's like 25% skill up, and I need 4 of these for it to be. It needs to be 4 of these to be going from level 1 to level 2. So yeah, like with the anvil, you don't really get that context anymore. It's like, oh, I just go from this, but you don't really understand, which can make just the understanding of how it works a little bit hard to understand. What's the bright blue damage? It's from an end game weapon. It is called destruction damage, and it's an element of damage that is only available on this weapon and related things at the moment. We have a roulette tomorrow, yes. You should save your roulette tomorrow, by the way. Chat room. You can use today's roulette, any roulette pulls you have right now, save. Sorry, any roulette pulls you have right now, you can use. Next resets, roulette pulls, save them for the Gala banner. I was farming Australia with my fire PBHL setup. Nice. Tomorrow's Octavia plus 2 summons, yes. By the way, I'm really proud I can do Shiva to Avatar solo. Congratulations. I remember when I first was able to do the M2 raid solo. It was very satisfying. We will be welcoming home the water sword lady. Water, huh? By the way, chat, if you are planning on sparking, remember that you still have free pulls for a couple days, so you don't want to spark on day 1. By the way, I have enough gold moons for 3 illustrious weapons. That's a lot of gold moons. Which one would I suggest? I can't give that suggestion, sorry. Because what is best might not be what you play or what you want. For example, right, Erish is often considered a very good illustrious weapon, and I agree, in a vacuum it is. But it doesn't consider how I want to play the element or how often I play the element. I pretty much just use Dark for my daily full autos that I want to do. Erish is used for farming raids with Dark and bursting them. I don't use Dark in that context. I use other elements to do that. So, for me, it's not worth it. So I don't buy it, despite Erish being a good weapon. And the same applies for every weapon on that list. So, what I suggest is reading something like Vasky's Illustrious page, and then making your own informed decision based on that. I will link it in the chat right now. But if you ask, hey, what's the best illustrious weapon? There are often some answers that will be given. What I will tell you right now is that you should not be buying them based on those answers. Right? Anybody who tells you to buy them just because they're the best ones do not have your best interests in heart, in mind. They're giving a correct answer, but it might not be the correct answer for you. So do consider that. Best illustrious is the one you one for the weapon you play except fire. And other fire ones are fine too, especially Higurashi. Okay, blazing's less fine, but still. Gold Moon weapon rule. If you have to ask whether to buy it or not, do not buy it. Yes, once again, the advice can come off as very condescending, but it's true. It is. It really is. Erish is good. Trust. It is good. It is. But there's a reason why I haven't bought it. And I like being meta in all the elements I like to play. But 150 moons is a huge ask. And I'm not ready to drop that for Dark. And you guys might not be ready too. Some of you may be. And then it's completely fine. It's up to you. That's why I'm saying it's a very personal decision. Don't fall for the Gold Moon weapon mind control. I will say one thing, by the way. I think nobody should be buying an Illustrious weapon right now. When they have announced uncaps and we don't know what's happening to them. Put it this way, right? Let's pretend that Erish was good and that everybody needed Erish. Let's just pretend that's the world we live in. In 7 months, that might change. Erish will still be good, but something else might be better, right? Just keep that in mind, right? So that's why I think nobody should be spending gold moons right now on Illustrious weapons. If you ask any experienced player, they're going to say the exact same thing. Hello, thanks for the guide. Thank you for watching. What's the best way to farm plus marks? Honestly, plus marks is just something you acquire over the course of the game. It's early on, you won't have enough to plus mark everything. That's normal. Just as you play the game more and more, you'll get more. Some raids do drop them. Like Akasha drops some, and what was it? World. There's like another one. You can check the sources on the wiki, but I wouldn't go out of my way to farm them. Is what I'm trying to say. Does burst weapons like fronting work at super endgame? I read the pages. They'll talk about it. It's legit mind control. We must wait. Yeah. I want Erish because I want to invest heavily into Dark, but I'm going to wait for Transcendence to see if anything's more worthwhile. Very smart. Yeah. That's what I suggest. That's what I suggest. Is it possible to get some Araziel and Magus from that gala? They will be... wait, is Magus on the banner? Yes. So these characters here... So yeah, sorry, I got distracted. Yes, these characters will be in the banner. Also, it's cool to see Alicia being used, despite how mid overstating she is. Alicia? I think she just requires a team. Her skills are good. It's just very restrictive. Magus, if she was born on a month later, be like June. Oh my god. Stop. Hey DY, I'll be stuck in Siero's initiate for quite some time. What can I do to progress further in the meantime? Siero's. Mhm. I got a Spintle SSR today on Roulette, but unfortunately it was not at the rate ups. I see. Well, hopefully better luck. Better luck tomorrow. I'll be time limited by Damascus ingots for Siero. That's why I'm asking what I can do in the meantime. Curious, but would this banner setup be just as fast or faster if you swap Leisha with Lumrock and just had a standard backline? Oh, my Volfred is inherently a bit of a slow team, just because it clicks a lot of buttons, and you might notice that there's a lot of overkill. I'm mainly running it because it's running new things. Not really beginner question, but is there any required summon to tackle Vesusia? No, not really. Alexiel helps a lot, honestly, at the moment, but you can cross other people's Alexiels. No, there's no summon that's hard required. Every setup will be slightly different in how they handle things, but no. I see. It definitely seems more like I want to use this team, which isn't bad, IMO. I think Leisha has really strong potential with future sword characters. Volfred's very good for these short bursty FAs, where you want to take a small amount of turns and do a lot of damage. And then having access to a turn 1 assassin on Leisha is very good. The Noir slot isn't bad, honestly, but there sort of just needs to be one extra really good thing. Honestly, Volfred alone on a sword team is pretty good, just for his passive, but yeah. Are we getting summer units in current... Are all the summer units in current banner worth getting? Many of the summer characters in this current banner are good. They are not worth 3% sparking for. What buff should I buy from Siero's shop, and how long should I have them running? Depends on how long you're playing, right? Because it's an hour duration. Like, I can say, like, hey, put on rank buffs, right? Put on rank boosts for 100 hours. But then if you don't play... Like, I put this on for 100 hours, and then I didn't play the game for 2 days. Because I was busy making a video. So, if you're playing the game, turn it on. Right? Also, I'm at a point where I just have too many journey drops to actually use. You might not be at that point. So yeah, be mindful. Rank points is in general good if you're not max rank. EXP is good if you're farming EXP. Grand success and upgrade is good if you're trying to upgrade some weapons. Drop rates is generally good. Rupees is generally not needed, but if you're a new player and you find that you're short on rupees, then turn it on. Why not? Right? Basically, it's get as you need, but I would say rank points is probably most important because rank unlocks various things. My account is Hexa ready, but Alexiel evades me. You do not need Hexa for 40. You do not need Alexiel for 40 in Hexa. I have to say that so many times, all the time. There are 10,000 ways to cross 40. Alexiel just happens to be one of them and the most popular one because it was the first one people used because we didn't know how the mechanics worked in the raid. Dojo works, Bunkles works, Shield works, depends on what characters you're using. For example, on my Hexa setup, I just tank it with Vayne S1. Vayne gets Undying from S1, I just tank it. There's so many different ways to get past it. Use Grimnir, Grimnir works too. One thing to keep in mind is that your strongest character is always MC. Yeah, MC is one of the strongest characters in the game, if not the strongest. Surely Sylvia will be useful. If you do charge attack teams, yeah. Reminder, no gacha in chat though, please. For my solo, I did Sanchit at 3. Alright, chat, let's answer some questions. I don't answer Twitter questions because I don't think it's a very good platform to answer questions on, but we will take a look at some things. I wanted to show you guys something, actually. What do you mean by Steam release? The DLC expansion is still 3 months out. They didn't know, chat. What to prioritize in shops like the Pendant shop? Honestly, as long as you buy the gold moons in the Renown Pendant shop, the other things you can sort of use as a need-to-need basis. I do have my monthly videos, monthly shop guide, GBF monthly shop. Yeah, updated monthly shop guide. I have 2. I should have maybe changed the thumbnail a little bit more. I was very lazy for this, but yeah, you can watch this. You can watch this, and then it goes over Renown Pendants here. It goes over Renown Pendants, and then it's sort of buy as you need basis. But pretty much with the Renown Pendants, as long as you are buying these moons, as long as you're buying these moons, it's good. There's probably something else I'm forgetting, but I'll talk about it in the video. Exactly the same. No, it says updated. This one doesn't say updated. Hello, look, and look, the pots are slightly higher. See how like the corners on the tip at the M, and this one it says GBF guides there. See, it's different. Anyways, I have my old account on mobile. Yeah, I can't seem to know how I can back up my data on Steam. Okay, someone answer that. Once again, I don't answer things on Twitter. All right, YouTube. Let's go. YouTube questions first. Put on the video DUI so we can have DUI exception. Did you guys like the intro I did? I spent quite a bit of time on it. There's all right. So some inside info. Wait. Maybe not inside info. Peeking behind the curtains. Intro talk a little bit. Okay, so here's the thing. Intro and outro. The main things that take a lot of time is finding clips to like edit together. Outro obviously doesn't have many clips to edit together because it's just this thing. But what does take a while is timing the music exactly how I want. Right? Because you guys will notice that like I regularly see people ask for new like the music. Hello, my name is DY and welcome to my updated beginner's guide for Grand Blue Fantasy. Like it times well, right? But the actual track of the music is not however long this is. It's not 40 seconds. So I'm in there, I'm cutting shit together, making it make sense musically, making it 40 seconds, doing other devious things behind the scenes to make it work, right? And this one especially as well. Where is it? Really is how much time, similar time. This freedom, however, can also cause a bit discontent. So for instance, this made me laugh so much. It's really easy to compare your progress to someone who has made their account at a similar time as you. But always the stupid fucking grand face. To someone who has made their account at a similar time as you. But always remember that everyone plays the game differently. And then we have the Grey and Blue main theme coming in, right? But the Grey and Blue main theme, once again, is not 2 minutes long. So I'm like, so please check them out if you want. Surgically cutting things together. With all that said, that is every comment will consider. Bye-bye. See more content like this. Cutting shit all together, make it work, fit it in. Bye-bye. But hi, why do you say not to uncap it? Because you can technically use dupes to get more primal anima. It's not something that's very important. It's not important. Important isn't the right word to use. It's not something that many people need to know, but it is an option available. And since it has to do with gacha, I think it's important to mention is the main thing. You're good. That's good to hear. You really enjoy the dorky use of the sprites, yeah. All right, let's go through the comments. Will you make a video for the EXO event starting today? I didn't realize that starts today. I can probably explain things. Yeah, you know what? I think that's probably a good idea. It won't be a super edited one, for sure. Like this guide that I just released, no thanks. But I can go through the event. The only thing I will need your guys' help on is I need some new player perspective. I don't know what is feasible to farm basically when you're like new to the game. I don't know how feasible it is to max out your wonder, right? So that is context I will need from you guys. YouTube short, nah, not YouTube short. Let's see. I love this. The fact that there's limitless stamina and you can do things at your own pace at your own time really does give off the feeling that it's a game and gacha's second. I really like that. It's the one game in which I don't have to worry about using all my AP because it literally doesn't matter. That said, it is the grindiest of them all. That is true. It's actually job first, game second, gacha third. Yeah, people love making the joke. The job joke. Job with the asterisk. If Collab easy, else impossible. Collab. Why is that? Level 10 sounds reasonable. It's still hits? Nah, I don't think so. Currently now, I have all the basic raids from the academy. I can do Omega raids and the event raids too, but slowly. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, when the EXO event comes out, give you guys who are new to the game, give me some context, right? Let me know what stage on Siero's you're on, and let me know how easily or how difficult it is or whatever. A new Steam player playing with a veteran, but good to have an updated guide. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm a long-time casual player. I started playing when Fidel was released. This is very helpful for me because I want to crawl my way back into the game. Hi, it's me. I'm new. It's secretly an MMO. It really is. Been here forever. Thank you for the guide. Astounding guide. Can't wait for the inventory management because I definitely need it. Hopefully sometime next week. I definitely can't promise this level of editing in it though. So it'll be a bit more dry out.
Great timing. Thanks for the guide. Yes, one thing I really wanted, right, was to have this firstly before Steam, but that ship sailed, right? The other thing is I wanted a bit more information on Steam, so that's why I wanted to wait. But I knew I wanted to get this out as soon as possible because I know that many people are probably like waiting for Gala or they're going to check out the game when Gala hits or they're waiting for the weekend, right? I couldn't get it out on Friday my time, but at least I got it out on Saturday NA time. So yeah, that's what I was going for. I wanted it out by the weekend. Once again, it's unfortunate I couldn't get it out on Steam release. That was the original goal, but yeah. But honestly, I do think, right, that waiting for the Steam release and all the new players gave me perspective on what to talk about. Because I will say half the things in the video, and when I say half, I mean probably more than half, was things I originally would never have actually included in the video. Because, like, as someone who's played for a couple of years, there's just things which are second nature to me, which isn't second nature to new players at all. Right? I would never have thought to talk about, like, for instance, that level 100 characters aren't necessarily better than level 80 characters. But when I was watching, like, 4 different newbie streams, it's, like, either an assumption they make, either a question they ask, or, yeah, it's either one of those two, right? And I think it makes sense because in all these other games, leveling up your character to the max is important, and having one character be high level just makes them seem more powerful, right? So yeah, there was that. Like, that would never have been included. I completely forgot that as a new player, like, navigation in the game is really annoying because I've just been playing so long that it's second nature to me, right? Which definitely put a focus on how to get to everything in the video, right? I always tried showing how to get to the menu I'm using, or at least earlier in the video, I show how to get to it. So things like that. And there's other more topics in there, like constellation question as well. It's something I forget that is present in like pretty much every modern gacha, but it's not in Granblue. There's plenty of things that I only included because you guys asked me those questions, and I figured those are important things, or hey, I get asked that a lot, let me include it. Also, it's worth bringing up, but I think it's worth telling people to do certain an events because of that. Yep, it's in the video. It's already in the video. Someone skipped or just assumed. It's in the video. That's because grids are way more important than that. I keep navigation in mind because it's something that always jump scares me, yeah. Only thing missing is the wind propaganda. I showed a couple wind too. I think I showed like pretty much... No, I showed fire, I showed earth, I showed wind. I didn't... There weren't other opportunities to show other things, but yeah. This guy is amazing. Finally, thanks. Great guy. Can I do this in Magna? Only if you watch the GBF Academy series. Algorithm comment go, thank you. TUI was helpful. I stopped playing the game pretty early on, like a year ago, because I got so overwhelmed with how much there was to do and how many different things I didn't understand. Yeah, completely fair, right? Hopefully my video or like other things like that help people feel less like that, right? That's the overall goal here. I can't wait to finally take a dive into the gacha. I've been a fan of the series, playing the fighting game, even reeling. I currently have 10 hours. It didn't fully click with me until I watched the video. I'm starting out with a fight team because why not? Big help. Thank you. Thank you. Fantastic guide. I don't have Siero's Academy. Is there a replacement? Okay, that's a good one. Okay, that's a good one. Any of you veteran players will know what this is referencing.
Otsukare. Thank you for the video. Coming from a league creator who casually plays modern gacha games, this is super informational. Play the game casually, but never seem to progress since I only play story events. This video is really helpful for me. What we need now, by the way, I do need another video, which is what to do beyond Siero's Academy. Very common question. I got to work on the wiki page first, I think. Or actually, I have worked on the wiki page. We actually need to put it somewhere first. And then, yeah, I got to make an accompanying video. Mercy Lago, my beloved. What does that have to do with anything? No. GBF Wiki is indeed the best wiki game ever. Or best game wiki, I should say. Me try and focus about what's said, and then this 513 shows up. And here. Now. Oh. Is that icy? I would never. Holly, first comment. Thank you so much for your guide. Thanks, I'm trying this out because I like Relink that much and the expansion's coming soon. Fire Emblem Heroes is my favorite mobile game, and I'm hoping this is somewhat similar. I'll be playing on Steam, which seems to be the worst way, but it's easily accessible. I do like the characters, at least the ones in Relink and Versus. Hope you enjoy. Hope you enjoy. Hope you enjoy. Steam is browser is currently slightly better than Steam, but I wouldn't worry about that too much, especially when Cygames has announced that they're working on bringing everyone, letting everyone log in through Steam in the future. Log in to the Steam client. W. Harazis were showing. Hey, I also came to GBF after playing only FEH. Do we have any info on the missing collabs? No, but like Cygames hasn't announced anything. It's just in the patch notes of the game or something. But it's licensing. Like you don't need them to say anything. We know it's licensing. We just have to hope that they can somehow figure it out. As one of the new players that jumped aboard, I gotta say your guides are a godsend. I thank you for your old guides and the new series that you seem to be starting. I do have a question though. With what little I know about GBF, how valuable are limited banners? I believe the summer banners are going on. While the importance of gala banners is loud and clear, is there any point, aside from obvious power creep and benefit, what benefit is there when the odds are much better on gala banners? Oh, strawberries here. Sleep near. I see two chatters. So to put it simply, there are three characters which are tied to the gala. I'm going to take the next banner. And in the next gala, you can randomly get old on. Okay. I was reading it, I just wasn't saying it out loud. Steve said it's not recommended to pull, which these they'll be better. Okay. Looks like you guys gave enough info here. Maybe a little bit too much, but I do have a question with how valuable are limited banners? So I'll just give a abbreviated one. Seasonal banners, seasonal gala banners, 6% ones are generally high priority since they are more limited. Since the characters are harder to get. As a new player, I wouldn't recommend sparking using your own pulls on 3% seasonal banners, since just getting any SSRs as a newbie is Super important. Pulling on 3% doesn't really help you in that regard. Oh. I tried to stay simple, but English isn't my first language. Don't worry, what you said isn't correct, right? It's more that there's a lot. That's all it is. But yeah, that's why I originally had more gacha stuff in my video, but I cut it all out. I had things like this in my video, but it was like, nah, this isn't important, cut it. Fractal says, I don't feel like power creep in GBF that much. It's not like new setups automatically make auto setups not work. Yeah, what Fat Wizard said. It's more about efficiency a lot of the time. It would be nice if you can make a beginner or intermediate guide on how to unlock MC classes. Yeah. I think yeah, row 4 slash ex2, I think I can create. Wait, chat, question. Any of you guys who started with Steam, are you guys up to row 4s? I think even JJ was up to row 4s, right? He has row 3 up to what? So on your classes, which tier are you guys up to? Like 1, I assume you're done with. 2, I assume you're done or close to done. Are we done with 3 as well? 1 to 3 and EX1 is halfway done. Okay. He was finishing EX1. Okay. So we're very close to 4 and EX2. I'm just gauging like general progression. Okay. You've done all the 3s. Yeah. I know JJ, because JJ was asking what to unlock here. And we suggested Kengo for obvious reasons to get the CCW, and then that gives you access to unlock these ones. And pretty much I think that's all the info that you need. Maybe that can be a short video. When would I? Maybe after EXO or something. Yeah, I think something like this could be nice. I'll consider something, whether that's a video or updating the page, etc. Kengo Fantasy. 4+ classes that are actually good, yes, but there's only one CCW that's good, and that's the important thing. Remember that to unlock an EX2, you have to build the CCW. You're not building Faust, let's be real. Or you're never using Faust. You're not using John Doe. Like, there are classes here that are good. It's more that Kengo is the only CCW that you actually use. So, since you have to build the CCW for EX2, the specific one, Kengo is the recommendation here. And building any CCW gets you access to the row 4s. So, by unlocking Kengo, you get all the row 4s. So that's why Kengo is suggested. Kengo, Relic Buster, and Berserker, I think, are the easiest to unlock, and are all pretty easy to unlock. Yeah, Relic Buster is usually pretty easy to unlock, unless you're not skipping story, which JJ is in that boat. They're not skipping story. They got to go through all the society side stories. So yeah, that is a slight issue. But I think you can actually farm the materials too, right? Relic Buster's fake. I'm not skipping story either. Yeah, you can farm the materials too. But yeah. JJ's another streamer, by the way. They're doing a very unique playthrough, which is they're not actually pulling in the gacha for various reasons. Which I can't imagine playing Grand Blue that way. Just because, I mean, that's just how I play the game, right? So yeah, they're definitely in it mostly for the story. But not pulling the gacha will bring up some unique challenges, which I think it'll be interesting to see how they solve it. Because, like, for example, just pulling the gacha gives you SR weapons, and those SR weapons reduce into weapon stones. And I think everybody who's been through the early game will remember when you lacked weapon stones. So things like that will be tricky. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Maybe there's other sources now. Have to farm Arcarum? Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Arcarum maybe. No, but the other thing, right? The other thing to also consider here is that if you don't pull in the gacha, you don't get moons. And then that means less pots. So yeah, I'm not sure. Not even free rolls. They're not doing roulette. They're not doing roulette. They are okay with selectors. So once again, they're doing a very unique playthrough. They bought the anniversary ticket. They so yeah, selectors are fine. So spending money is fine on selectors, but random pulls are not. So once again, very unique. Not doing roulette, yeah. I think it is a bit of a shame too, because there are some Fate episodes, which I think he would enjoy a lot. And obviously you just get less characters, so less Fate episodes. But yeah, that's how they want to play. And I think it'll be interesting to see if that sort of playthrough works. I think, obviously, for story, none of that stuff actually matters, right? If you're just here for like reading story and you're here to make somewhat passable grids and things like that, it'll be fine. It's mostly like if you're wanting to be like fully invested meta player, then obviously that's not going to work. But I'm sure JJ understands that too. I remember helping someone on the Reddit who was so dedicated to reading stories in order, they weren't unlocking Grand Percy S3. So since they didn't have all the Percy alts yet to read. Yeah, no, I can understand that, yeah. I think that's why they put it, yeah, he did do the 100 from Academy. And that's because Academy makes you do it. I don't think JJ would have done it otherwise. It's that Sierras required you to do it, and not doing Sierras is like locking yourself out of too much. Tech is catching strays. Wait, why? What did I do? What did I do? The reading? Oh, the reading in order? Anyways, what I was going to say is that I think that's why GBF puts the skip function in and the ability to read anything in the journal, so that you can still skip Percy S3 in this example and then come back to it later. But, you know, I understand. You might still get spoiled about something you don't want. Man, that was so long ago. 541, I wasn't ready for Zuma Anilla. Wasn't GBF pity at it because someone spent a crazy amount to get one character. Monkey Gate, yep. That is true. 6 to 8 sparks, is that a real number for free to play? You need to be actively playing, but yes. I'd imagine most of it comes from roulette. I think it's accounting for free roulettes. Yes, it is. So in 2025, 6 to, I won't be specific, yeah, 6 to 8 is accounting for roulette, yes. If we're talking no free draws and other free draws, it's free to play, accounting for roulette and other free draws. If we aren't talking about any free draws, you get plus change. we aren't talking about free draws. Last year, we got 5 sparks plus change. It will be slow, but I think people will be surprised how far you can get. GBS backup system alleviates so much personal responsibility. Yeah, it is actually. You're right. Yeah. We're mainly talking about if you're trying to like solo things or things like that, which you don't need to do. It's something that I like to do, but yeah, no, I agree. There's plenty of story to get through, and they're completely okay buying selectors, right? Which means that you can subtext the good characters as well. And not to mention, the free characters in Granblue is so good. Like, even if we're talking the easy to get ones like Ami, Shushoku, those guys, do scams fall into... No, I mean, I would imagine not, because it's a random result. But yeah, RTB is so good, and the Eternals will all be fine too. Like, if you're on an account with no other characters, Eternals, even at level 80, are going to be fine. Right? I feel like Selectors being... Well, it's because Selectors are guaranteed, and Sparking is not. Oh, well, not Sparking. The process of Sparking is not. Sarasa's ground 0 at 80. I think too many people think ground 0 solves everything when it doesn't. I was very disappointed. I will say, I was very disappointed when I first got Sarasa, because by the point I got Sarasa, I was already past the content. And like, I was clicking ground 0 in Arcarum and it didn't kill everything. I was clicking ground 0 against like my Tiamat raid, and I was expecting it to one-shot with how everybody talked about it, but obviously it doesn't. I was like, well, this didn't help as much. And the only thing it did was help me in Slimes. And I was like, well, Slimes isn't even that important. I got to farm AES and shit like that, right? So yeah, like, ground 0, I think, if you're like just doing MSQ, then yeah, it's great. But yeah, to be honest, I got Sarasa past the point where she was already useful for ground 0 only, that is. Slimes used to be alive. Yeah, no, I think that's the case, right? There was a point in time where Slimes was very good. But yeah. Do I need to do raids or endgame? Can I just play the main quest and side stories casually? I'm mainly interested in from Relink. I don't really care about the gacha, especially when character models are all chibified. Anyways, I'm not even sure what or how to use crystals anyway. Do I need to do raids or endgame? No, not at all. No, you don't need to do raids or endgame at all. At all. If you're here for the story, you can do those without worrying about should I spend them on whatever banner? We talked about that in the video. For crystals, like I mentioned in the video, wait for a Gala banner. I will also always release a Gala banner overview, a banner overview video each time there's a new Gala. See a King early game, Octo kind of goaded, not the dirt shield. Remember chat, when helping new players, don't use slang or old head terms. Use whatever the official terms are. Yeah. Thank you for this video. I've played GBF like 8 years ago, but I've forgotten most of it. I definitely don't feel like hopping back on the grind, but I love the cast. I was thinking about maybe I'd start just for the story. Is it feasible? Is there any grind at any point to just play the story? Does the game or community resource have a clear roadmap on when to play which stories? Because I assumed some time limited stories that happen between main story and the timeline. Yeah, this answered it pretty well. Yeah, honestly. I agree. Have you guys had any trouble in MSQ? New players. New player question. Which summon should I get? Orology over Susia? Neither at the moment. I think I've spent half the time as a new player Googling GBF slang in terms. Oh, I got to put that in the description. The glossary. My team was so strong, I had to get a weaker setup to lose. I did have trouble in the later parts of the main story. Was that with the Sierra's grid? Like what stage were you there? Not really, but I'm not too deep. It was against, yeah, Yigi Malice is the first hard one, I think. Magna grids weren't cutting it. What else would you use? If you have a problem, you can just smooth sail. See, the thing about smooth sailing is it's a form of skipping. And anyone who's in for the story is probably not skipping, right? I think if you... I think for MSQ, the later main story quests, maybe some later fights might be a struggle. No grid investment. But some of the Siero's Academy stuff really simple to do, and a lot of the missions just ask you to read the story. So maybe with those grids. Even if you can reread in the journal, some people won't want to do that exactly, yeah. Those grids, I think you'll be fine. You don't like doing that personally. Yeah, the thing about me for skipping is even if I skip, I know most of the time I won't go back to read it, right? That's the thing. What's the priority for Evoker's FLB? I did Nierenheim. On my beginner's guide, you're asking this? Pedoro chicken. Pedoro! Explain yourself. I did Nierenheim, but got Kaim as my first unlocked 4th skill. Does 2 to 3 coral grids still playable for Hexafar 0? I'm not playing Landslide grid and Heidi grid. Still don't have Heidi. I only have 1 FLB Landslide. Corals, yeah, corals are Medusa's swords. I'm just gonna link all Miken's. Just gonna link all Miken's page. We can have some recommendations here. This isn't our pedal. That's definitely not our pedal. Richard and Galleon in the same video, 10 out of 10. DY is the reason I know what a Damascus ingot is. It's JJ. Think Pedoro spotted. What happened while I was gone for a minute? Look, Pedoro, it's you. Pedoro chicken wings. Asking in my newbie beginner's guide, what's the priority for Evoker FLB? And asking if a 2 to 3 coral grid is still playable in Hexafar 0. Explain yourself. It's your long lost brother. Okay. No, that's not our Pedoro. Long-time casual gamer that's breaking his fingers in sandbox and bashing his head against revans. Commenting for the love of the game. Played for 8 years, still feel like a newbie. Even with the wikis mid-end game, makes no sense to me when you start group building. Check out Vasky's GBF Academy series. Let me see. Let me get the link. GBF Academy. I need there we go. All right, so that's those ones. I don't know if I've received new comments in the meantime. Five. There's 5. Excellent. Oh wait, I already answered those. All right, we're good. Mond. All right, I don't know how much shit there's in Mond. Ah. How do people with septum piercings pick their nose? Argentum says clearly. Who's the chat? Who's the booger guy in One Piece? Mr. 5? Mr. 8? Who's the booger guy? No, 8 is Igarum, right? Yeah, 8 is Igarum. Is it 9? Is it 3? No, 3 is Candle. Candle is 3. Mr. 5. It's Mr. 5. I looked it up. Which guy in One Piece? The booger guy. I played GBF for a long time, came back recently. I don't know if I should keep my account or buy a new one. Did a few research. I think my account is quite outdated. Is there a chance you could log into my account and take a quick peek? Sorry, no, I won't do that. Sorry, I won't do it. How long ago was this? They've probably already decided 4 days ago. A little late to respond. So you've probably already made a decision. I'm late. I'm a little late to respond. Also, buying new account TOS. Yeah, buying accounts is against TOS. Obviously, people still do it, but yeah. How'd they manage to give worse rewards than Zodiac event? I can't. People always complain. There are still people complaining that we don't have a Sunstone. So we got a style change. We got an event SSR. We got a cage. So the cage is worse than Dama ingot is the thing. But we got a general wonder that buffs everybody. You don't get a zodiac selector. I guess the cage is worse. Yeah, the cage is worse than a Dama bar, but we're just also ignoring everything else out of anniversary, like the free zodiac, select, etc. Question mark. I mean, I guess it doesn't go to side stories in the future, right? Not even a question. Yeah, people love ranting on my thing. I think it's because they get to be anonymous. I don't know, we'll see. If it's just comments like that all the time in the future, I'm just not going to check it anymore, right? I just like having mons because I understand as a new player, like, or rather as a student, I had questions that I wanted to ask, but I didn't want to. It made me feel dumb to ask certain questions, right? And that's like a self-consciousness thing that I eventually got over, but it's something I definitely felt, and it's something I definitely still feel in certain topics, right? So the anonymous questions here are a way for me to let people who don't want to ask questions in public or want to ask questions to me directly or whatever, right? Without having me or without being ridiculed or whatever for asking a bad question. That's what this is for. But yeah, if it just ends up being like some jokes are fine, some ranting is fine, but if it just ends up primarily being that, then yeah, we just stop checking it. GBF Anonymous Confessions blog would go hard. Would it? I feel like it's just going to be a bunch of made up stories. My chem professor would look at you with disgust anytime you ask me a question, yeah. Hoyo plays buy and sell accounts all the time. Yeah, I think it's very common. And I think in Hoyo games, it's also very common for people to just log into other people's accounts, like streamers. I've never really felt comfortable doing that personally. Including rants and jokes. Yeah, no, I think I see what you're talking about. I guess you could just give a blanket, this is not a question to this, maybe. Shisho transcends better give perma CA reactivate to at least MC, otherwise it's kind of cooked. So you want it to be Andromeda. I don't want the weapon to be Andromeda. Andromeda, that's so boring. Next. Hi, should I buy Erish in anticipation for Transcendence? Hi. No, you shouldn't. No, they nerfed to home screen unless you use modern UI. Side games when I get you. Classic UI user Omega lol. Is rank that important? Are the extra EMPs that good for people to ask rank requirements to join? Or is it just played more so better? Yeah, it's just the... But like even Psy Games says rank doesn't mean... I thought this was a 6-7 joke. I just think modern looks worse. Modern, I think there are actual benefits to using modern, which is like the bookmarks and things. Especially, I mean, Steam doesn't even get a choice, I think. But yeah, no, I think classic is fine. Look, don't get me wrong. I was just taking an opportunity to laugh about it. Now you know how Earth plays for Medusa. For what? What is this even talking about? Leisha style? I don't know. It was from 3 days ago. I'm just deleting. Don't get it. Next. What makes the damage blue? Vesusia and Vesusia. Leisha would go so hard in dirt. Can you imagine? Not even Leisha. Can you imagine Volfrid in dirt? Just having that passive for fronting MC. 6 sword requirement versus 5 primals. Oh, maybe. Wait, was Leisha out 3 days ago? I guess so, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it would have been Thursday. She would have been out. Please give him to us, yeah. Can't believe Cygames got away with removing the end of summer catch-all banner. Like, we just let them do that. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. But also, that banner was way too good. What year is it? Yeah. Also, what do they mean we let them get away with it? Is it fact or cap that playing in JP is faster than EN because the game has to load JP text before the EN text? This used to be the case. Is two what? Did I misspell something? Oh, I missed an O. Thank you. All right, is it fact or cap that playing in JP is faster? So this used to be the case. It's not true. Yeah. So this used to be the case, but it isn't true anymore. 6th, 7th. Mm-hmm. We're going to lose Mons. Do you think GBF would have died if they didn't add full auto? I think if they didn't add full auto, the overall gameplay and event structure would be designed differently. Thank you for the follow. So not necessarily. Like I think this is an interesting thought experiment because like I think certain raids and certain things are just designed the way they are because full auto is a thing. If full auto didn't exist, I personally think they would have made events or other things just different, right? I would have died if GBF didn't have full auto. Is there a way to test my execute outside of the raid itself? How do you guys test executes? Yeah, game design would have to be different too. You just do trial. If you run out, you can do it against the dummy, but you will count the I guess I'll clarify when I say trial, I mean trial subby. You meant dummy first? Oh, is that better? I don't know. I haven't tested execute in years. Okay. You can do it against the dummy, but you'll have to overshoot damage. There we go. All right, next. Might as well check if you're hitting the damage first. Hi, the new player guide is great. I shared it with some friends who don't really know what to play or expect of the game. Nice. I'd like to formally apologize to berries. In my previous ship post, I made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment, edited the picture quickly. Sorry, now you only get berries and scratches. Oh my god, I'd rather get berries than awakening orbs at M3 Anima. I need scratches to stop giving me Dama crystals. Yeah, I see what you mean, Cajun. Hi, DY_DK. Can you ask Cygames to make it so that we can trade row 5 distinctions for their respective big book? Thanks. I'll be sure to pass the message on. Would you rather have $6 or $7? Guys, is there an actual source of the EXP book somewhere? Are you talking about the are you talking about these ones? These ones here, but for the different rarities. Yeah. No. No, there isn't. You don't farm these. Character EXP, these are generally from like random event rewards or like monthly shop purchase or something like that, right? You don't get this dropped from like a specific place in the game. As you can see, it's from like Unite and Fight, like event ranking rewards, this event's ranking rewards, this event's rewards. Siero cart gives a couple, it looks like. Gold Moon Shop do not do that. And then, yeah, like there's a couple that from random places, but no. Basically, EXP, for the most part, you just farm EXP. I bought them at Gold Moons when I was new. Yeah, don't do that. Should I prioritize getting all the Primarchs so I can do single-sided Super Farki? Should I prioritize getting all the Primarchs so I can do single-sided Super Farki? If it's needed for your setups? Hard to say without knowing which other brands you're missing. Can do that without Primarch. Yeah, you just need more thingamabos to be fair, but Now, having the Primarch opens up a lot, to be fair. They have +1 hit count to any kind of normal attack, +1 attack to any kind of multi-strike. So the next is +1 to Siero reactivate. I need this to be real copium because I hate normal attack. I can see it. Right? I can see it. I can see it. I can see it, honestly. If it's sandbox, why can't we get sands from it? I thought you could. Isn't sands a reward? Or is it not? No? Oh, okay. My bad. I was thinking from the Militus guys, but maybe. No, I don't think they do, actually. I don't even know what to say to this. Delete. There's nothing to say here. Next. Hi, I remember when you did Vesusia on stream a few months ago, 3 hours ago. You used to have a bookmarklet to check that, and now that I've been trying that, I'd like to have that too, but as I try to find Google, would you be able to share, is it on bookmarklet? I don't really need it these days because... Did we ever post it anywhere? I actually don't know. Honestly, you don't really need it anymore since they changed Vesusia CSC's Genesis bar to update in real time. Yeah, the Genesis bar one. Like I've not used it in forever. I think it was only ever linked on Vasquez and his week 1 sheets. Which element is the most cost-friendly to go primals, or just go Magna and then hope for the best? Just go Magna for all your elements. Primal, I don't think. So here's the thing, right? The question you asked changes depending on at what point in time you ask. Because at one point in time, Earth was the cheapest, but now Earth is probably one of the most expensive. At one point in time, Magna Wind was better than Primal Wind, but now that's clearly not the case too. New weapons and new characters and things are released for elements all the time. So going for the element that is quote unquote cheapest, you're essentially doing it because you want the grid to be better, but you don't want to spend much resources. But what I'm telling you right now is that going primal is going to cost you a lot of resources. Like that's just a fact. And trying to skip that by going for the most budget team is going to make you make a poor primal grid. And that's going to just be worse than Magna. I'm going to say that again because it's important. Making a poor or a bad primal grid, Optimus grid, is worse than a free-to-play grid. So if you're not going to do it properly, if you're not going to go all the way, it's just going to be worse. Don't do it. It's not worth your time or your resources. You just waste bars and sunstones and whatever else, and you're just going to get worse results than Magna, and nobody wants that. Did I delete it? I actually don't know. No, I still have it. I just don't use it. That's gonna not let me put 6 billion letters of code here, though. When is the best time to farm for provenance crystals and black feathers? Currently having problems hosting. I don't want to ruin other people's hosts. Generally, JP evening time is good. Otherwise, weekends also. Grand Percy's fault. Percy's fault for what? For who? Can't really ruin a host since they added... No, I think they mean like... don't want to waste other people's time. I guess that goes for your own host too. No, I'll mention what you said. You're right. Remember though that they added the call to quit feature, so the host can always get the host attempt back if anything goes wrong in the raid. I'm not sure how to ask this, but is there a way to see the nicknames on the wiki? Like when you search toilet paper, the wiki redirects you to there. Are there any nicknames? I hate trying to spell those. Is there a way to search aliases on the wiki? Redirects? I actually don't know. There's like Kinka raid, yeah. But hello Juno.
Junoki just subscribed for 19 months. Is this the stream of the famous die_DK himself Pock Crazy?
Hello Juno, thank you. I don't know if you can search redirects. Some redirects lead to the glossary. Yeah, I don't think there's a... Yeah, I don't believe we can search redirects. Fortunately. Do those have redirects? Do they? Chat, does Makotan Makar and Narufumidas and things have one? Nihui Vinte? I don't think they have nicknames is the thing. You don't just get to make up a nickname yourself. It has to like sort of catch on in the community. Midas does have one. That's true. Midas has one. The Earth one does have redirect. Does have Midas. Hello, Dracon. I bought the 3-character Sandy and the 2 Eternals. I don't have them for some reason. Do I have to throw hands with Mist before I unlock them? I don't understand the question. Does anybody know what Azure's asking? Oh, in Relink. Okay, that's... Does anybody know? For Guild Wars, which one's more useful? Third attack Dinger. First special Mark II. First attack Mark II. Depends if you're Magna or Primal. Oh, it says Magna. I just can't read Magna. Am I using special in Magna? Am I using attack Lagrange? I suggest not doing any of them, and then deciding in Guild War which one you want based on if you need one then. Don't need to pre-do it. Don't you have to beat... You don't have to beat Lucilius, just claim them from Siero. Oh, you just claim them from Siero, there we go. How to pronounce Satia between Sartia and Satyr. I think there's a couple of pronunciations. I think it depends on like if you're American or British pronunciation or things like that. What I do know is that the Japanese says like Satirus, if that matters to you. But I've heard Satyr and I've heard Satya or something. But I think it's Satyr, right? I'm not sure. Do I really have to jack off all of the trades? What? What does that even mean, chat? It's Satyr, okay. No, I think this is just a joke. If this is a serious question, can you reword it, please? No, I'm pretty sure it's... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just... They're just... memeing. We'll ask it just to be sure, though. Hi, I'm a mid-game player. I was wondering when slotting in summons, should I... When slotting in summons, should I just be slotting in things with high base stats, regardless of whether the sub affects my party? Or is it worth to use summons with lower uncaps if they have more beneficial sub effects? Thanks. Depends on which sub effects. Depends on which sub aura effects. But generally, things like Belial, the Primarchs, Mikhail, Gabriel, Uriel, etc. Is there any other sub aura? Ultimately, you just... As a Wind main, what do you expect from Katsune's Transcendence? Or do I think he needs? I'm thinking he might get Judgment's Revive effect and with Sentenced, but beyond that, I don't know what they would give him. Well, I hope not. Well, I hope not. Because... because Sentenced in its current form sucks. Honestly, for cuts, I want more. Some more utility. Things like spell / debuff. Sentenced is really bad. Don't say that because that means Alayan is getting double strike. What do I expect from cuts? I don't really have expectations, but that's what I would want. But putting dispels or debuffs on characters like this is very dangerous. What's your favorite job in GBF? My favorite class? I've always actually really liked Mana Diver, to be honest. I like the modular nature of it. I think that's still my answer. Honestly, aside from its design, its visual design, I really like Mana Diver. I like the modular nature of the class with its monitors. Like Onmyoji. Onmyoji is like one of my favorite designs. I don't really like the class itself. I have 150 gold mins for a Siero ticket. Should I save it for galas? Save it for galas. Would it be valid to use it for summer horrors before banner changes? So firstly, Siero's pulls. You can choose anything on the current banner with a Siero with the Siero ticks. Summer Horus is on the banner. What's the date, chat? April 17th? So you actually can Siero ticks her if you want. It's 15th, thank you. April 15th. So you can actually Siero ticks her anytime you want until then. Since we have Roulette, that also means that during Roulette free pulls, you have a chance to get her since she's still in the banner. Also, if by save it for galas, you meant save it for grands, then no. Siero tixing grands is not a good idea. Whether you should Siero tix Horus or not is another question entirely. It depends on too many things. Roulette's until the 30th, yes. A lot of people asking about Horus. They are. Lots of people asking about Horus. Oh, the classic. Is it worth getting those weapons from events that you get from joining 5, 10, 15, 20 raid backups? Let me see. When does this event end, by the way? Do I need to farm it? No, not for a while. I just got free ones. Why not? No? I mean, it depends how new you are, right? Depends on how new you are. I mean, it's free. Why not? I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Unless you're really lazy. You'd have to level them up from side stories. No, this isn't talking about side stories. This is talking about the current event, right? Why are you keeping the roulette? I like to keep roulette until a couple hours into the stream so people can join in and watch because many people usually ask to watch. So I'm not holding it because the banner reason or something. I'm holding it for stream content reasons. We can do it after this. LMAO that JP message. What does it say? Clarice is my wife. I see. Interesting. Interesting thing to say in my neighborhood. And now that you mentioned Belial, I've always wondered if the supplemental damage stacks with Pact. Yes. Yes, Belial does stack with Pact weapons. Does supplemental damage from buffs have a cap? No, but supplemental buffs usually, or is it always? Generally don't stack. No, but visual. Also, does supplemental damage, supplemental, no, there isn't a cap as far as I know, but to be pedantic, supplemental damage is capped at 1% of a current boss's HP per source. Yes, that is too pedantic for this, sorry. I think they're asking like, hey, is it like 100k or something else? I always get confused with what stacks with what. But in general, any source of damage stacks if it comes from a separate buff. Grid skills, character skills, summon calls. Generally, yes, yeah. Sometimes some buffs don't have sides, like we call those sides. It's like character skill side or summon side. Like Echo, for instance, has a summon side and a bunch of character sides, but supplemental doesn't have different sides as far as I know. So if I get supplemental from like Siero Call, is Siero Call supplemental? One of those gives supplemental Titan, right? No, does Titan? Either way, you guys know what I'm talking about. Like 6 dragon summons. Some of these things give supplemental, but like that doesn't necessarily stack with like skills. Titan does, yeah. As a player that's played on and off since 2024, has M3 farmed and the sizable roster, what's the best way about transitioning into bubs or Belial raids to uncap my opuses, revans and beyond? I feel a bit lost. Honestly, you just gotta get your feet wet. Honestly, you just gotta get your feet wet. Bubs and Belial are at the point where they're not too dangerous for veteran players, and many people, there's even full auto setups for them. So yeah, look up some setups for them and revans and to reverse engineer. Revans also has a guide on each of the wiki pages. If you want a brief overview without reading through the raid mechanics table. Diaspora. Example page. There we go. Bro, I got pepper in my nose. Go pick your nose then.
Raiswo just subscribed with
Ray, thank you for the prime. Managed to get stage 2 of Earth Water done. Gonna work on Light Dark. Gotta add the size so requirements stop after stage 3. Hardest part is unlocking them. Would a guide for solo quests be worth it? No, I don't think so. Hello, somewhat see. The thing about Belial's solo quest is that it's so different as well. I don't even remember, but I remember it being very different. Hello, somewhat seasonal player. I wasn't around when Odious. Unsure if he put out a video, but are they worth hosting or farming? No need to provide an in-depth answer if it's complicated. As with everything in the game, I don't see why not to farm it. I think it comes down to what other things you need to farm. Have you done M3s? If you haven't, I would do those first. Odious, Odious currently can be seen as a side grade to some Magna. That requires more, I don't know. Already with revans, you can move on to that too. But try a host. Odious is ultimately, but it might just be lower priority for you, ETM, depending on what you have / haven't done. I would host the drop rate boosted under if you can. But that's it, done. We're caught up, chat. We're caught up. Let me see what I missed in chat. Any SSR ticket with a set pool can be used right away? Yep. Should I spend the 6 gold bricks I have on the 5th uncapped Opus, or is there another use I should know about? I don't have any plans on recruiting Eternals. Do the Opus then, yeah. 5th uncapped for Opus needs the gold brick. That's part of the reason why I say don't use gold bricks, because things like your Opus needs them, and Opus goes in pretty much every single grid. And you said you're not planning on Eternals yet either, so there are no other gold bar uses actually. It's only for Opus, so yeah, go for it. There's probably some other gold bar thing I forgot, but yeah. No, those are the 2 main things anyways. And tomorrow is Flash, it is. Tomorrow is indeed Flash. Can it be tomorrow morning already? Opus 5 stars probably the most important use for the brick, yeah. Roll saving time tomorrow. So the next roulette pulls you get at 5 AM JST. So those ones, yes. But today's ones you can use it. And let's use ours after this raid chat. Hello, Slow C. I was just gonna screenshot this, Fox, based on what was in JJ's thing on the crew screen. Holy, it is broken. What's broken? What's broken? Wait, it's working now. Never mind. Wait. Give me a sec. All right, let's see. How important is strike time and how do you like to space them? So strike time is something that's more important when you're early on, because having that charge bar at the start means that because charge attacks are generally more stronger the earlier you are in the game, just due to how the damage formula works. What happens for me actually is if you look at mine, you can actually turn on the 100% charge bar that you get. That's going to be the main reason you guys use it, or new players will tend to use it. So do you see the 100% charge bar? I actually have mine off because I don't want it, because it messes up my setups if I have it on, because I make my setups with strike time off in mind. So ultimately, how important is it? Not very. Not very. One thing to note though is that you actually get more experience. Is it rank points as well, chat? You get slightly more experience and rank points during strike time. I don't know if it ever says anywhere. It probably does somewhere. It probably says somewhere, but you actually get slightly more experience and I think RP as well during strike time. So if you want to optimize that, then yeah, you can do that. But yes, strike time settings is for you. The crew leader might be able to set an overall strike time. So if someone doesn't specify what time they want, then they'll just get the default time. But this is only for me. Me setting 3 to 5 a.m. is just for me. All right, let's see. What else did I miss in chat? You mentioned Fenian Blind. Is it a good idea to summon on tomorrow's banner or wait till 100 guarantee summons later? So Little Shogun. Tomorrow's banner is good if you want to guarantee getting the summer characters. We don't know which summer characters are there yet, but tomorrow we'll know which summer characters. If you want to guarantee those guys, then tomorrow's banner is better to spark on compared to the 100 one. The 100 one is a bigger discount, right? But yeah. It depends on how much you want the summer ones specifically. I was worried about setting it up, but it's nice to know it's not as major as I thought. Yeah, so Fox, at one point in time, it was for everyone in the crew. So it did matter. But these days, since everyone can just set it for themselves, it doesn't matter. Now it came to me that you're gonna have to spend quite some time explaining how Guild War works. Yeah, I do have a Guild War video already, but I might release a new one because I can't remember when that was. Hey, can you explain what Yatima exactly does? I read the guide. I'm still confused. Okay, no worries. I can. I can do it. So, if you look here, I don't need to explain this, right? This is easy. The main just gives elemental attack, and the sub, if it's a sub aura, it means that if it's in any of these 6 slots, not here, if it's in any of these 6 slots, then you can call 2 summons per turn. Right, that one's easy. So I'll skip that one. Over here, well, let's break it down one by one. 1 turn cut to all ally skill cooldowns. -1 on your cooldowns, easy. Next, activates effects of 2 equipped summons at random. Activated calls don't deal damage. Excludes sub-aura summons and one-time use calls. Okay, so when you call this summon, it chooses 2 summons from these 4 slots. That's how it works. It's saying it won't choose from here. It will only choose from here. But there is one more restriction. It said that it will not choose one-time calls. Some calls in the game can only be called once. So for example, this one here, this one can't be called twice. It says can't resummon there. It can only be called once. Belial's call, this other one, it says can't resummon. There's a couple of summons like this in the game, right? Some summons in the game you just can't recall. Like this one. Can't resummon. So there's a few summons in the game that you can't recall. Bubs is another one. Can't resummon. Any summon that has can't resummon, it means that Yatima can't call it. Cannot resummon, as you can see. Which means that if you have 2 summons that have can't resummon, Yatima calls 2 randomly from here. But she has 2 things that she cannot call, which means it's guaranteed that she calls these 2. And that's exactly what's happening here. If I call Yatima, then she will always call this summon here and this summon here, because she cannot call these 2. That's how it works. Hopefully that makes sense. Why does your Yatima change to a Rose Queen? So, because I have a skin on it. You'll see that here. I have a skin. If I put a skin on, it changes the look and the animation to Rose Queen. You might be asking, hey, why do you want to do that? And it's because I'm a filthy meta player, and Rose Queen happens to be the fastest animation summon. That's the reason. So yeah, oftentimes you will see that. So yeah, have a look here. This is currently Rose Queen. It's actually Yatima, but it's skinned as Rose Queen. So when I call it, that's the animation. Whereas if I have, let's pretend we have a really long summon. If I have a really long summon, and then we do the same thing. So there's a slight meta reason. Do you understand? Rose Queen just happens to be the fastest one in the game. There are other fast ones. So to get the same effect, it just took longer. That's the fast animation. That's the fast animation for that summon. This is the slowest summon in the game. I'm not a nerd, chat, I swear, but I did make a page listing all of these. Free-to-play players, Bellringer Angel is your best one. Bellringer Angel is from a side story, which is available, right, in Steam. It's Shadowverse, so it should be, right? I imagine Shadowverse is available. So Ding Dong is the fastest one for free-to-play players. These ones are all gacha. And I mean, that's a collab. You can't even get it anymore. But yeah, gacha, 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 gacha. But Rose Queen is the fastest. And Verona Heart is the slowest. So yeah. There's a slight meta reason for why you want to skin a summon. But honestly, new players probably haven't turned off animations yet. Summon skip animations. I think you should preserve that innocence for longer because summon animations are so cool. And as a meta player or as someone who wants to be optimal, you just never get to see them because they're super long. Right? Like Bub's Call is super cool. But I just never get to see it. Like, look at this shit. Looks so cool. Never get to see it though. I thought that was on fast. You're telling me that was skip. The really slow one? Yeah, that was on skip. Like there's plenty of really cool, like even Yatima's one is really cool from memory anyways. So yeah, it's for going esports. So yeah, preserve your innocence for longer. Preserve your innocence for longer. Don't worry about like things like this. That's Bubs' animation. See, like some of these players won't even know what Bubs' animation is. Kaguya summon art is really pretty, yeah. So yeah, that's why you skin a summon. By the way, the same logic can apply to weapons as well. Some weapons have really fast but boring Ogis. Yeah. All right, let's do the gacha, I think, chat. I thought skip would be like skip. It skips most of it. It's sort of like CA skip as well. CA skip animation doesn't skip all the CA's animation, but it skips most of it. Is there a page for weapon animations? No, there isn't. There's too many weapons. I'm not making that. I made this page because I was curious. But there's even more weapons. And also, this page doesn't do like SRs and things like that. But you can't even... I guess you can't actually do these ones. No, you can, but I think they're all slower. Rose Queen is the fastest, as far as I know. All right. There is a site if you want to see the animations. Yes, you can. Doesn't MC skin overwrite weapon animations? It depends if the MC skin has a Ogi animation. Not all of them do. All right. We start with Idealist Roulette. Here we go. We are an idealist, chat. Tomorrow's the big day. Yes, tomorrow's the big day. Today you can use your roulette. Tomorrow you should save. The next resets roulette you should save. What's an Ogi? An Ogi is a charge attack, sorry. Yeah, whenever I say Ogi, that is the Japanese word for special attack, which means charge attack. I say Ogi because it's less syllables than charge attack. But that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's like secret art. All right, let's go. Hey, great timing. I got something awesome for you. All right, chat. I like how DY's chatters keep him in check. Yeah, there'll be slang I use. Jargon that I just forget is jargon. Not bad. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. Pretty good, actually. Anything above 20 is a win. All right. So there isn't actually... no, there is Tefnut. I forgot about Tefnut. I have most of them. I'm missing Elmod and Tefnut. All right, let's see. Click. You don't have all characters? No, I don't. Discord? Yeah. There we go. Okay, 2 more. And then 1 more. Chat, we didn't get anything. Feels bad. It's fine. I got pretty lucky in my pulls yesterday. I will not speak. All right, 0. Dun, 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 dun. There, let's see. You. Mods. Chat reminder. No gacha in chat. Is Light Arya good? I think so. She looks decent. I don't think she's like super duper meta or anything, but I think she looks fun. All right, that's done. Next, let me see. Co-op raids. Let's do that mission. Oh, by the way, those of you who are new, see, I'm gonna recommend this, but some people don't do this because they're lazy. I've already done it. I forgot. But do you see these missions here every day? I didn't do scratches. Let's do scratches. Yeah. I'll just mention this because I'm here. Co-op missions has like this daily thing. Try to do these because the shop here has a ticket. When you buy it, it goes out of stock, at which point you have to buy the rest. When you buy everything in the shop resets. So if you look here, if I trade everything, see how the ticket's back now? So this is like another ticket. It's not many tickets throughout the year, to be fair, but you know, I like farming everything. You can do it if you find it not annoying. A lot of people don't do it because they find the co-op menu very annoying. I will give a little tip, I guess, though. So if you're in a room already, you can click missions and you can click the quest itself. And then that will just select the quest. But you have to click it twice. Now, why do you have to click it twice? I don't know. You have to click once to cancel your current quest and then click it again to get the next one. But like this is what I mean by like some people don't do it because it's annoying. But yeah. Yeah, it's a free single ticket every 14-ish days. I think it was like, what is it? I mean, I guess it's just 365 divided by 14. So that's like 26 pulls a year. The side games remember this exists. I'm sure they do. The MP shop. I was wondering where I got those. Yeah, it's the mission points, I believe, is the abbreviation. Someone got the dummy one. The Lily one. Yeah, I saw it. My goal this year is hoarding 300 tickets and then using them all at once, just for the fun of the game. Just tickets? That'd be sort of fun. Is it fun? I don't know. I guess it could be fun. New players are gonna have to co-op a lot for the giant booba demon. Yes. Pandemonium 4. Yes. That's something you need. Oh, Pandemonium Final. Sorry, not 4. All right, let's do scratches, chat. Let me see this. Where are we? Scratches. Is it normal to not see anything in the Discord? No, you have to click the roles. If you click the roles, you should see everything. If you still click the roles and don't see anything, try logging, like reopening Discord. And if it still doesn't work, something's probably wrong. But if something was wrong, I think I would have been told by now. So it's probably either roles or your Discord is bugging. All right, 3 coins. Yeah, because I haven't logged in for a couple days. Or I forgot to do it a couple days. All right, here we go. Try your luck. Diantha? I don't believe in this card, chat. This is superstition, by the way. This is a meme where we think the design of the card affects the rewards of the card, but I like to play along with it. I don't believe in the idols. It's not an actual thing, chat. Okay, see, I think we're done already. See, I think we're already done. Okay. Okay. We'll take artifact reroll, sure. Artifact reroll, okay. There was an Orologia bait. Look at that. Bait used to be believable. That's what I thought in my Raphael clip, though. All right, again. 2 more. Siero? Hold up. This one's got to be OP, right? It's Siero herself. It has to be. This one has to be good. It's her ticket. Siero ticket. It's time. Gold Moon's fine. Silver Moon's okay too. I don't want that. Don't give me that. Okay, we take Gold Moon. That's good. That was good. That was good. That was good. If I got Water Excalibur, I would have been sad. Because I already have it. Alright, alright. One more. Fez. Okay, Extra Fez is pretty good. I think Extra Fez card's good. We have the festival, the summer art. Fez is bait. No, I believe in Fez. Fez has never let me down. Fez has never ever let me down. If you give me Dama ingots, I will cry. If you give me Dama crystals, I'll cry. Oh, please no. Please no. I don't want Dama crystals. I don't want this. It's not that this is bad, chat. This is really good, especially if you're newer. It's just that I have so many of these, and the problem with these is that they don't give pity. Like Sierra's gives you like another coin or a ticket or whatever if you get something bad, but these are considered good, and they are good. It's just that I don't need them. You don't get the pity. I'm still at 4. I've had 3 Dama crystals. Where is it? Prizes 1. Crystal. Crystal. Another one there. And then another one there. Oh, that could have been 3 tickets. Zach got an SSR ticket. Okay, let's be real. Let's be real. It's not even a grand ticket. Birthday Step Up Special is active. I'm good. Gold Moon is better than SSR ticket. I think so, because the SSR ticket can give you quartz or the other one. The Gold Moon weapons, vintage weapons. That's so many Dama crystals. It is. Gold Moon's way better, yeah. Wasn't it 2 Gold Moons as well? Yeah, it's way better. Could also give you amp. The chances that is so low. I mean, okay, the SSR ticket is better than newer UI. On my account, SSR ticket is not good overall. It's a, at best, 1 Gold Moon ticket. Okay, not at best. Second best is Gold Moon. 1 Gold Moon, which is not most of the time. Rainbow Bow for sure gives me Kupitan, right? I don't know how to break this to you. Unbelievable. Discord. Chat, is it time to make my Discord command not a bait command? If you guys don't know, my Discord command's an entirely a bait command. And the reason, by the way, I have a viable reason for this. And it's because at some point when I was streaming on Twitch, there were bots that would just go around typing !Discord to join. And they would join and then they'd try scam people and shit. So I was like, fuck that, I'm not making my Discord command accessible. And I just bait people into typing it. And then when I see them type it and I realize they're not a real person, when I realize they're a real person rather, then I type it myself. Yeah, we still see the bots, to be honest. But I do feel bad about baiting people. Like, it's not very uncommon, right? I think just like last time I was streaming, someone typed it and I said, hello. And I said, are you a real person? And then they didn't respond. So I have to assume that's a bot. But to be honest, my Discord link isn't like hidden or anything. It's like in my YouTube video and things like that too. So who knows? I think it's fine at this point. Are you a real person? You know, I've been told I am. But then chat also does try to gaslight me into thinking things that aren't true as well. So maybe not. Or maybe I am. Maybe I'm only questioning myself because of chat. To be honest, I just imagine you are the bot responding to someone typing Discord. Could I get some advice on team building? Because I got pretty unlucky on SSR. Sure. What would you like to know? I think early on, by the way, if you're lacking SSRs, it's really, I don't think it would matter too much who you put in. The other thing you can always consider is that, for example, if let's say your win team is far stronger than your dark team because you just didn't get any SSRs, then you can use the win team against light foes. You'll just be doing less damage than if you were using an equally strong dark team. Let's do this. We did do that. We also have 7 days of Gala starting tomorrow. Yeah. Don't forget. If your gacha pulls haven't been lucky so far, tomorrow is when 6% starts. So you'll get double the amount of SSRs. That's how math works, I believe. But yeah, if you have any specifics, then feel free to ask. I've been using my water team to compensate and throwing Lyria in every team. I think they did a really smart thing releasing Lyria with the Steam release, because she's such a good character, and since she goes in every element, she's such a good quote unquote, I guess, like investment early on as well. Yeah, her uncapped mats are a little bit more annoying, but I think she more than makes up for it too. And the fact that when you're early on, you lack SSRs to put in every team, her being in every element helps a lot. This might be a dumb question, but what classes are good for activating Sidala S4? My FO's stuck at 40 until I get more books. Sidala S4. Honestly, I don't really use Sidala S4 outside of endgame high level teams. High level content. When MC uses a buff skill, Earth MC uses a damage skill, yeah. I think I used Mana Diver at the time. You'll save yourself stress by pretending it isn't real, yeah. So if I get 0, I'm still gonna get 0. Hopefully not. Hopefully you're just saving your luck. Let's look at it that way. Lyria's pretty good for joining Fire Odious. Yeah, Lyria's actually really good. We were using her in the second hardest raid in the game when she first came out. And she works well enough for me there. Well enough for a free character anyways. I think she literally outperforms some harder to get characters too. Is it still possible to get that MC skin? This is from Granblue Versus. I believe Versus codes are not generated after a certain point. Have we reached that point yet? But it's from Versus. Original Granblue Versus, that is, not Rising. And you have to get it on the PlayStation. Because codes aren't on the Steam version. I'm sure there are some code resellers out there. So you might be able to get one through them. Yeah, this one was from the Belial DLC. Versus codes go away in April. Okay, yeah. I believe like any codes that are already generated can be used. It's more that the game will stop generating more codes. You meant Avatar Belial. Yes, yes. Regular Belial was something else. Yeah, you're right, you're right. This is Avatar Belial. Who's the 4th character? She looks neat. This is Gabriel. I'll bring her up on the wiki. Gabriel. There she is in chat as well. But this is Gabriel. She's one of the Primarchs, lore-wise. Primarchs being the angels. And she's the water archangel. She's a very strong character. Very, very strong character. Isn't she the teacher to Europa? Yeah, so all the archangels have characters that we call disciples. And Europa is Gabriel's disciple. I haven't seen anyone else use Shukra. Shukra is sort of fun here because she does a lot of debuffs, and this raid wants debuffs. She has an inherently random nature to her skills because she depends on dodging, and her dodge rate is inconsistent, which does mean my raid fails sometimes. But she helps getting the conditional up is the main thing. I can use Europa here actually, but we don't get the conditional as high, but Europa makes it consistent. I'm just using Shukra for fun because I like you guys said, I don't really use it elsewhere. Is there a page that shows the recommended downside of Odious? No. At least not that I'm aware of. Where is that Sidala image from? Hopefully someone saw it because I missed it. I missed which Sidala it was. When did Europa fall in love with MC? I don't know. Probably her first Fate episode is my guess. It's the swimsuit Sidala. Oh, that was from a Zodiac event. It's from a Zodiac event. I don't know if streamer answered, but does Dark Magna have any good main hand weapons besides Excalibur? For Fighter Origin, I would imagine. I'm thinking about just uncapping Indala Sword. I personally wouldn't. Seems like very low return when you can just use something like Fidel Sword or something. Like Indala Sword isn't actually going to do much. I don't know what context you're trying to bring FO into, but yeah, I would just go with I'll just go with Fidel Sword or something. Like, are you Primal? Is that what's going on? Pretty sure that Zodiac event. Yeah, I forget which one, but there is a Zodiac event coming soon. Basky has some good info on what to farm. Oh, there we go. Awesome. Damn, your debuff skills always line up for the Omen. Yes, that's why we bring this class, actually. I'll explain it in a moment. But this raid has the 2 debuff skills Omen, right? Is it okay to put Imager links? Yep, go for it. Go for it, go for it. I wanted some advice on what units I should invest into and what units to avoid. Yeah, no worries. What I will say though, even before looking, is that GBF is a type of game where you end up leveling everybody. Just like how you level all your classes. GBF doesn't really, like the uncapped mats at the start is limited. So right now you might want to prioritize, but just know that even if you uncap the quote unquote wrong character, it's all completely fine by the end. Like if you have a look at my inventory, I've literally leveled up all my rares and uncapped all of them. I've done the exact same thing for SRs. And I've done the exact same thing for all 577 SSRs that I have. Everybody's leveled up. Everybody has something that you might not be aware of, but something called EMPs as well. Has enough EMPs to get every EMP that I want and things like that. So it's pretty much only an early game problem for who to uncap first or something. Page 1, page 2, sure. Let's take a look-see. Before I look at it though, I will explain this party real fast. So I'm using Chaos Ruler. The reason we use Chaos Ruler is because Chaos Ruler is passive. Here it says 1 turn reduction to skill cooldowns and 1 turn cut to debuff skill durations, right? So we have these. So that means that this is consistently happening because it's a debuff skill. That's why we bring Chaos Ruler. And that's why we bring this against that raid, because it has that trigger. That's a puzzle piece that we solved, I guess, is a way to look at it. Are you forced to level the crew SR? I don't think so, are you? I don't believe so. Is it clear what to click to get the cool people's role? Let me see. I thought you didn't need to get cool people anymore. Colin made it. I have to ask Colin. What do you have to click to get it? Well, wait, people have been joining for a while now, right? Has everyone not been able to get this role? Well, no, I don't think either of them give it cap. I'm pretty sure. Wait, this is a Colin question. Wait. Sorry, I'll get to your thing in a moment, Fox. Actually, Fox, I imagine you just joined the Discord server. Can you click that you solemnly agree to the rules? Does that give you the role? I thought that did. Maybe it doesn't. Or have you already clicked it? You might have already clicked it too. I have no idea. Wait, if this is the case, that means people have been joining forever and not been able to see anything. But I don't believe that. I clicked it and nothing happened. Great. Do you see any other channel? I don't... You see cool art. I don't even know why you can view that. Okay, I need to message Colin. Colin's sleeping. I'll fix this. Cap, can you just give everyone the role for now? Wait, I feel bad now. That means like so many people have joined and not been able to see anything. I joined a few days ago. Everything was fine. Huh. No, because here's the thing, right? I don't think you need cool people role to join it, to view anything, because I actually proposed we just get rid of it. But Colin didn't get rid of it because he was worried it would break too many things. So I thought he made it so that you just get auto-given the role or something. Maybe Carbot's meant to do it, but Carbot's down or something. Blue has the same thing you do. Okay, okay. Thank you for letting me know, by the way. But that's what you see. It looks like it's a today problem. Yeah, until Cap helped you. Okay. Yeah, no, this seems recent because I think if this was wrong or if this wasn't set up properly, we would have known for like over 2 months or something ever since we revamped roles on Discord. So yeah, it seems recent, but I don't know what's causing it. The mod let you in. Nice. Okay. Yeah, for now, Cap will let you in. I will figure out what's going on. Colin, who is the one who handled all of this, the revamping, knows how cool people work. So I'll just wait till he's awake. He's in Europe though, so it might be a bit. I think for now we'll just manually give you guys the role. If not, you should all be fine now. Thank you. All right, let's have a look at this. If you guys asked a question while I was trying to sort this out, let me know. Or just repeat the question, I guess. I joined a week ago. I can see all the channels. Yeah, you should be able to. So I think it just. I have a feeling it has to do with Carbot, but also this probably shows that we shouldn't rely on that in the first place. Colin should be awake in not too long. Yeah, Colin's usually awake soon, so should be okay. Okay, let me see. So your character's Fox. You just want to know who is good, basically, and who to like level up, right? Who to level up and who to uncap for now. Raziel is very good. Top right character. Who to invest in for teams. Alright, so let's look at, well, actually, let's go in order. We'll go fire. For some of these, you might not have much choice, to be honest. Yeah, fire, you only have 3, so you would just go with those, I guess. Out of the fire ones, Yule's okay. Yule's good. Yule's fine. Drang, I've personally not really familiar with the kit. But Ilnot's a skill damage dealer, so she should be fine as well. But Yule's probably your best fire character. She was actually used in some meta teams for a while too. Very good character. Water, it looks like you like Pela. And Angie. Those two are obviously very good. They're very good together is the other thing. You've already got Fellaine. Fellane's good too. Water team's set, honestly. You can level Lily if you want. But I would just put a backline. Wouldn't worry too much about it. Lily is very good defensively. So if you find that you're dying a lot, you can use Lily. But I don't think that will be a problem with the other characters you have, is the other thing. So there's that. Alright, next, Earth. Okay, Earth we had Raziel. Raziel for sure. Alethea is very good. Alethea is very good. So I would get him. The other thing Alethea does, I'll just mention this because it's a good talking point, is that the earlier you are, the higher value plane damage has. Plane damage is true damage or pure damage, or I don't know. Basically, this one also deals 99999 plane damage. This is like guaranteed damage. So when early on, things are lower HP, sometimes these sorts of things will just one-shot them. This doesn't scale with your grid. It always does this much. So the weaker your grid, the more damage something like this does, right? Compared to your regular skills. It's fixed damage, yeah, exactly. The other thing is, even without that, he's still very good. So he does a lot of skill damage. Characters that do a lot of skills and charge attacks are going to be useful at the early point in the game. And Aletheia does that. So those are two there. And then you have Emilia, Halasena. Emilia, Halasena. Out of those two, I would personally do Emilia. Emilia has a reactive skill nuke, which I think is really useful. In full auto, she can't use this skill, which is a bit annoying. But she still gives a buff to everybody, which is nice. And then this skill here, when a foe uses a special attack, she automatically activates it. And that's really nice because this gives you some sustain. So you took a big attack, now you heal a bit, and you remove a debuff if that hit happened to debuff. So that's what I would use for Earth. I saw there's 3 characters. Are those ROTB characters good? They are. They are. Hello, Luffy. Lily, Aletheia are good for early accounts. Yeah, I agree. All right, Wind. Oh, you have Grimnir and Mini Grimnir. Let's see. Wind. Hag Clarice is very good. One of the best characters at the moment in Wind for full auto. Very good character, this one. Even saw some use in some skill match teams. So yeah, this character, you actually have one of the best Wind characters here. Cag and Clarice, very good. As for your other 2 Wind, there's a couple choices here. I would choose your favorite from Carmelina. Pick 2 basically out of Carmelina, Sulfira, Grimnir, and Mini Grimnir. I think Grimnir, my suggestion would be Grimnir. I'm not biased here. I do actually think Grimnir with his FLB will be good for new accounts. He also does charge attack things. There is also Richard too. Richard's not bad. Actually, Richard gives Echo as well, but you're not, normal attacks aren't doing much early on. Did we say Annual is core? No. No propaganda here, sorry. Annual's, I mean, that's the thing. Annual's fine too. Annual is, where is it? This character here. She's fine as well. So Richard has this passive. Boost to wind allies multi-attack bonus wind damage and supplement damage based on the number of chips he has. And he gains chips from this. Consume 30% bar to add 1 chip and you can bet chips to play poker. What a funny character. So he's sort of a support, like a buffer in a sense. Yeah, he gambles in the middle of battle. So for now, definitely add Cag Clarice. The rest of your characters is something between Carmelina, Grimnir, Richard, I would say. I think those are your best choices. Enyo, I think, is a little too slow. Mitera, I think the same. I think Sulfura is okay as well, but yeah. I think in this case, Carmelina and Grimnir actually do stuff, and Richard's, he's a funny character. Happens to buff as well. I'll probably go Grim and Richard. I like the gambling part of his kit. Fair enough, yeah. That works. And you'll synergize as well. You need something to dispel though, chat. You have to remember. Right, and that's why Enyo's a bit more situational. Okay, so what chat is talking about here is that Enyo, this character, when an ally removes a foe's buff, that's a key point. The foe needs to have a buff for you to actually remove. If you can, then Enyo's good. So maybe chuck her backline, and then if you see the boss gaining buffs, then you can bring her. Because the big thing about Cag and Clarice is that they dispel the buff. They dispel buffs really easily. And they also have the same thing, but their kit doesn't rely fully on that. Where is it? When a foe uses a special attack, activate this skill, which heals, and it ends cooldown for their first skill, which removes a buff. So basically, consistently, they can remove buffs. Yeah, you can bring her for Dispel Synergy. Thank you for the follow. You know how earlier we said Alethea is really good because like, or that Amelia is really good because she gives you a little bit of sustain? Kag and Clarice does that but better. See, it heals, removes a debuff, and it makes them heal more in the future by giving themselves extra healing, like specs. And then Kag and Clarice also has like this offensive buff. Offensive defensive buff here too. Not so character, honestly. Very, very good character. And you can be good in full auto. And you can be good in full auto. Once again, her main thing is that she needs to be targeted 5 times. There's a reason why characters like Athena aren't commonly seen in the meta these days. And it's because you need to be targeted 5 times. And then on the 6th turn onwards, if you got targeted 5 times, then it's good. Amelia gives you 3 play points back, though. That's the wrong game. All right, Light, next. Ko's very good. Use Ko. The thing Ko's really good at, especially for where you're at in the game, is characters that give charge bar is good, and Ko does that. Light allies in the previous and next position, so before and after Ko, get full charge bar, that's instant charge, and they get this, which is their charge attacks do more damage, their charge attacks happen twice, and they get free charge bar for 2 turns. So for like 2 turns, for 3 turns, for 3 turns, basically they get free charge bar and their charge attacks activate twice. So very, very strong Ogi support here. You spam charge attacks here. Ogi meaning charge attacks, once again. And then your other light characters, not too many options here, right? So you would put this character after MC, so MC is affected. And then you want to put someone else afterwards. Sarah's okay. Honestly, I used Sarah when I was new. I don't know what Drusilla does. Let me check. I don't remember. Drusilla gains 1 VIP ticket. Only the finest. Attack and defense are lowered. This is an option skill, remove a buff. Not too much there. I would just use Albert and Sandy, I think. Or I would use Sarah. I think Sarah. Actually, you know what? Sarah with the... So here's the thing, right? Yeah, I think Albert's solid. Sarah does this. She activates a skill nuke on charge attack. And she will activate the... She will activate this skill whenever the foe uses a special attack too. I think Sarah's fine. I think you choose 2 out of Albert. This one. Albert, I think Sandy's fine too. And Sarah. Yeah, Sandy can be fine because Sandy needs to charge attack to wrap. And Ko gives him that charge attack too. So there's a bit of nice synergy there. Are the 6 dragon weapons and summons outdated? The 6 dragon weapons... Fidel's spine is still used. Iwia's beak can still be used. It's not usually though. Luo was never used. Wilnas, no. Wamdus is still okay. And then Galleongan is still fine too. So no, not all of them are outdated. Some of them are. And then the summons are good for Primal grids, for Optimus grids. Yeah, there's many types of 6 dragon weapons. Why Albert doesn't he deal 2 element damage types? He does, right? He does. He does the fire damage thing. Or is it light and fire? Why does he do this? I actually don't know. I imagine it's a lore reason. But Albert's good. He does a lot of skills. See this skill here? Instant charge, which gives him a charge attack. And then he clicks all of his skills. So that's sort of nice. And then that's only at level 100 though, so, or 95. And then this one gives him the double strike next turn. These skills do decent damage. He also has this, activate the skill at the end of the turn. You'll notice that a lot of the characters we're recommending do a lot of skill damage or charge attack damage. Yeah, he does consistent skill damage. He self-inflicts paralyze, yes, but you can get this one. Have you guys learned about EMPs yet? EMPs is short for extended mastery perks. It's like a little character skill tree that each character has. It is slightly different per character. This is Vera's one. The final star here, if it exists for the character, they're usually released after the character's release, like a year or two down the line. They can give something special. And in Albert's case, right, it gives him 100% chance to attack, even if he's electrified. Usually electrified means that you can't do anything. But with this, it means that he can still attack. So if you're using Albert, put your first 3 points into this. Is there ideal setups for EMPs? There are generally stats that people prioritize. But just remember that it's okay to make a mistake here because you can just unallocate the node and farm more XP. But in general, I'll just give you a quick rundown. In general, if there's anything that gives a cap up skill, so if there's anything that gives cap up, like this, CA damage cap, that's generally good. Debuff success, generally good. HP, generally good but lower priority. Attack, generally good but lower priority. It ultimately depends on what you're using the character for as well. Some characters will have more unique ones too. Like some characters have charge bar gain. Those are generally very important on characters that happen to have them. Charge bar gain, this one. Boost to charge bar speed. Characters that get this generally need a lot of charge bar, and this helps them get it faster. So yeah, to reiterate, triple attack, usually very good. Any sort of cap, very good. Debuff success tends to be good too. The final star is dependent on what the final star is. So do that. And then attack and HP are good, but lower priority. The elemental attack is also generally good as well. Crit nodes used to be in favor, but these days people like the more consistent attacks. Crit was good when we didn't have enough damage in our grids and we needed crit to hit higher numbers. But now our grids are generally stronger, so we go for more consistent damage, if that makes sense. By the way, for all characters, not all, most characters, you can go to the strategy page. So if I go to Albert, I go to strategy, up here, and then you can scroll down, and there's some recommendations here. You might notice that a lot of the recommendations have crit, and these are because they're from a while ago, right? It says 2024, but like these websites haven't actually updated their stuff in a while. But you can get an idea of what is favored. Some characters, like they have a lot of crit nodes, but you can just swap out the crit for attack nodes, and it's the same thing. I promise you that is not from 2024. But if you're completely lost, you can follow that. And just as a note, once again, EMPs, you don't like brick your character if you take the wrong thing. So feel free to take something and experiment around. Yeah, exactly. Crit, especially for when your grids are weaker, is fine. Because remember how I said, like, we used to use crit a lot when our grids were weaker and we just needed more damage. But now our grids are stronger, so we take the consistency over the extra damage because we don't need that damage anymore. You're not at the point where you're at endgame grids, so that extra damage can help. Yeah, TA is better in some of these. Yeah, this is before TA ended up being really good. These days we do take TA. So yeah. Oh, and one thing to note, by the way, is that for character EMPs, if you see the nodes, the first node is always more efficient. See that? It says 500, so you get 500 points of attack. then you only get 300 points, and then you only get 200 points, right? So if you have 3 stars, it's better to, let's pretend that this was an attack node. It's better to go 1, 1, 1. Does that make sense? The first node of triple attack is only 2%, then it's only 1%, 2% again, and then it's only 1%, right? So the first node is usually more efficient. So go for the first node, except, by the way, except for crit. Crit is the one exception. Don't ask me why. Crit you want to max. Crit is better when you put more points into it. And the other exception here is MC. So for MC, the EMPs, every class you get, you also have the nodes. At the start, you won't have all of these. In fact, I don't even have all of them because this depends on your rank. The higher rank you get, the more nodes you'll get. And the more stars you can put in here as well. So, MC also is the more nodes you put in, the better it is. Now, I don't recommend doing this on classes that you don't plan to use for a long time. So for most of you guys, this will be pretty much every class at the moment. Basically, once you get to row 4, then you can start putting some nodes in. But if you're using row 3s, I wouldn't worry about it because these classes are all temporary. Is it every class? So those nodes are local to that class. So if I put nodes in on Berserker, I have to put nodes in on Spartan. They don't carry over, which means you need more experience. So since it's not shared, you have to be sort of picky at the start. Especially because, let me bring up an alt account. Especially because on that screen, you'll find that you can actually unlock new skills for some characters, or some classes, I should say. Does the class EMP stack with other classes? No. So the EMP screen, this stuff is only for fighter. If I happen to get this attack, right, this is only for fighter. If I went to a different class here, if I went to knight as an example, if I went to knight, you'll see that there is no attack node, right? So it is only for that class. But if you have a look at a class like Dark Fencer, you'll see that at the bottom there's this extended mastery skills. So I can learn new skills using the EMP. I think this, depending on the skill, is more important. Some of these skills aren't very good. But yeah, for now, just if you happen to click on the purple button, you'll see this and you might think, oh, I want to level these up. Basically, what I'm trying to say is for classes, don't worry about it yet. For characters, feel free, but for classes, just worry about it in the future. I thought it stacks. So those are from class completion. You're talking about this, right? This is from leveling up a class to max. So each class, when you level it to max, gives a certain stat. Those do carry over. EMPs do not. Yeah. So you'll see that compared to that on my main account, if I look at the bonuses, the list is really long. And that's from leveling up every single class. And yes, that does buff any MC that you use. So yeah, once again, EMP nodes for classes, don't worry about it. For characters, feel free. Feel free, and once again, you won't brick anything. It's at the end of the day, even for classes, it's just you need more experience. But for classes, I'm just saying not to do it because you want to save it for classes that you're going to stick, actually play. And row 3s are just temporary classes to get to row 4. Row 4s and row 5s, you actually play. Row 5s aren't necessarily like strict upgrades, whereas row 1, 2, and 3 are there to just get to row 4. Yeah, EX2 feel free as well. Dude, I came back at a great time. Is there a place where it tells you what characters need for masteries or whatever? So characters, once again, for EMPs, there's no like set rule on what you need. But you can check on the wiki for a general recommendation, right? Newer characters might be missing, but if we go to like, I don't know, Narumaya, there's always a strategy page. You can click the strategy page and there will be extended mastery bonuses. Why is there so many for this character? But you can see, right? And you can take this as a general sort of recommendation. Oh, I didn't mention these earlier. Stamina and enmity tend to be good. Stamina especially. Enmity is less good, but stamina is good. There's some other ones like hostility. Hostility I wouldn't mess around with. Crit, holy yeah. Early on crit was favored, yeah. A lot of these like crit is going to be favored, and that's fine. Is there a priority for which class to go for? I know Kengo is good, but is that because of the CCW? Yeah, so the reason Kengo is recommended is because to unlock row 4s, you need to get a class champion weapon. So to gain access to this tier of classes, you need to build a class champion weapon. EX2s, you also need to build a class champion weapon, but for EX2s, it's a little different. You have to build the one for that class. So for Doctor, you have to build Doctor's class champion weapon. For Runeslayer, you have to build Runeslayer's one, and so on and so forth, right? Whereas for row 4s, you can build any class champion weapon. They don't care. So these guys aren't picky. EX2 is picky. The reason Kengo is suggested because A, it's a good class, and B, the class champion weapon is actually used. Nearly every single other class, in fact, I will say all other classes between row 4 and EX2, their class champion weapons suck. Nobody uses them. But Kengo's one is good. So that means while you're unlocking this class, you get the class champion weapon, which is actually used. You get a good class, which is good. And then from unlocking Kengo, you will gain access to unlock row 4 classes. So that's why Kengo is suggested. I thought crit EMPs were bad because they don't scale additively. Yeah, the crit numbers don't. The crit chance doesn't add together, but the multiplier does. So for example, if you have two crit nodes, both of them can crit, and then you do more damage at the end. Wait, man, I unlocked Berserker first. It's okay. It's small optimization. Once again, you want to unlock every single class at some point anyways. It's okay. All 6 elements for Kengo CCW is mandatory. Okay, firstly, all 6 elements Kengo CCW is useful, definitely not mandatory. Secondly, all 6 elements CCW, I think mentioning that to new players, I don't think is helpful. Because like class champion weapons are expensive. You're not going to have materials to get 6. Like this is like endgame optimization stuff. Oh, and you guys might ask, for Kengo, what element should you make? It doesn't really matter. At the end game, you do want one for each element, so it just comes down to what element you want to play. Like if you're currently playing water a lot, then just make it water. If you're playing earth a lot, then make it earth. It's helpful, but not something you do as a new player. Saying Kengo is endgame. Okay, Mikin. Are class 5 strict upgrades compared to the previous tier? No. Actually, no. So, when Cygames released row 5s, they made it clear that row 5s are meant to be an alternative to row 4s and not necessarily strictly better. And it shows. It shows because some row 4s are used over their row 5 counterparts. Some of them actually do entirely different things as well. So no, row 4s and row 5s are both used. So for example, right, we have like Spartan. Spartan, despite being part of the Night line here, is the most offensive of the Nightline. It has the most offensive skills. Whereas Paladin here is a really, really solid, like good tank. So if you want a tank, you want to bring Paladin. If you want to be more offensive, while still having some tank capabilities, you bring Spartan, as an example. So there's a bit of variation there. Sometimes the row 5 is just way better. Sometimes the row 4 is just way better. And sometimes there's a bit of situational use. Like, for example, Berserker is way better than Viking in today's current meta. Whereas Mana Diver is way better than Warlock in today's current meta. So sometimes it is like that. But often there is a use case for both. Like currently, earlier I was using Chaos Ruler for one of my raids because it has that special passive where it lowers skill cooldowns, which is really useful for some of my teams. And sometimes Onmyoji is very good because it has some very unique skills. I won't get into the details because it's too complicated, but yeah. So I think they're in a good spot, honestly. I heard Spartan was meta because of the 100% Phalanx. That is old meta, to be honest. You're talking about Phalanx. 70% all damage cut. So do you know about... So I've mentioned raids, right? Basically, back in the day, this raid here, it's a 6-man raid. So 6 people can join. How people cleared this raid at the time was with Phalanx. If you look at Phalanx, it has a 5-turn cooldown, which means that with 6 people, each person can click this once on each turn and you get 70% damage cut. So you take 70% less damage. So you would have to coordinate, like one person would do Phalanx on one turn, then the next person does Phalanx on the next turn, then the next person does Phalanx on the next turn. So you just rotate your Phalanxes for 100% uptime. Because Phalanx is one of the rare skills that affects all parties. So here, 70% all damage cut to all parties. Usually things are to all allies. That's the difference in wording. All parties means everybody in the raid. All allies means your entire team. So yeah. There was a time when Phalanx rotating was a thing. I actually didn't really play in those times. That was before I started playing. So before 2020, really. These days, it's not really a thing. It's not that Phalanx is a bad skill. It's just that we don't have to rotate Phalanxes like that anymore. Double Phalanx flashbacks. Yeah, there'll be times where 2 people click Phalanx and then one of those Phalanxes is wasted. Fox, you better be taking notes so you can coach me. Some raids also ignore the damage cut. Yes, they have introduced some raids because of how strong an effect like Phalanx is. It just cuts all types of damage. They have introduced some raids where they have ways to get around it as well. Yes, exactly. What Omikin said. These days, raids are focused on stopping them from doing the attack rather than letting them do the attack and tanking it, if that makes sense. It's the difference between... Have you guys been introduced to V2 raids yet? Version 2? Probably not. Version 2 raids are what you see on screen right now. Do you see the guard button? That's a key feature of version 2 raids, as well as this FC bar. But in this version of raids, it's basically a new raid system they introduced. I forget when. It was a while ago now. But it was a reimagining of the raid system. And how it works. Lindworm is the tutorial, yeah. They introduced us in Siero's. Okay. I'll do a quick explanation. But the main thing is, have a look here. It says debuff 7 times. Otherwise, the boss does this attack that you can read here. So these days, raids are much more designed around, hey, cancel this, otherwise you die. That sort of like thing. Obviously, that's not always the case. You can tank some. Some of them are like fine to tank. But in general, like you see an omen, we call these omens. You want to cancel the omen so you don't get the bad effects from the omen. So I'll cancel it here, and the boss doesn't do a special attack, and they just normal attack instead. Yeah, most omens can be cancelled. Some special omens can't be cancelled. And those are obviously just meant to be tanked or whatever. Can other people clear omens for you? No. Omens are local. Only you see that omen, you have to cancel it. If you can't, you either have to tank it or you can also guard, because that's something new. Guarding gives your team a, I believe, 1000% boost in defense. Makes your team tanky, as guarding implies. So you can guard. Your team doesn't attack when you guard, but you take significantly less damage. So if there's an omen coming and you can't cancel it and you think you might die, then you can guard. V2 is a really cool idea for a game like this, where so many characters specialize in different things, yeah. I saw that effect on my Yamato class. On my Yamato class, and I was wondering what an omen was, yeah. Yamato is unique because it was designed for V2, right? It's a class specifically designed for V2. You love V2 raids? V2 raids, I really like V2 raids now. I don't think I was there on release, but I was there when V2 worked very differently than it does today. Omens are rough at times because having certain characters can make it make or break. Yeah, so certain characters can definitely deal with omens easier. Like this one here, it says deal 3 plain damage, right? There's not many characters in the game that do plain damage in wind. So here I will cancel it with Kag and Clarice. But like I said, there's not many characters that do it. So it can become a little harder to deal with. How's V2 at launch? V2 at launch was very different. Just generally mechanics were very different. If you used a skill you couldn't guard, was a big one. The FC, the Fated Chain Bar, worked very differently. The Fated Chain effects were very different too. It's a bit complicated to get into now, but how it is now is very good, at the very least, is what I'm trying to say. Can't Elo handle this omen now? Yeah, Elo is playing, don't they? Wait, does that happen at the end of the turn? I don't know when that happens. If it's at the end of the turn, it won't work. That sounds awful, you couldn't guard, yeah. It was really weird too, because like you have characters like Spartan, right? Like, have a think of this. You're using this skill, right? Because you want to tank an attack. But when you tank an attack, you also want to guard, right? Which meant that if you use a skill like Phalanx, you couldn't guard, because when you use skills, like I said, you couldn't guard back in the day. So there was just some weird disconnect between defensive skills like this and V2. So they eventually ended up changing it. They changed it so that, hey, you can actually use skills. And actually, people didn't dislike it. Some people disliked it because they thought it took away V2's identity a bit. But honestly, I think V2 has plenty of identity. Looking at it 3 years past its change or whatever. Also, I realized we didn't talk about dark characters. Let's do that. Dark characters. Albert's good. Orchid's good. I think Naru or Eustace is both fine. Let me check Naru again. It's been a while. I think Eustace might be slightly better, but honestly, once again, it's sort of up to you. Yeah, I think I would use Eustace. The annoying thing about Eustace is if you're a full auto gamer, you can't full auto this skill and you can't full auto this skill. But he's still fine. Albert, Naru, Tsukuyomi. Oh, do you have Tsukuyomi? Did I miss it? Oh, Tsukuyomi. I did. Tsukuyomi's good. I missed it. Mana Dive? They're not going to have Mana Diver. Mana Dive is not happening. But Albert's good. Tsukuyomi's good. And then who was the last character I said earlier? Orchid. There we go. The Lelouch won't be in. Lelouch is not on Steam. Also, I don't think Lelouch is better here anyways. Grimnir fan avoids Darkrim now. We don't talk about Darkrim now. Is full auto and manual a preference, or should I have a team for both? Generally, how it goes is, for me, if I can full auto it, I full auto it. Some content can't be full autoed. And if I want to go faster, I manual. So think of full auto as passive farming and manual as like active farming. Manual is always better than full auto. It makes sense. Full auto follows a strict set of rules. Manual, you get to decide. Sometimes your full auto is going to click skills they don't need to. Like the boss might be on 1 HP and your team might be buffing themselves when they could just click one skill and kill them, right? So manual is always better than full auto. But full auto is used for passive farming, and for me, manual is used for active farming or raids where I can't full auto them. So to answer your question, I would not worry about making 2 separate teams if you're a new player. What I would do instead with your team is just manual if you happen to die, right? Like, let's say you do a raid and then it doesn't work, it's too hard. Then you can consider manualing it and seeing if you can figure out what to do. So basically use manual when it's harder, is the advice here. You don't need to worry about multiple teams. Should I get garlic chicken burger? Chili chicken burger? Oh, chili. Chili chicken burger. Oh my god, you are rank 403. I am. I wish I could have been higher if we were playing the last like 2 days. Green skills become full autoable? No, I don't think... I honestly don't want it to be. Let me give you my reasoning why. Firstly, I like that manual's better than full auto. That's one thing. I actually like that manual's better than full auto. I don't think full auto should ever be better than manual. So that's number one thing. Number two thing is I think the fact that green skills can't be full autoed is like an identity to full auto. If every skill can be full autoed, then we get to the point of where you just automate manual setups, and I don't like that. Modern green skills are just yellow. Yeah, so if they want to full auto green skills, they just make them yellow or they put it on an auto activatable passive. So yeah, I think having that difference is good. Why does every bit of endgame content take so much Dama crystals to uncap them? Yeah, like I said earlier, Dama crystals are very, very useful. Yeah, he's slacking. This is the one time where I will defend him. Man just took a week of his life to answer half the newbie questions and set them up for the future. We gotta respect him just this once. Hi, Dio. I'm a returning Earth player. Thank you, Omiken. Is it worth to get last Galleon stick to do current HL raids? So I'm assuming last means the third one in this case. So Flash Gala starts tomorrow. I would see if you luck out in Flash Gala first, if you're thinking about doing the step up spark instead. And then as for is it worth, I'm unfortunately not familiar enough with Primal Earth because I play Magna Earth. But I do know that Galleon sticks are the rare place where sorry, let me rephrase. Current HL raids are the rare place where Galleon sticks are used, is what I do know. Hey Dira, I wanted to ask about Ouroboros mana Tura farming. What do you recommend for non-bar farmers in obtaining it? Well, I was about to say bar raids. Well, you can still do bar raids. The obvious answer here is farm something you need, right? If you need Revan's weapons, then you can farm Revan's weapons. If you need like weapon stones, silver shards, you can go with Gacha. But yeah, people recommend bar raids, especially PBHL, because it dies so fast. And you don't generally need those mats for any other things. Like if you go to Revan's, you'll get a bunch of Revan's mats. But then you need those Revan's mats to upgrade your weapons too. So it fits like two purposes. So if you want just Ouroboros, I think just going to PBHL and leeching the raids is fine. Maybe if you get really lucky, you'll get a bar too. But the other answer here is just waiting for a CAG event. What are they called again? The Alchemy Lab events. And then farming something during then. But we don't know when the next one is. I use gold bar on Fimble? Oh no. Is there some rough estimation on how many bars you need to set up a proper primal grid for each element? Yes, actually. On the wiki, Ormikin and I work on advanced grids. You can find it on the sidebar over here, advanced grids. Under each primal one, we make a flowchart. We keep it updated too. You can see the update notes literally below it. Yeah. Updated January 12th of this year. Nothing new has released since then. And you can see that these are the fundamental weapons of an Agni grid. So you need at least this amount of bars to even consider it, is what we recommend anyways. And then these are additional weapons you will use in Agni grids depending on the context. So some grids might use Solomon's Accelerator, some grids might use Lord of Flames. So yeah, you can take a look at this. If you want detailed descriptions, go into the thing and start reading. Don't skim over it. I spent a while writing it. But on each of these, you'll see this. On each of these, they'll have this. So each weapon, assuming you only have 0-star copies, is 3 bars. So 3 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 21. 21 minimum, and then not including these. Do you still use Purifying Thunderbolt? Oh yeah, we haven't updated this for Grand Awakenings. Purifying Thunderbolt is actually used, by the way, but Benedia is out. Ormikin, can you update Agni? Or should I do it? We just do Ryan instead Benedia, right? I can do it, I guess. Finish your first 5-star Destroyer. Congratulations. Your Boga hands, okay. I'm just replacing the Benedia. Fist has skill, right? That's why Benedia just died. Why did they do this? Have you seen attack yet? I don't think I've seen attack yet. Thank you, Higwo, for making Baby Me waste 3 bars on Thunderbolt. You made attack and skill. Yeah, but you have so many. At the very least, Benedia's out. Changelog. Let's see, 2026, March 15. They're about the same in grids. Do you want me to add both? I might end up with 2 skill, 1 attack, but I've only seen 1 skill yet. Echo, do you reckon I should add attack? I currently have skill on the list. You don't know? Okay, I'll just do skill for now. We're not sure on the attack. Skill is definitely good, right? Like, skill is undoubtedly good. It's whether attack is worth. I think that's fine. Do I need to edit Benedia? No, we didn't write Benedia. Good. I'll put Skill Awakening there. I'll take out the Benedia too. Actually, no, I'll leave it in the grid. That's fine. But we do need to put... yeah. One skill is probably correct, yeah. What's the best place to farm Damascus grains? The fastest way to get it is Ultimate Bahamut. HL. So the fastest place is here. So not this one, not the normal one, but the impossible one. This is the fastest way to get it. A good way to get it is any of the endgame raids. So pretty much all of these ones drop it. If you need to farm revans, it's like a 2 birds 1 stone situation. And then the world is also good as well because it drops sands too. So if you're in a situation where you need sands and Dama grains, I'd probably go world. The raid's much easier than these ones to farm. But if you need revans weapons, go here as well. And you can get some sands along the way. You got a shit ton in world, yeah. I've been told world's very good for it too. Is it okay to use my old LOF grid, even though Yule's sword is stronger? So, I guess I'll touch on something here, which is that if you have an outdated grid, nothing stops that grid from working, right? So your old LOF grid, it will work fine. Like nothing stops it from working as well as it did before. But the meta updates, right? Whether that's new weapons released, new characters released or whatever, which means that better things come out. And the same is true for free-to-play stuff. The reason we keep lists like this updated is because we don't want people updating, or we don't want people investing into weapons that are outdated, right? Like you'll notice from here that LOF is in low priority. So in the past, LOF used to be up here, but the reason it's moved down here is not because the weapon performs worse than it used to. It's more that other options are now better. So your grid will work fine, yes. Your sword is better for skill damage stuff, but it's not like LOF isn't used at all. It's just a bit more niche these days. So yeah, just keep him. The only thing I want to mention is that the more outdated your grid gets, the more outdated your Primal or Optimus grid gets, the more likely it is that just Magna's better. That's basically the point here. Also, hello Gusta. Stop breaking the server. What did I do? Did Carbot just stop working? What happened? Do I play any other gachas? I have played other gachas in the past. I generally tend to not stick around in them though. I have played. I'll give you a list of games I've invested a fair amount of time into, which is Genshin, HSR, ZZZ, Wuthering Waves, CritCon once in the past, Ulma. I think those are the main ones. I did play Arknight's Enfield recently. I stopped playing because the game felt... Chat, okay. Don't send the gacha police after me. But I just want to say, you know how everybody like jokes that GBF is like a second job? Or whatever, right? The job jokes about GBF. I have never felt that a game is more like a job than Arknight's Enfield. I just want to say that. Like, that game on release, I don't know what they were thinking. With their dailies, their quest structure, like, it was literally just chores the game. I don't understand what they were thinking. Like, the factory stuff I actually loved. I loved the stock stuff. I'm talking, like, just the just the menial things you had to do. And yes, I understand many of them ended up not being things you have to do every day. But like, it's like, oh, go to the owl. How do you get to the owl? Well, you run to all of them. Like, I don't know. So yeah, I've heard that they're working on it. I've heard that they're working on it, but yeah. Yeah, and some of the quests, like, what is it? The deliveries? The deliveries, I ended up just pawning off to other people, but even that's just a chore, right? It's like walk from one side of the map to the other. And I'm like, what's the point of this? I'm sure the game will get better over time, just like Wuthering Waves did. But my god, that game, patch 1, was... I honestly don't know what they were thinking half the time. Wow, I cannot believe you said this. I'm sorry. But has the new patch come out? Is it much better now? Dang, you didn't build ziplines for your deliveries? Well, here's the thing about ziplines though. I wanted to put ziplines down, but half the time there's like random ones on the map blocking me, and half the time there's some small bit of a tree that blocks me too. So I'm sure that there's a way to efficiently put them. But I wanted to save that for when I get the better ziplines too. Because I was told that there's better ziplines coming. So there was like a disconnect here. So yeah, a lot of this probably comes down to how I played. But I think even with the ziplines, the game was still very chore-y. They fixed a whole bunch of stuff like the owl thing. Yeah. So I'm sure it's better now. But like, that game did actually feel like a job. Which is a shame because I really did like the combat system. Or at least I found it interesting. I'd still wait for you. Yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, it was tedious. That's the thing. After you're done with factory, it just becomes like your usual gachas. Yeah. And I think that's my I think that's why I keep coming back to GBF and why I keep straying away from modern gachas. It's because like GBF lets me play the way I want it to. Games like I was playing Wuthering Waves recently to record a bit for the video, and I was like, I did my dailies and I want to do exploration and things like that, or like if I want, sorry, let me rephrase. If I want to do like exploration and things like that, I can. But also like there's a finite amount of things there, and then the loop becomes very monotonous, which I didn't like. Wow, says Marky. And the busy work involved in early GBF? I'm sure there was a lot of busy work in early GBF, and I know that there is. I think the difference here is I have the perspective of late game GBF versus some of these other games, right? Because when I played GBF, this was one of my first gachas I ever played. Whereas Arknights is not my first gacha to play. If Arknights was my first gacha to play, I probably wouldn't feel the way I do about it, right? It's more that I have the perspective of playing other games like Genshin, Wuthering Waves, GBF, and then it's easy to compare from there. So yeah. Anyways, I didn't mean this to be like shitting on other gacha session. I think Enfields now is pretty chill for dailies if you're not doing it wrong. I think they're all kind of samey. Yeah, I think that's what bothers me the most, I guess. I don't know. I have never really felt engaged with the daily quest or loop system once you run out of things to do in modern gachas, is the way I put it. I think there are some gachas out there that I would probably enjoy if I made it there, as in like made it to the end game. Like I think Limbus is one of them. I don't know too much about it, but Limbus sounds interesting at the very least. There's nothing to fix. Too many people joined and the bot got overwhelmed and shit the bed. Oh, okay. Interesting. Modern gachas are most fun to me when you take breaks. I think so too for me. Okay, so Colin said all they have to do is click the smiley. Okay, no. Like, people definitely clicked it, Colin. It just didn't work. So it looks like it was fine. It's just Carlbot. I guess I will edit the message. Okay, there we go. Endgame is just roguelike with dailies and weeklies. Okay. As someone who loves Limbus to death, there's nothing at all to endgame. Oh, that's a shame. I guess it's the other parts of the game that people really like then, huh? Like the story. I ended up dropping it because I wanted to play on my phone and read a little, but the mobile port was really bad. Ah, okay. Who gave my test account the bot role? Cap was giving everybody cool people because nobody could read anything. So he might have done that to you. Limbus is all about the story, yeah. As far as I know, Limbus has like one of the strongest stories in all of Gacha. And I think that is mostly, or not mostly, but it is definitely helped by the fact that it's a fixed cast. One thing I greatly appreciate about in GBF. Story is the big appeal of Limbus. Limbus just has a win button. P plus enter. The thing I like about GBF is that there's no FOMO to play the game. Every day you can just grind more another day. Yeah. Yep. If you miss hosting something, you could just join a couple more the next day. Yeah. Once again, like obviously there's some event missions and things like that, which might give crystals or other things you want, but the other thing is like your pull economy is so generous that missing one day doesn't feel bad. It's sort of like a oh well situation. GBF has FOMO, like don't get me wrong, but most of GBS FOMO is like with characters or new characters or things like that, right? Hey, this character's only here for summer. Should I get them? Like that sort of thing, right? Nimbus has one of the best stories, yeah. Like I read chat, which Canto did I read? Does it just go up in order? Canto 1. Whatever it is. Gregor's. I read Gregor's one. I love Gregor's song too. It was good. I don't even know if that's a Canto. GBF also doesn't have hard requirements for teams to work. There's usually valid replacements. Yeah. It just requires more testing. Okay, where's my collab? Yeah, collab was the most controversial thing they did in recent history, I think. Which is funny, right? Because in other games, it's been a thing forever. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, before 2020, is it 4? I think 2024. Collabs in GBF never came with Gacha collab characters. But with the reincarnated as a slime collab, they introduced Gacha characters as well as free characters in collabs. So pretty much I think every other modern Gacha does collab gacha characters, right? And yeah, so they have done collab gacha characters since, and currently none of those have ever come back. So if you miss them, you just miss them forever. So yeah, that's the most controversial thing they've done in GBF. Once again, I think in the grand scheme of things in the gacha industry, it's not controversial, but in GBF it was, because until now, everything from the gacha you could get for free. That was my first collab in this game, yeah. I think the 3 biggest controversies was Gacha Pingon. That I don't think that was a controversy. Collab Gacha and Reduce Primal. Yeah, I would say Reduce. Before Reduce, I would say Blue Paper for Opus was relatively big, and then for whatever reason, Gold Buffer Eternal was big too. So it's part of one of the gachas I play, but that game is a genuine dumpster fire. Summer Lotto was another one, yeah. Well, I kind of don't like the traditional Spark system. I like how no characters truly lost in limbo, waiting for 5 years to get their own banner rerun, except for collabs. Yeah, yep. The thing I love about GBF is that, yes, we don't get banners announced ahead of time, but there are set rules that they follow, right? Like summer characters will be here during summer, and summer happens from the middle of July to the end of August. And they also run summer during March, right? There's like periods of the year where you know when something's going to happen. Like we know Halloween is in October. We know December is for holiday characters. So it's not, hey, I don't know when what was the character that took ages to come back in Genshin? Eula, I think, right? I'm sure there's been a couple throughout the years, but like you just don't know when they come back. I think Rappa took a while in HSR2, right? Or was it Shenna? It might have been Shenna. Yeah, it was Shenna, I think. I think the best gacha system I was in is either Limbus or Dragalia Lost. Yeah, I think in Limbus you can literally get everything without paying, right? Like Limbus sounds very good in that regard. And Dragalia, I never played a lot of, but I keep getting told that it died because it was too generous. I don't know how true that is. Yeah, Limbus, you can farm the characters, yeah. Which I think is really cool. Is that all characters, chat? How does that work? It died because of Nintendo. Yeah, we'll never know, but many people think it's Nintendo. The only thing you can't farm is the collab items. Okay, right. So anything like part of the game you can. Coming from GBF from FGO, JP client ahead of global, I really like the mystery of new units. It makes it very exciting. Yeah, I don't like having clairvoyance in games, chat. I don't like it. Like when I played Ulma Global, I did not like having clairvoyance. I think clairvoyance made the game less fun for me, in a sense. Dragalia was basically like Granblue, but 1.5 times more generous with the abundant uncapped resources. I remember Sunstones being relatively available, yeah. I didn't play the game long enough to see how generous it was, like on the pool currency. At the time, I was playing Granblue a lot, so I was comparing with Granblue a fair amount. And free pulls wise, Granblue felt more, but maybe I just didn't get far enough into Dragalia for that. Thank you for the membership, Matcha. I just bought the Step Up special birthday banner. I don't know if the selector does expire in 24 hours, or can I hold it? And what are your recommended picks? Step Up special birthday banner. Let me check. Which one's that? Step Up special birthday banner. Ah, okay, so you bought this. Does the selector expire in 24 hours? The selector expires. Must be. No. So it ends on April 2nd. You don't have to pick now. Yeah. You don't have to pick now. I was just making doubly sure. You have until the 2nd day of April. And by the way, usually, if you miss it, you don't actually miss it. The game just forces it in your face until you actually pick. And the reason is because they don't want people to miss out on purchasable things they've done. And then they don't want you contacting support, which causes more essentially like customer service time for them and things like that. So generally things like this, if you miss it, they don't just like disappear. They like don't let you do anything in the game until you choose it. And the same goes for a spark, by the way, chat. If you ever reach 300 pulls, has to be 300. If you reach 300 pulls and it will say like trade in your cerulean sparks, you can leave that there forever. You could come back in a year's time and you can still choose. It just won't let you do anything else related to the gacha until you choose. So yeah, for anything purchased like this, you generally don't have to worry. The game will like be like, hey, it's about to run out and like flash it in your face. And then when you don't, and when you do let it run out, it's going to be like, pick right now. And it doesn't let you do anything else. Yeah, exactly what Cajun said. I don't think anything actually lets it, that says it expires actually does. It just won't let you play the game, yeah. I've never tested it because I'm too scared. I'll be honest here, but I mean, yeah, so but everybody tells me that, and I have experienced it with like not paid stuff. Like for example, there was once a superlative ticket. There was some weapon ticket, right? Just to simplify it down. There was some weapon ticket. I had some accounts, alt accounts that I had that received it. And when you log in, those expired like, when did superlative ticket expire, chat? Those expired like 2 years ago. I can still choose. Thank you for the Prime sub.
Just subscribed with Prime.
So yeah, despite expiring like over a year ago, I can still pick. It just doesn't let me do anything. It's like, I want to click, go to my party. It's like, nope, you got to pick right now. I was wondering, can you run the Steam and browser version at the same time using the same account? Can you run the Steam and browser version at the same time using the same account? So there is a Steam login page for browser. So your Steam account can log in on browser. It's, what's the URL, chat? steam.grandbluefantasy.com, I think. But if you're asking if my current, this account right now, can log into Steam, it cannot. Oh, you wonder if you can double farm? No, you won't be able to do that. You can't double farm. You can be in 2 raids, but the game prevents you from taking 2 actions simultaneously. The game is built in lockout. So I guess this might be, this is a sort of a sweaty mechanic, but you'll come across it sooner or later. You guys might have seen this before. This little waiting widget. Lockout is a system in Granblue that does a couple different things. It's a balancing mechanic. It is also a server. It prevents the server from being too stressed as well. And it also prevents you from opening 10 browser tabs and farming 10 different things at the same time. So it solves a couple different issues for side games. Like, for example, right, I could have this window. This is another browser window. I could join a raid on this screen. I could join this here. I could join something here, and I could join something here as well. Nothing prevents me from doing this. I can join. I brought a water team, a wind team against Levy, but I can do this, right? But you'll see if I take an attack here, and then I immediately go to attack here. See this? Waiting for last turn to be processed. It doesn't let you do it. Now it can. So we call this lockout. Lockout is when you are unable to take an action, essentially. So the game prevents you from taking an action, and the amount of time where you are unable to take an action depends on what you do. If you want the specifics, there is a wiki page called Lockout that you can search. And different things have different amounts of lockout. And you can even calculate your lockout. This is... I swear this isn't too nerdy, okay? I swear. Anyways, yes. That's how it works. It's omega nerdy. It is. It also matters for, like I said, it's a balancing mechanic. It also matters for charge attacks. Because charge attacks have longer animations, right? In Granblue, you can refresh. Because whenever you click the attack button, everything is calculated then and there. So you can refresh and skip the charge attack animations. So charge attacks have longer lockout, is what's going on. And it's a balancing mechanic so that since charge attacks are so strong, they make it so that it has a higher amount of lockout, so you can't spam them as quickly. Pedoro. Why are you guys giving Pedoro +2s? What is that? Munching. Oh, it's the new character. That's loud.
Need a hand with something? Then I'm the one to ask.
What sort of character is she? You haven't seen leaks of this character? I haven't seen much of this character either. I just know her from the story. Maki says, I'm pulling. You don't even play this game. What do you mean? She has more DPS than the recent Sentinel. Oh, really? That's a shame. I really like Imeth. She doesn't really look like a DPS. Looks more like a support. I was tabbed out and I thought I got an ad, a Wuthering Waves ad. In fact, someone took almost 4 hours to rank every Pokemon. You put some respect on Wolfie's name. What do you mean, someone? But yes, I watched a bit of it actually. Watching off stream. I'm not going to watch a 4-hour video on stream. Do you think odious befoulments are a plot by Cygames to make people buy 900 inventory space? I've already done it. What do you mean? Do you know Omikin flamed me? Omikin was like, DY, take that out. In my newbie video. Right? Where is it? Inventory tips. I was showing it as just an example, a demonstration, but Omikin was like, DY, stop. With the 900 inventory. Have you heard of Summon John? I've heard of most things in Granblue, yeah. Even if I wasn't around for it. You don't need more than 300 space. I don't know how you survive on 300 space. I'm going to be real. Late game has random event SSRs, max inventory, unnecessary events. In fact, I think I have more than 300 weapons that I just use actively. Like, we can tell which ones I use because they favorited. So let's see. Let's have a look. Okay, some of these I don't use actively, but that doesn't fit my narrative. So let's see how many I've favorited. I have 8 pages. We'll say 7 because this one isn't full and the first one wasn't full. So 7 pages. And each page is 20, right? 4 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 20. That's already more. Wait, no, I went the wrong way. I'm on page 8 out of 31. Hold up. So 31 minus 8. 23 pages. Yeah. Like, that's 140. I said the wrong math, but in my head, I was calculating this. This is why you don't do math on stream chat. But anyways, like 7 pages is how much stuff I don't have favorited. This is all the stuff I do have favorited. Skill issue. No. When you're streaming chat, you get an immediate -5 debuff to math skills. Trust me. Bro, we just cleaned this out. Yeah. It's like all odious shit. What am I meant to do? And those are like event rewards. There is not 100 viable weapons per Ellie Bozo. What if I have Magna and Primal? How many is that then? It's actually -8, but it's okay. You're streaming, I get it. What future collabs do I want to see? I have two of my favorite games ever, are Final Fantasy VII and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. So that would be mine. But I don't think either of them are getting it. Maybe Final Fantasy VII has a very, very slim chance, but definitely not Xenoblade 2, I think. Which roulette do I pick? Idealist. Oh. Chat, I haven't done FP this week. Hold up. Oh. Oh no, I think I did FP. They just raised the cap, right? Is that what happened? We could do Makotan Makar. But I need an FP rate, I just realized. The host abandoned that one. How does Collab go in GBF? What can I expect? Is Collab unit free or is it from Gacha? So recently, GBF has done 2 free characters and 2 Gacha characters. Usually there is a free summon. Sometimes there is a sometimes there is a Gacha summon as well. That's how it usually goes. Recently, that's how it's gone. So 2 free, 2 Gacha, 1 free summon, sometimes a Gacha summon. I got Baklava as well. Last Square collab was FF11, I believe so, yeah. Why do I go Idealist? It's more fun stream content. I believe the expected value out of both Idealist and Realist is exactly the same. It's just Idealist has more variance. Oh yeah, and I guess I didn't explain how the story actually works, or how the collab works. What Guren said, yeah. It's a little story about how the collab characters get into the world. Sometimes they skip that though. And then it's something that happens while they're here. It usually involves a bunch of Granblue characters as well. And they figure things out together. And then the event structure itself is what we call a shop event. So this event that we have currently is called a boxing event. And we call it a boxing event because you open boxes. You open the draw box. So these are called boxing events. And shop events are, instead of something like this, you buy from a shop. So think like the treasure trade and side stories. In these ones, there's a shop, right? You can go to treasure and then you trade things in the shop. That's how collabs work. So a collab units from Gachas worth sparking. So Cygames intentionally tries to make collab characters good for newer accounts and / or mid-game players, but not meta. That's their goal with them. That's what they've said. There have currently been one oversight on Crollo, which is a Hunter x Hunter collab gacha character, where Crollo is not universally good, but Crollo is very specifically good in some teams. So Crollo is an exception here. Now, the summons, on the other hand, they have released one good summon. Now, we don't know if summon is like a loophole situation. I'm pretty sure it is, though. Which is that, yeah, they are intentionally making them somewhat good. But yeah, Crollo is the one collab unit which is... I believe Crollo is an oversight. I believe Crollo is an oversight because the fact of the matter is that there's so many characters in Grand Blue and you can't test for everything. It's more that I think they underestimated giving some MC skills to Crollo. But MC skills are like... they're MC skills for a reason. Kaoru is good too. Kaoru is fine, but yeah. Crollo currently, in the setups he used, is like very, very, very good. And nobody can do what he does. And yeah, I guess that's the danger in Grand Blue. The way Grand Blue team likes to create characters is every character does something unique. Which means inevitably some collab character might do something that no other character can. But I honestly think that in the future they'll release a permanently available version of Crollo, whether that's seasonal or like basically not a collab character, that will do what Crollo is used for, which is a swap mechanic. Yeah, Crollo would have been fine if they didn't give him tactical relocate. To be fair, the green pot one is also good too, but yeah, it is mainly tactical relocate. Wait, no, I'm thinking about something else for green pot. Wait, no, there was the green pot solo too, right? But yeah. I don't know how you can look at cold stare, pot gen, and relocation, yeah. But on the other hand, summons, I think they are actually trying to make them somewhat good. Because, funnily enough, they said they're not making characters meta, they never said summons. Which is sort of a scummy thing, to be honest. But yeah, I guess it is what it is. But like the thing about the summons though is that they're not like universally good summons either. Like Crollo, they're like very good in specific circumstances. Like for example, the summon like I'm referencing right now is the one from the Evangelion collab. And all it doesn't do anything except give you 30% triple attack for one turn. It's one turn, right? The strength is more, but yeah, we'll look on the wiki because it's easier to see. Yeah, it gives 30% triple attack. It is 3 turns, I lied. It's 30% for 3 turns, which doesn't seem like a lot. But the problem is currently in the meta, there is a weapon that gives you negative triple attack. And you need all the triple attack help you can get to triple attack consistently. So this 30% ends up mattering a lot. So this was clearly designed, I think, personally, with something like that in mind. So yeah. But once again, if you are doing that specific team, it doesn't matter. It's just that team happens to be very strong. It doesn't do anything, but it gives you really strong buffs. Well, I mean, like the call doesn't do anything. Like it's not used for anything other than the sub aura is what I meant by that. Gorjo was free. Gorjo was free, and Gorjo call is like completely balanced too. Only alternative is Charybdis. Yeah, and the thing about Charybdis is calling Charybdis means you can't call other summons. Dark got guaranteed tier, yes, but that currently matters much less. Dark got summer Tiamat, but doesn't really matter for Dark. Is that Hrisvelga teams? Yes. Hrisvelga teams where specifically you are trying to cut buttons. It's not every single Hrisvelga team. It's Hrisvelga teams that are trying to like cut buttons and be as quick as possible in generally lower HP things. And the other thing is Gorjo being good is not necessarily a bad thing because he was free, right? Because everybody got it. Yes, I know if you joined later on in the game's lifespan, you can't get it. But at the time, if it was considered quite good, and it was quite good. But yeah, it's less of an issue if it's good, is what I'm trying to say. Remember when Luffy was a good fire unit? Yeah. There was a time when people thought Luffy was better than Wilnas. Funnily enough. I need to get some water, chat. Be right back. I've run out of water. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. I used Rakan last Guild War. Rakan solid. Honestly, it's probably still better than Wilnas because he doubles CAs. After turn 10 though. That's a big restriction these days. The setups get faster over time. Being stuck to turn 10 is what's annoying. Wind streamer wiped. Yeah, this is just my farming team. It's not designed to full auto the raid for a while. It's designed to hit the boss very hard for one turn and then get out. And then move on to the next raid. Can't wait to stone your Vesusia. I'm pretty excited too, honestly. Leech alert. It's not leeching. Nomad has a diaspora. Okay, sure, leech. Omicron, should I Siero ticket Lance? Not Lance, Cassius, sorry. Should I Siero tick Cassius and Annie ticket Lance? Because I think that's what I'm doing. Is MC supposed to die? Oh! Why would you Siero Cassius? Because Lance isn't available. I need 2 mana diver weapons, chat. Oh! What do these cost again? What do these cost? Where do you use Earth? In my Levy team. To be honest, I just need to make a new Levy one because the Levy team I use because it's fun, not because it's necessarily good there. It's 1 sand, yeah. Get a better Levy. What's a good Levy that's not Rhine? Or do you guys all use Rhine? You're dirt. You're a sand merchant? No, not anymore, because all the destroyer weapons needed it. I'm down to single-digit sands. To be fair, I'm done with sands for the foreseeable future, but still. I'm at 9 sands. Okay, about to hit double digits. GG, go next. Okay, so I am doing Ogi. Maybe we just make, I don't know. Chat, help me. No TY. You guys just wait. One day you're going to drop a code in chat and be like, DY, help me, no one's joining. And I'm going to be like, no TY. Nice main hand, thank you. I don't want to make a second mana diver. Let's just make a new Levy team in the future. Can I join with my Horus team? For Makutan Maka? Yeah, sure, if you want. Horus and Horse and just FC. Sorry, what's the boss's name? Makutan Maka. That's what it's called. Ready? Look. Makutan Maka. It's not Matumba, man. I will accept Macaroni, though. I think Macaroni is an acceptable name. Why can't they name these odious bosses like Dave or something? I think it's meant to illustrate how like otherworldly and weird they are. I think that's the point. They don't want them to seem ordinary. They want these to sound weird and like you can see from the design as well, right? They're all meant to be very weird, otherworldly things. I don't know, Dave is a pretty weird name. Hey, we got a Makutamaka. I think I have a max Makutamaka, but I don't have a maxed Narafamidas. Yeah. Any Peter helpers? Sure. Are they based off any myths? I would imagine they are. Like this one's called Narafamidas, and it has some, I think it had some triggers that refer to gold. So if this one is related to other things, I would imagine it is. Also, it's called Desire is Forbidden, like greed maybe, to do with the other thing. Zahav Meshul. Golden Corrosion, that's the one. Yeah, this one. So Gilded Haven. So it clearly is a reference to Midas, right? So for that reason, I would imagine that the other ones are also based off other things, but I don't know what they are. Velma Folk. Some German thing, I don't know. Prosperity. Mortality is forbidden. This sounds like Buddhism. Maybe that's why it's mortality. This sounds Eastern, like Buddhism, like that sort of thing. I think Belmafolk is a demon, okay. And then this one sounds South American a bit. I'm guessing, by the way, I have no idea. Thank you for the guide. I can continue the game with less confusion. Thank you for watching. I'm glad it helped. Some Aztec name. Yeah, that's the vibe I got. That is the vibe I got. What illustrious weapons do I have? I have both water and I have Rumfire. I wonder what the last two are going to be when it comes out. So what do we have? We have Liberation. So I guess freedom in a sense. Liberation is forbidden. Desire forbidden. Mortality forbidden. Prosperity forbidden. What do you guys think? What are we missing? Knowledge is forbidden. I can see knowledge, yeah. Love. Let's look at the designs. Maybe the designs will help a bit. Help a bit here. Ingenuity. Yeah. Emotion. Maybe. Maybe this guy. Wait, what are those in the bottom left? So he has shackles. Shackles to me feels like freedom, but we already have liberation. Books. Oh, that's probably knowledge. No, I think that's knowledge. Knowledge or faith or something, yeah. You can translate it. It'll give you a rough translation. Oh, really? Okay. Let's see. Forbidden Saint Zarmavok. Saint. So probably religion or something. Right? Faith is forbidden. Faith verboten. Maybe. Belief. Yeah, I can see that. I reckon faith. The kanji is divine. Oh, does it say divinity is forbidden maybe? It could be divinity. Divinity is forbidden. Cool design. What about the other one? What does this one say? This one is knowledge. Oh, okay, okay. So we have knowledge forbidden and divinity forbidden. Okay. There's a surrealist photographer named Hans Bellmer. Not sure if that's relevant though. Surrealist photographer. Maybe. Rambo pulls out like weird references from like all over, honestly. And some of them are definitely like less obvious. Can I ask you something? I'm in the middle. Wait, I'm a mid-B. Okay, so not newbie. All right. I want to swap from Omega to Optimus. What should I do when building the grid? So when you want to transition to an Optimus, I always recommend having all the pieces ready to go before you decide to bar anything. So for example, on Light, you can go to Advanced Grids and go to the Zeus page. Oh, also, firstly, never bar anything or invest any resources during Roulette. Wait for free pulls first. But this is sort of the weapons that the wiki recommends as a bare minimum before going into Zeus. And then, very likely, you'll want to get some of these weapons or some of these weapons, depending on what sort of content you're doing, right? So, I would recommend having all of these before you bar things. The reason you don't want to bar items one at a time is because it will take you a while, firstly. And the second thing is, you might invest resources into something that gets replaced. Let's take an example, right? Let's pretend you're barring these left to right. So you bar this, this, this like this. Let's say this takes you like, I don't know, I'll just make up a number. Let's say this takes you like 2 months. What happens if during the second month, they release a new weapon that replaces this now, and you don't need those anymore. And instead you need these weapons on this side and then like 2 other new weapons. Then you've essentially wasted bars over here, right? So that's why I'm saying like, I always recommend you have everything to go and then bar everything at once. That way you aren't subject to any sort of power creep or anything like that, yeah. And just note that when you go Primal, just like Magna, you will have to, if you want to stay up to date, you have to keep up with new releases as well. In Magna, you have to farm new raids. In Primal, you have to farm new raids and you have to farm bars and you have to get the weapon itself from the gacha. So Primal weapons or Primal grids are inherently more high maintenance. Not a single word out of your mouth. Aren't some of these only available via banners? They are on gacha banners, yes. Also, what happened to my FA? Hello, excuse me. Alright, what did I do wrong this time? Maybe we just got unlucky. Alright, anyways. I was about to say, wow, I've never seen this Frau front comp. What was I saying? I forgot. I remember when I went Primal in Fire with 4 Ixabers, only for LOF to come out a few days later. Yeah, that can definitely happen. But yeah, Primal grids require maintenance, just like Magna. It's not a one and done deal. Is it okay to use our Dama crystals for the ingots in the shop? If you need them, yeah. That's what they're there for. But just remember that Dama crystals are used for a lot of different items and you might need some of them. Right, like for example, it's used for like Opus Uncap and you might want to use it on Opus Uncap first. What should I have for lunch, chat? I'm hungry. Many important things in the game require Dama crystals, yep. Me flirt. Pedal, you can't say that every single time. A sandwich. HSP. No, not HSP. It's Sunday. He ain't paying extra. That's true. It's Sunday. Sunday surcharge. We can't get pizza. Better hold you. Better if you roll timeout. Noodles. You don't really like effing the wind one. Sunshine always misses the skill damage omen one turn earlier. I have to watch what went wrong just then. But honestly, I just need my second Yule. How do you put these shortcuts on the home screen? So on certain pages, you'll see this bookmark icon. You click that. You click it and then you choose which icon you want and then it will go to the home screen. So for example, if we go summons, I click it and then I click the summon icon. If we go to the home screen now, there is now the summon icon. So on the home, I can just click summon and it takes me to that screen. Yes, it is only for modern UI, by the way. So if you are using classic, you won't see this. Ramen, udon, or soba? Ramen. I don't like udon. Soba's okay. I've never liked udon, actually. The noodles just aren't for me. Very much not an advanced player, so the answer might be in a story event, but what is the lore behind Hexa? There isn't any lore in-game. All the lore that we have about Hexa is from a dev interview where they tell us it's not all 6 dragons combined, but instead it's like their powers are merged. They said it's sort of like Captain Planet. I don't know Captain Planet very well, so I don't fully understand, but that's what they said. So yeah, that's the only lore we have on hexachromatic hierarchy. Hexa is Captain Planet. Hexa bringing pollution down to 0. You have to call out the elements in the correct order to summon Captain Planet. Well, I guess what I'm confused about is, as someone who's not familiar, is how is the 6 merging together not the same as the 6's power merging together? I guess it's like they're physically not merging, it's just their power is being sent to create this entity. I guess that's what it's saying. Because the 6 kids don't meld into one person. Okay. Heidi, what? Do you think most of the grand characters in Zodiacs down the line will have Transcendence? No. I think Transcendence will be saved for characters anyways. For characters, farmable. Like, for example, I can see the 4 Saint characters getting FLBs and Transcendence in the future. It's like Dragon Ball Spirit Bomb. Okay, that one makes sense to me. Captain Planet has 6 teenagers use magical rings to summon him because he's the force of nature personified. You could go for another nap. So you guess they're summoning Hexa? Huh. That's interesting then. If they're summoning Hexa, then... Interesting? Okay. I guess it's similar to how the summons aren't the actual primals. They're copies Lyria makes using their power. Like, you mean in gameplay, our summons? I actually don't know. I mean, we know Lyria can do that. But I don't know if, I mean, I guess it would be because we're not actually calling Bubs for help, right? I mean, but Bubs is not not even a primal. So I think the analogy falls apart a bit when it comes to gameplay, I guess. Where are the GBF lore tubers when you need one? I've said it multiple times. Maybe JJ can become our lore tuber. Because like we need someone to read the lore and make content on said lore. Tech is fired. It's all moon tech. Tech said this year. Okay. I'm looking forward to it. Because we actually have a gap. In the content creation. A big gap, which is no lore tubers. JJ the lore tuber. Exactly. Like JJ might be asking me like gameplay and system mechanics stuff, but I'm gonna be the one asking JJ about lore. Do we know why? Do we know why Yatima has Lyria-like powers? I feel like they explained it, but I can't remember. JJ's lore video, why Stan sucks. I've missed some of these. Does JJ not like Stan? I agree, by the way, but I need to know. Was it Eliza's fate? Okay, I thought it was the event. It was the event. Okay. Stan's a bit of a crybaby at the start. He's definitely a bit of a crybaby. Stan does get better. I mean, I think many characters get better, especially like the really early characters. The team just gets better at writing characters. Yeah. Yeah, watch out for too many story spoilers, chat, because I'm sure we have plenty of people who are going through the story for the first time. So yeah. And spoilers. Have you tested Magna, Odious, Romp, Elo? Seems pretty easy to get 5 spear axes. No, I've not. I haven't uncapped. I've only uncapped 1 Odious weapon so far. Like if we have a look at my inventory, like they're all separate except for 1 spear. And it's because I don't know which befoulments I'm going to keep and things like that. Sam, thank you for the sub.
Just subscribed.
I just finished the wind spear, but only 1 summon, right? Yeah. Yeah, the summons are hard to get. I've been in the I've been here for a while for the dirt summon. I only just got my second copy like a couple raids ago. TY for the guide, thank you for watching. Yeah, 50 earth weapons and 2 summons. I'm farming for Fighter Origin, Transcendence, FLB simultaneously. By the time you get a non-ship befoulment, you'll have 3 MLB summons, yeah. Got a Belma Folk summon on my first host. When I have all my water summons, I have 3,500 anima. What if I don't like boys? I found it really funny that Fazki abbreviated it to BFs. I feel like that was intentional. What was the best wind 95 2+1? 2+1? I have no idea. I think I did 1+1, right? I didn't really pay attention to 2+1. +2, is that what the kids say? Magna? I think I made some random romp team for Magna. Feels neat that Lancer doesn't need the level 50 to feel functional. Yes, that's true. On the other hand, the 50 skill feels, I won't say underwhelming, but it's definitely like the less mandatory than unlimited boost for sure. Does Elo make it 1+1? Probably. I think Wind can do just 1 summon now or something like that. Something along those lines. Let me track. Did I do 1+1 or 1 summon? I can't remember. Optimus, yeah, get him. I did 1 summon. Never mind. If you exercise a befoulment, does it become a was foulment? That's a -2, yep. Wait, so the 100 free pulls we get on second flash is only 3% rate. No, it's 6% rate. Gala is always 6%. Gala banners are always 6%. It doesn't matter if there's new things or not on the Gala. A Gala is always 6. Okay, so Magna can do 1 summon now. Oh, can it? Nice. I'm hoping we can cut Yatima in the future, and we definitely will be able to. So can Magna do... Oh, okay. My bad. Probably... Nah, I think you... So it would have to be Odious, right? No, wait. Hold up. Odious is the only way you get the spears. But then by going Odious, you can't really go Yatima main. I think that's the issue. Manjets. Are we really going Manjets? I need you to lower the pedal chances. There's no way. It's 60-40. Hello love sub. I'm sure it does, but still, there's a limit here. So what is this? It's 1, 2. So that's 2 including Opus and 1 Munjet. How many are we putting in? Infinite Trouble Yatima, yeah. If Green Knight is being added to Flash Gala, she'll be available in all Flash Gala banners. However, she will not be specially rate up on the second part when we get 100 rolls. Yep, what Melissa said is true. You can still spark her, she won't just have a high rate up. She'll have a general grand rate up because grands are just generally a little bit more likely, but yeah. This is your grid. My god. What on earth am I looking at? Triple Munjet. I guess you have to get axes and spears somehow. I guess so. What is that grid? It is, hey, I need axes and spears for Lancer Origin. That's what it is. Cassiopeia is starting to show her worth, by the way. Right, when Cassiopeia released, she wasn't very good for wins, but now things are like, things are shifting. Things are shifting. I had to take 2 Munjets out just to uncap. I have some YouTube comments. DY, thanks for the video. I had a question because I might just be blind. How do I increase my inventory space? So I'll use this as an opportunity to show you guys as well. Menu, shop, crystals. And then here, it is the weapon stash or the summon stash, these ones. And then the inventory is the weapon slots. Generally, stashes are way more efficient on your crystals, so you recommend to buy these first. Stashes are menu, then stash. And then each one is 400 spaces to put something in. And this is where I personally put a lot of my gacha stuff. So these elements, this one, and this one, these are where my gacha weapons go. So I just chuck them all here so I don't have to think about it. But I can clean my inventory. Now, the reason I don't recommend this is firstly because it takes more time in the video and I need to keep under 20 minutes. And the second reason is because it costs crystals. And early on, you probably don't want to be using crystals on this when you can just use the crate. So yeah. Is Summer Magus good? Yep, she's good. I think the biggest thing about Summer Magus, right, is that her gimmick, right, is that she cuts her HP. Magus's HP lowers at the end of turn if a foe has this effect. So how this works, she puts a debuff on the enemy, and then she lowers her HP if they have this debuff. This debuff, or this HP lowering, can make Magus feel very squishy and makes it sort of feel like she has a time limit. But she does a lot of damage. She's good. You should use her. I forget what dark characters you had earlier, but you can definitely kick one of them. I think, yeah, I forgot who you had specifically. Maybe cut the, you remember how we were talking about like Eustace versus Naru? You cut that slot. So you go Magus, Albert, plus Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi will actually help keep her alive too, because I think Tsukuyomi, from memory, has some sustain things. She gives defense, but I think she also heals. Yeah, some refresh. This can help a little bit. Honestly, it's not going to be that much, but yeah, it'll still help. Yeah, cut the Eustace. Cut the Eustace. Yeah, it's like up to 5k HP a turn. Once you are further in the game, it can be it's a little bit easier to manage, but yeah, at the start you might feel like, hey, she's dying too quickly. So put Eustace backline so he can come in if Magus happens to die. Heals on charge attack too, yeah, okay. How do you have more weapon stashes? So in Granblue, wrong screen. In Granblue, recently, they made it so you can change your summon stashes to be weapon stashes. So basically, if you've bought all the weapon stashes and you still need more, then you can buy summon stashes and then change the summon one to be a weapon one. You never learned at the stash switch. It was a quality of life feature they introduced relatively recently. Why didn't they just add more weapon stashes? I think it's because of either spaghetti coding or it's because they still want your slots to be limited. And the thing is, no one's using the summon one. I think that's the main reason. No one's using summon stashes. But yeah, you can, if you're out of weapon stashes, you can buy a summon stash and then convert it to a weapon stash. That's something you can do. You can also change weapon to summon. I don't know why you do that. Yeah, no one's doing that. Anyways, how do I increase my thing? You go to, you can buy more using crystals. Crystals. I don't recommend this if you're newer, since you should be saving crystals for the gacha. You can buy more using crystals. It's under menu, shop, crystals, and then weapon stash / weapon slots. Weapon stashes are far more efficient crystal wise. GBF has a lot of spaghetti coding. Yeah, people like to joke about it. There are two things I would strongly suggest. There are quests called pro quests on the raid page. Yeah, pro quest was something I was originally going to mention. I ended up cutting it. It felt more like mid-gamer advice, less beginner advice. So yeah. And once again, I had like a 20-minute limit. The game has a goal setting feature. You can pick one of the longer grind characters. Yeah, I think that's good advice. It's a little bit further involved than my beginner's guide, but yeah. Not accurate. The first stage is to sell your soul. Sell your soul to the gacha gods. Request only unlock once you can clear the raid, no problem. Sure, that sure ain't for beginners. Yeah, that's basically something. We have more Mond questions. I'm waiting for my food to arrive. So, why do you zoom into Bub's karma when you say really overwhelming? You know, I thought about this. Chat. Do you guys want some more behind the scenes info? I told Ulmikin this too. You guys want more behind the scenes info? In this video, there's a bit where I talk about Genshin and Wuthering Waves. Where is it? It's in Gacha. This section here. See how I'm doing Richard?
And you want to pull in the gacha whenever you can.
My original cut of this and I had to fix it on a rewatch. But see how Richard says,
first game in the world to actually, I know that.
Where is it? Richard, whenever you do the high card game, it says win. Or it says lose. My original thing had lose pop up as soon as this popped up. So I had to fucking edit it. Because I was worried that someone would think it's like me trying to send some message being like, oh, these are bad games. So I had to move the clip and like I had to make sure that that didn't line up. Because I was very worried because I'm not trying to like flame them. I'm just saying it's a different system. Yeah, you should have left. Anyways, what they're referring to is the Bub's karma zoom in. But no, I just, or we can actually ask the same thing, I think. But no, it's just, I just went to a stream that I was doing. I thought Bubs is a recognizable boss that we have. And Karma's a cool animation, so and a recognizable animation too, so that's why I did it. It wasn't intentional or anything. So, anyways, back to this. If they overthink it that much, then good. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to cause unnecessary drama. I spotted it. Like, I only spotted it on like the 4th rewatch of it, and I was like, oh. I was like, that's sort of dumb. But just a recognizable boss. Cool animation. No actual reason other than that. What other games do I play? Gacha wise, I only play Granblue for the most part. Other interests I have are I really like Souls games. I also really like action RPGs like Path of Exile. So I've been playing PoE 2. Recently, before Granblue's anniversary, we were playing Pacopia, which I still need to go back to. I really like Pacopia. Hello, Tai. And then I am looking forward to other games like Danganronpa. I forget what they're calling it, but the Danganronpa 2 that they're releasing later on this year. I think Crimson Desert is meant to be soon. I'm tentatively interested in that. We'll see if I even have time to play it though. And I also generally like Pokemon games too. Have you played 3.28? Is that PoE? I pretty much these days only play PoE 2. Before Granblue, I played a lot of PoE 1. But these days I only log into PoE 2. Yeah, Colin, we might have to fix this. Is Colin here? I forwarded it to you, but essentially people are clicking the roll and they're just not getting the roll. I think we fucked it up. I don't know. Maybe I fucked something up. There's not new people joining right now, but 200 plus new joins in a day or two would break it. Did we have 200 plus people join? Did we really? Feels like it. Have I tried Steam Client? No, but I've been meaning to. Is there a different way to do this? I mean, to be honest, I've never had a problem with Carl until just now. So maybe this is like a freak accident or something, but it still sucks that someone can join and then just not do anything about it. Other than join another server I'm in and then DM me, right? Mm-hmm. If you have multiple monitors, does the only one GBF is currently on have to be a multiple of 60? Yes. Yes. I'm currently using Wind in all content. In all content? Okay, so very new then, probably. And any advice into other element teams? Okay, so new player. I see. That makes more sense. So 1 page of characters. I mean, Fire's made for you. And Lyria can go on every element. I guess that's something I forgot about you earlier, Fox. You could put Lyria with someone like Ko as well. That'd be really good. Because Lyria does a lot of charge attack damage. That would defeat the purpose of the role or assign. Yeah, I agree. I guess we just wait. I guess we just wait to see if Carl fixes itself. Anyways, fire, water. Worked fine with your test account. I mean, that person had just joined at 3:45 p.m. So like 6 minutes ago, and it didn't work. Fire, Mikhail Sato. Water. Once again, they don't really have much options. Shukra, Lance, Aglo, Earth. There's only 2 characters here. So it's literally just... don't have too many options yet. So I would just put in the SSRs you have. Lyria is quite strong too, so you can put her in any element. Teams. Wind looks good though. Wind looks good. Are you excited for Octavia? Do I think she'll be Wind? I want her to be Wind. I don't think she'll be Wind. I think Wind triple back to back to back is a little much, and I don't think they would do that. That's the only reason I don't think it, by the way. The only reason I don't think is the triple back to back. How do I send my character to you like this? Honestly, I'd rather you guys ask questions in chat. I leave Mond mainly for anonymous questions because it's very hard to have a back and forth. I think YouTube sort of blocks links, right? Is that correct, chat? I think people have had trouble linking things in YouTube before. So, but on Twitch, you can put links in chat. Like you can put image links or whatever, right? Obviously, don't post something bad, otherwise I will ban you. But yeah, or if I'm offline, you can ask me here. But Zodiac Selector is not from the event though, nephew. Okay. Okay. Don't know why you're venting here, but anyways. Kind of a stupid question. Would it still be fine to summon on the Gala banners, even if you aren't going to spark? I would only recommend pulling with your own crystals and draw tickets if you're sparking. Because, like, especially early on, if you think, okay, think about a spark. A spark gets you however many SSRs during your spark. So on average, that's 18 SSRs. The spark itself is another SSR. So you get, on average, 19 SSRs per spark. So each time you do a spark, you get 1 extra SSR. That's one way to look at it. So for that reason alone, I think the newer you are, the more important sparks are. Just pulling random banners, like obviously it's fine, you're going to get SSRs either way, but you'll never be able to guarantee a character and you miss out on that +1 SSR each time you do it. Yeah, and plus the Spark perk as well. Spark perk is another... Okay, so if you don't know what Spark perk is, if you click this bubble here, it'll give you a list. At 200 Sparks, you get the SSR weapon ticket. It is never worth doing 200 pulls on a banner unless you're sparking. So basically, this is another perk you get for sparking, right? Which is, once again, another SSR. So I guess our 18 count actually goes up to 20. So you get 20 SSRs on average when you spark. And if you just spend random pulls here and there, then you are missing out on this and the spark. So yeah, it's generally better. You want when you want to spend pulls on the banner, but you don't want to waste pity, then you would use these tickets over here. In your tickets and other screen, go here and then use like the SR or the 12th birthday draws, these ones. These ones pull from the current banner with current rates, by the way, so you should save them for Gala if you can. But they don't add to your pity. I should spend this. You can make an argument for 50. No. Wait, that's a Titan. Completely disagree. There is no argument for 50. There is arguments for when you get free pulls up to 90 and then doing a 10 pull for a gold moon. That argument I understand. 50? For intricacy ring? No. I thought it was something else. Horrible advice. I'm sorry. Absolutely no justification for 50. The only justification for 50 you can make is, hey, I want to pull on the banner, but I don't want to waste too much. At which point you can make justifications for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Hey, it's still under a third of a spark. It's fine. But no, you're wasting pity at the end of the day. Every time I do pulls without intending to spark, I realize that, right? But mostly I do that for stream content. Even if that was a better ring, it's not worth it still. Yeah, I agree. Is that our first Titan anima? No, a third one. Okay, we're raining primals lately. Hey, do you think it's worth to... Hold up, sorry. Hey, do you think it's worth to get a completely brand new reroll account with 2k1 pulls, bubs, and some other seasonal ground weapons? My account's kind of fucked up with bad decisions and resource usage. You're asking basically how to buy an account. I think that's up to you. Like, personally, I would never do that, right? Because for me, Grand Blue is about the progression, about the journey. If I make the mistakes, I've made the mistakes. I don't know at what level you've made mistakes that you're considering abandoning your account, which I can completely understand, right? If I completely fucked something up super early on, I would have just made another account. And I don't know how far you're into the game and things like that, right? But I would never buy an account because for me, that journey of my progression is what is the reason I even play Grand Blue in the first place, right? So yeah. Do you think it's a bad idea to go for the Evoker Eternal grinds? No, you should be doing it at some point. The Eternals and the Evokers are there. My food's here, by the way. The Eternals and the Evokers are there so that you have long-term progression goals for your account. And the rewards are extremely good because all the Eternals and all the Evokers are extremely good characters. I'm dangerously close to Roulette break. I haven't spun it today. Should I skip today and wait for tomorrow? No, I don't think that's worth it. I don't think that's worth it at all. Because, right, here's the thing. Firstly, break on Galas is heavily overrated. Secondly, right now, if you get a SSR, there is a pretty high likelihood it's one of these summer characters. And all these summer characters are good, right? Okay, maybe not you, but everybody else is really good. Some of these are some of the best characters in their element. Getting break on this banner is actually better, in my opinion, than getting break on the next banner. So, yeah. 16x says, dang it, lol. I mean, if at the end of the day, it's another goal in the game, just like farming grids and stuff. So it's entirely up to you whether you want to do it or not. But if you're asking me, is it a bad idea to do it? No, absolutely not. It's a good idea to do it. But should everybody do it? No, also not. If you don't find it fun, it's a video game. You should play the game how you want. Is Elmot bad? No, Elmot's not bad. It's just he's not great. Okay, put it this way. Some characters here are like top tier meta characters, like Raziel and Horus, top tier meta. And then just below that, we have characters like Magus and Tefnut, who are really, really, really good. And then Delaphi still is quite decent. And then we have Elmot, who is just okay. How good something is relative, right? So yeah. Someone linked their team, Ketsura. Ketsura, I will check it. I don't want to, I will say, chat, everybody don't link your teams, because otherwise we'll be here all day for not much reason. Because once again, I think for teams, it's really just chuck in whatever characters you have. And I encourage you try out all your characters, because that's how you learn the game. You learn what characters do, and then you understand what they are capable of, and that helps you decide your own teams. So yeah, encourage you to try out things. Leveling up characters is not very difficult in Granblue. I'll grab my food after this, I guess. What was the question, by the way? What should I be running for wind? I'm currently M2. Depends on what you're farming, or like what you're trying to do. Is this a full auto team? Is this a farming team? Because once again, different characters do different things. Like Cagclurus is very good for full auto, but they're less good for like bursting a raid down. Cassius, once again, very good for full auto, but less good at bursting a raid down. So it depends. Like, it looks like you have some characters in your party. They look fine for now. Richard is decent as well. Killua is decent if he doesn't take damage. So if you're against a boss that does single target damage, Killua is quite good. So someone like Bennu, as an example, right? But he's less good against a raid like Yigi, M3. So very contextual. And you only sort of learn these things by actually using them in a party. But your teams are fine. But I see that you've leveled up a bunch of characters, but some of these are one. I would focus on leveling some other characters while we have Magfest. And then you can try them in and see how they go. Alright, I'm getting my lunch. Be right back. Got my lunch. Did we ever untime out pet at all? I don't know. If you timed him out, that's your responsibility. I can't even see timeouts properly with this chat anymore, Mikan. Freedom. Welcome back. Now, but honestly, Omikan, if you joke timeout, I'm expecting you to free it. And if you don't, then I'll be upset with you, honestly. Alright, next. Why was Vessel EXP changed? EXP overflow? Yes. We were wasting EXP because they weren't small enough. No, Peridot has been free for a while. Oh, okay. Once again, I can't see. I can't see with this new chat, so I can't tell. Hey chat, which class is your recommended? Depends on the situation. Howdy, howdy, how's everybody? I would got my ult if I was timed out for that long. I don't even know how. I remember your ult was timed out last. Rent redeem boom boom boom. I just miss Peridot's presence. Okay. Boom 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 boom. Go take a nap. I'll mute periodically to eat chat. What's for lunch? I got a kebab. Is Sandbox Mundus my go-to for leveling classes? Yes, it is. Defenders give a lot of XP and I can kill them very efficiently. If you find defenders too slow to kill, you can do the other nodes instead. Where can I farm those Omega summons or weapons? I don't know which one specifically you're looking for, but Omega weapons and summons are farmed from this raid, and this raid, or these series, I should say. This difficulty, and this one. Depends on what you're looking for. You can always click the information icon, and that will show like what it drops. So Europa has different drops than Tiamat, which has different drops than Tiamat Aura. Yes, except Rose Queen. Rose Queen is special, not this one. Alzaraf is stuck. Let's follow to something while I eat. Clear the special quest Xeno Ifrit Slash within 4 turns. It's pretty difficult. Might just need a... I'm not sure like what you're using and what progression you can do before fighting it, but you might just have to prepare more in leveling characters or uncapping something or leveling up some skill weapons or something. If I place it in the grid for now, is it fine? Is Aura Logia Summon good? Logia Summon is good in a vacuum, yes. But good is such a general term here, it doesn't really help anybody. I read about its passive and active. It sounds quite good on the paper, but I don't know if I understood it. I see. It's good, but it depends on the team where it's used. And then also, if you have to uncap the summon using some Sunstones, I would not do it right now with Roulette going on. But honestly, yeah, you can put it in most teams and it's just more damage. Do I need to find Omega 2 before Omega 3? So what do you mean by find is the question here. But you don't need to farm Omega 2 before Omega 3 because Omega 2 is given to you from Siero's Academy actually. There's only a couple weapons in the Omega 2 series that is not given by Siero's. So outside of those, pretty much you can just go straight to Omega 3 once you finish Siero's. Still at first. Should I be LO now? Have you posted your teams anywhere? I can try. Views, I'll check it after I finish eating. What is damage supplemental? Damage supplement is basically flat damage added on top of your damage. I have a section on advanced grids about it if you want to read in more depth. If you go to advanced grids on the wiki, you can go to building different types of grids and common grid components, this section here. And then under general damage increases, there's a section on general supplemental damage. And you can read how it works here. Is there any side stories recommended for grid building? No, side stories isn't really a tutorial. They're just story events. So no, there isn't like a grid building side story or anything like that. That confused you so much, yeah. And supplemental and relink is what we call bonus damage here. Alright. Done eating for now. Kebab like a thing or a kebab on a skewer? The one that's wrapped in, like a burrito sort of thing. Can't wait for Runeslave File Zero. Does the 100 draw part in Idealist get bigger with the lower break gauge? No, I don't believe so. Alright, let me see. You run Ragazo Esa. Okay, exact same team. You just go Elo now. Does any specific element have the biggest one hit of damage? Very strange question I've never thought about. There's... I don't know. Octo, yeah, probably. Dark Saruman. I'm not familiar. Alright, Munching, let's see this. You went this, the went Lilile book. Axe down here, sure. This doesn't work anymore. Oh wait, I don't think my axe is uncapped. Nope. I can put my spear down there. Then you. So you have Lilile book. A skill awaken Ryan. I should awaken my Ryan actually. Wait, that's attack. Dear Lord. You dropped a CS, okay. I might keep it because I'm missing the second thingamabo. This is my first time in chat. Welcome. How's everyone doing? Doing well. How are you? Let's go to Lillelebok, I think. Big stamina. Sure. You have Orologia. Hope that doesn't matter. You have Soul Invoker as well. Okay. We have some differences. I just have to hope that it's fine. Does the SR ticket pull from the current banner or its own pool? It pulls from the current banner. So you want to save those for good banners that you don't want to spark on, but you still want to chance at what's on the banner. Anything in that tab that doesn't have a date, so like not February 2026 as an example, you can use, and it will generally pull from the current banner. The main gameplay of GBF is joining raids. The main gameplay is joining raids or hosting your own raids and defeating the raids. And there's a bunch of different raids in the game. I guess that's the main gameplay. I mean, yes, gameplay-wise, that is the main gameplay, yeah. Different raids have different mechanics, and different mechanics require different things. And generally, the harder it gets, the more complicated it is, and the harder it is. And the more restrictive it is, too. Do we know which Yukata summer tomorrow? No, but generally they put the summer characters first, which is, in this case, Apollonia and Anthuria. Main gameplay is grid management. Yep, it's like improving your grids. I would say GBF is all about making your team stronger and doing things that it takes to make your team stronger. Kind of a turn-based MMORPG. Yeah, I would say it's very similar to an MMO. The gameplay loop is like any other JRPG or whatever. It's kill the boss to get something that helps you kill an even stronger boss. That's how many video games work. GBF is definitely that as well. Kill the monster, make a cool weapon out of its skin, kill stronger monster. Basically, you can think of the loop somewhat like Monster Hunter, just the presentation, obviously, and how we go about it is entirely different. If I break tomorrow, do I wait for the banner to reset for 6%? Yes. Will the summer characters be on the flash banner? So anything currently on the banner will be available on the next banner too. They just won't be raid up anymore. So for example, Summer Raziel is currently on the banner. Same with Summer Horus, and they are raid up. Next banner they won't be, but they will still be in the banner. So use your break. Any free pulls you get tomorrow, wait for the banner. Wait for the banner tomorrow. What class should I go for as a beginner? You want to unlock all of them. Yeah. I don't think order matters too much here. At least order doesn't matter until you get to EX2, I would say. So for row 1, row 2, and row 3. So for these ones here, and these ones here, I don't think order really matters. Row 3, people generally say get Dark Offensive first. But ultimately, you're going to get all of them. It's not going to be too big of a difference in the order. So I think Spear mode or Axe mode is better. I haven't looked at the differences. By the way, how does Whiteley work? I know you can buy gifts, but I thought there was supposed to be some kind of events for characters. So in your inventory, if you go to the characters, you can click on this button here, and then you get a scene. You get a special scene. That's how it works. So for each character you own, or whichever characters you want to see a White Day scene for, which is like similar to Valentine's Day essentially, you can go to their character and then click that button, and then you get a voice scene. And that's how it works. Show Dark Grimnir's. Why? Wouldn't it be the same as regular Grimnir, just a different sprite? That's so deep inclined. The amazing thing here is that, you know how many characters Granblue has? Every one of them has a voice scene. And multiple voice scenes. Like I have 880 characters. Pretty much all of them but the collab ones will have voice scenes. Okay, there's a couple exceptions too, but like 99% of these characters will have voice scenes. If I click on Yatima, she'll have one. Chicken, she'll have one. Hello, I can't find any info on new Skyfarer weapon trade. It does that. Do I just pick whichever element I'm focusing, or do I research on which one's harder to farm, if it's even farmable? So all of them are farmable. And then which one should you pick? Yeah, I might put this in a pinned comment on my video or something. But ultimately, this one also doesn't really matter. I would say the best ones there are for fire, either one is good. Alabard or Ben Bennett. Both are good. Agonize is worse to farm. It is, but it also doesn't have much longevity. That's the thing. Tyros Zither is good for the water one. Dark Thrash is not good. Ishshed is good. Nibelung Klinger is fine. And then both the wind ones are okay, but you get enough spoons and Sieros that I would say Munjet is just better. And then Hasius Hrakter, I think both are fine there. Abydos and Agonize. I would say Agonize is slightly better than Abydos. So I think... Let me actually write this in the YouTube comment. So I'll summarize again, one sec. I just want to write in the YouTube comments while I do this. Yeah, let's see. What's it called? New Skyfarer. For the new Skyfarer weapon trade ticket, I recommend choosing your favorite element or whichever one you want to work on. Here's the weapons that I think are decent. Wait, I'll say you can farm all the weapons on this ticket, so it's not too big of a deal what you choose. Here's what I recommend. I think Here are the weapons for each Ellie that I think are good. So fire, Alabard, hard, and Ben Bennett are both good. Water, Tyros, Zither, and then Earth is Ishet. How many Nibelung Klingers do you get from Siero's chat? Actually, I'll just check. One is fine. I would get the Ishet. And then Wind. One Jet, Light, Haciasis or Harakte? Harakte, I think is better. Nobody uses Haciasis. Yeah, Abydos Haciasis are the same weapon, but I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, I think those are better. Alright, there we go. Hopefully that answers your question for almost. I've pinned it on the Academy, not the Academy video, sorry. What's this video called? Chat, what's my video called? What to pick all tickets during Annie. There we go. Can I please get a link to that Academy grid one? This one? This is Omikin's test page. This is where we've just been archiving. This is just where we've been archiving the Sierra's grids. Cheers. Yeah, if you want to see what's coming up, then I guess you can check there. How do you farm class points? I do have plenty, but it doesn't seem like I gain as much as I spend. Great question. I don't know the best answer because the best answer is Skyleap, but that's not available. Cajun, you played on or is Kurama here? Kurama, Cajun, anyone who's played on Steam, or I think Tech was playing there as well. What do we think about CP? Because I agree, early on CP was a problem for me too. Bronze moons for CP. That is something you can do. I don't know if I'd recommend it. I need to actually play on a Steam account. I think that could be fun for you guys too, right? For the newbies. Watching what someone who knows what they're doing does in the early game or whatever. There is 3k CP per month in FP. FP is that accessible from the beginning? Skyleap is available on Steam if you use the browser link from Skyleap. Okay. See, I don't really want to recommend Skyleap because Skyleap requires hoops to install, and then it also requires you to like go through like Japanese screens. What else are bronze moons used for? Usually stamina pots. That's what they're used for. You expected it to be a slog, but it's been kind of fun. You finally cleared it. Congratulations. Congratulations. You really hope they sell a paid Illustrious ticket. No, I don't think they will. Early on, it's probably just advance. Yeah, CP is something you get over time. There definitely isn't like a raid or anything that drops it. But what I would maybe do is look on the wiki for CP, right? So, yeah, class points. You can obtain it here. Events often reward CP with story events. So currently the boxing event gives CP. So the boxing event is talking about, yeah, each box. This is what I mean by you sort of get it over time, because as you play more events, you just open more boxes, and these boxes each have class points in it. So that's 200 per box. So there's that. Side story treasure trade contains this. Yeah, you can farm side stories as well. Right now, side stories is half off. You get CP by ranking up, but it's not enough to sustain you. I remember because I needed class points early on and I didn't know how to get it. Actually, I have used gold moons on class points before. I don't recommend it. Don't do it. It's because I didn't know what I was doing at the time. But I really wanted class points, so that's how I did it. But yeah, it's not enough. This is not enough. I'm aware of that. So eventually it didn't become a problem just because you played like enough events that you just get enough. But yeah, at the start, I think you look at this. I think you look at the side story. I think side story will be good because you'll be there farming crystals and tickets anyways. So while you're there, you can just farm the CP as well. And then I don't know how many moons you have, but this can be a consideration if you don't need the moons for pots and stuff. And like someone mentioned, the FP shop is fine too. Daily points are also there to be used, so you can also use daily points. Do we want to save this for anything? The wind proving ground harp, I guess. There is that. And then a bunch of skins. I guess if you want the skins, you go for the skins. Yeah, so it's buying the wind harp and then these ones, I guess. Skins are about the only, yeah, like I buy pots every month, but there's other skins you can buy there. Yeah, I think if you grind early enough, because you haven't played enough events and you haven't received enough freebies and things, it can be an issue. That's why I'm not blindly suggesting bronze and silver moons. Oh, so use moons, yeah. 20 points per day, so 10 days for the wind harp, 20 days per skin. That isn't too much time if you really need CP. Yeah, it depends on how much you want the skins, I think, because I would imagine not everybody wants every single skin, right? I don't know. I haven't bought any. I think I've bought only the Clarice one. Have I bought any else? Oh, I've bought the John one, I think. Should I have included draw rupee? Considered it. Didn't know how much rupee gain you have. And I didn't want people stressing out over it. Also, it added time, and my video is 2 minutes 50. 20 minutes is better than 21 minutes, even though 2050 is better than 21. Even though 2050 is close to 21, it's still 20. I know I'm saying random numbers, but trust me. 20 is better than 21. And 2059 is still 20. But 2102 is 21. I think there's plenty of things that could have gone in the beginner video and would have been perfectly fine. And I think one of those is daily rupee. Chat, I need to make a new Steam account, right? Or log into an alternate Steam account, I think. If I'm to make an account and don't want it to bind to my main account. That's sort of annoying. I sort of want to do it though. Let me I have an alt Steam account. It's been forever since I've logged in though. I don't even know if I remember the login details. Never mind, I didn't need to remember the details. Apparently I'm still logged in. How long is any event part 3? It lasts for like until the end of the month, I think. Lasts until March 22nd, yeah, so like another week. You just want to test it out yourself. Okay, problem chat. I don't know my login. Slight problem. Thought Mep was taking how long it takes to read. Oh, was that the question? My bad. I don't remember. Do you guys remember? Why are we all mod checking? What happened? What on earth is this capture? Select all things that need to be plugged in to work. Speaking of dark, is surplus hype good? Yes. Hype didn't need it. But it got it. And it is quite good. Funny T-Rex indeed. Why was it working on my phone, but now it's not? Are we not able to delete or unlink from Steam when they let more bug air? I mean, we don't know, right? I'm just doing it just in case. It's purely for a situation that might not happen. Should I use EM points to upgrade every character's base stats? The EMP points? For characters, yeah, you can do it. Those, you can always not refund, but you can always unallocate points if you make a mistake, and all you need is just a bit more XP. What are the chances they make Octavian not win? I think quite high, honestly. Good chat, I'm struggling to log into my alt Steam account. Slight problem. Where is Arcarum, the world beyond? You can find it under... It's unlocked by a story chapter, by the way. So if you haven't reached, I forget, it's like chapter 40 or something like that. If you search it on the wiki, you'll know. But you can find it under extras. And then you can find it under Arcarum, the world beyond there. Hey, how do I navigate to resource quest? For example, I'm being told that the quest is unavailable because it requires X quest to be cleared. And that's where I'm lost. That X quest. Do I need the wiki? Maybe the other... It's, when you say resource quest, are we talking about... Are you talking about these ones? Uncapped treasure quests? Is this what you're lacking? But yeah, if you're ever unsure and then, like, you just can't figure it out through the game probably isn't doing a good job of telling you. But yeah, you can search the name of the thing you want. Like if I'm looking at fire trial, here's fire trial. And it says unlock special quests. Unlock special quests. It looks like these ones are just unlocked. What's the highest counter damage? Yours is 4.5. Counter, I think I've seen quite high because of assassin and things like that, like Naru assassin. Is encounter just auto cap? Mostly. There's some there's some other things involved, but yeah. Sorry, I'm still trying to log into the other thing chat. Okay, I think I got it. There we go, finally in. Angel Halo for Rusted is what you're looking for. Yeah, I would just search it in this case, I think. Oh wait, no. I think I missed context for that, never mind. Oh, for rusted weapons, there we go. Is there any optimal farming place to get rusted weapons? Angel Halo, yes. You can also farm it in Proto Bahamut normal as well. Hello, Shiroe Tanaka. Yep, you can Proto Baha normal as well. Should I read it in bed or in my chat? Chat, should I... Do we start the newbie account? I'm in. Yes. 10 sparks for newbie account. The newbie account is not going to have 10 sparks. Not allowed to join with main to help. No, I wouldn't join with main, I think. Right. I want it to be... am I planning on doing a new account playthrough? I think I wanted to gain some context on how to do certain things as a new player. Yeah. Decided I won't bother. Yeah. I'm only doing it because I happen to have a second one. Yeah, pause. Let's do it. Let's do it. I think me doing this, right, can be useful for you guys too. Right, chat? Or at least I'm hoping. You missed roulette? Yeah, I don't care. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you guys watching this might find it very insightful. That's what I'm hoping anyways. Terms of service must be viewed. One sec. Okay, privacy, got it. Age verification. Still so lost. Let me just set up. So loud. I will be skipping all the story and things like that, by the way, chat. Like, we ain't reading that. Wait, is there no audio off screen, chat? If I alt tab? Is that a thing? Hello, we should save roles for next gala. Today's one you can use. You can use today's one. Yes. Is that yes as in like, I have to stay tabbed in? Off screen turns off audio. When you said that was loud. Yeah, no, I wasn't sharing audio at that point. I don't want to do this. Oh, skip, there we go. There's no audio off screen? Okay, they gotta fix that ASAP. All right, I'm gonna adjust the window and stuff in a second, chat. I don't think this is the final UI. There is a setting. Oh, there's a setting. All right, thank you. I was gonna say it's usually a setting. Yeah. Okay. Hey, chat. It's time to meet Volder. Our first friend Volder. Oh, damn. How fast is newbie gathering gems to be met? Let's find out. Because I'm about to play as an experienced player. You have 240. Okay, what characters are you missing? 240 is a lot. I think this comes down to who you're missing. Does it reset Sunday or Monday? Asking that when we're a global community is sort of asking for or like you're asking for trouble at that point, right? What I recommend is going to the wiki. I'll show you. Look at this. Siroshi. If you go to the wiki, always on the front page, there'll be timers. For example, we have draw promotions. At the moment, this banner, you can see that it ends in 27 hours. So in 27 hours, we have a new banner. Hopefully that answers your question. 27 hours and 1 minute is when the banner resets. That will be Flash Gala. I just started 3 days ago. You have none of them. Oh, you're a new player. You're at 240 and you want to know if you should spark. How many pulls do you have right now? 240 is a really big discount. That's the thing, right? So 240 is actually like in the realm of, hey, I'm considering pulling or like sparking. And this wouldn't be a consideration if the characters were bad, but the characters are good. Cap, what do you think? I'm deferring to Cap here. 240 new player. This for Horace or Razio, this sounds decent to me. Holy, your mouse clicks are so so precise. All right, let's go through some settings. So this sidebar works now, right? Okay, cool. Steam version settings. Let's see. Data usage, clear cache, inactive. We want inactive off the. Welcome to no, not yet. Okay, so if I go, is it just maximizing this? Okay, close that. How do I close it? How do I close it? Maybe I can't. All right, that's fine. Why is there a black bar at the top? Is that normal? Graphics, high. Okay, I did not mean to do that. Sound, blah, 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 that's fine. That's, okay, I'll fix that in a moment. This is all good. That's fine. It's only 60, I guess. Would Razio be good for a new player? I would say Horace is better. There is no full screen, sadly. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let me do this, and then I'm going to move chat here. This is more on my end of this. More on my end, and then... Let me see. Let me get a new window capture. Come to my raid. Window capture GBF Steam. Ram blue. Disable that one. Transform bit to screen. Chat, what's the right bar used for? Is it important? Do I need it on the screen? Actually, no, you guys probably want to see what I'm doing there, so I'll leave it on the screen actually. I lied. I asked you guys a question and then ignored the answer. Ha. I guess we can also do this. Wow's chat window. No, but then you guys can't see anything. Wow, we're on TV. I'll just do something like this. That way, if I need to, you guys need to see the right, then you can. Steam UI is so bloated compared to... Nah, it's using more of the horizontal space. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Anyways, where did Peasant go? Horus is kind of hard to use if you can't loop. You can, once you unlock it, yeah, Kango will be fine. I think Horus alone, clicking S3 on turn 1 is very powerful and double logging. I think I would recommend Horus. I don't think Raziel is a bad choice if you like Raziel either. So, I forget who asked the question, but if you're still around, Digoy, I still have Roulette tomorrow. You do, but normally we recommend saving that for the next banner. But since you're already on, if you're going to commit to the Spark, it's fine to use the Roulette pulls on this banner that you get tomorrow. So yeah, you can do that. You can do that. All right, chat. Let's continue. Let me know if some audio is too loud or something. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do, chat room, is immediately get you guys off my screen because I'm going to change some settings. Pay attention. Battle, let's see. Turn, enabled, skill queue, yes. Full, yes. Battle speed, fast, yes. Summon animation, skip. Button location during animation. Don't know what that means. No, it's fine. Skill usage, nope, don't care. Let's see. Display backup request. No, I don't need help. Actually, we probably do need help. We'll see how we go. Allow or block. No, that's fine. Auto display backup request. Do not auto display. No, thank you. Backup request cooldown format. Gauge versus time. I think a time is much more useful. I wish this didn't refresh every single time. All right, in-play battle outfit. Okay, that's all good. Next, go back. Battle's fine. Chat stickers. This is very important. We need the good sticker on page 1. We don't have good stickers yet. Wait, we have... Okay, you go there. There we go. We have Chichiri as well. Amazing. All right, we need the good stickers here. And there we go. Oh, we got rid of thanks. It's okay. We don't need to thank people. 8 pages. More stickers, the better. I'll bring back thanks. Oh, there we go. All right, good enough. All right, next is... Did I do battle? We did. Home screen. Home screen, there wasn't anything because we haven't unlocked anything. Home screen characters, we haven't unlocked anything either. Privacy, that's fine. Miscellaneous. Boop, boop. Auto conversion. Set the criteria. Boop, 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 boop. So this is auto converting. SRs we're going to reduce. SSRs we will reduce as well. SSR weapons we leave. SR weapons we're going to do this because we're not going to pick up any gacha weapons, so we're okay to do SRs. Items to... Nope, we're selfish, we're not doing that. Inventory, stash, sort settings. I don't actually know what those do. AP, EP, auto restore. Yeah, we'll do this. That way we don't have to click as much. EP auto restore as well. I imagine this just has half elixirs, and this one, it can be both. I heard Steam accounts can't play on browser. No, that's not correct. Steam accounts can play on browser. You just need to go to steam.gramblyfantasy.com, whatever the URL is. Steam accounts can play on browser. I'm going to type it in. No, that's incorrect. Steam can play on browser. Just so anyone not with the audio can listen. All right. Listen, can see. Blah, 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 blah. Quest. Display text instantly. Cannot handle quest popping on one at a time. Skip cleared quest. Yes. Skip side scrolling. Don't want that. Party selection. Sub-skill aura. Sub-skill is good. Enemy characteristics off. Don't need it. I know which elements are good. Ascendant prayer. No, don't want ascendant prayer. Actually, that doesn't even matter at the moment. Pre-battle auto attack. One touch. Into trial battle notification. Raid trial notification. All right, that's fine. Into... Is that it? That was quest, right? Okay. Settings done. Here's the link if you need it. Yep. You just go to this on browser. I'll post it in YouTube chat. If you have a Steam account, you just go to that URL and log into your Steam account and it's done. All right, welcome to Grand Blue Fantasy. Here's a free 10-part draw. I guess we can do roulette as well. All right. I just realized you're on Steam. Yeah, I'm playing a new account, seeing how it goes. Wow, we got a ring. Very cool. Siero and 100 incoming. Okay, that did not happen, chat. We will do the scratcher. Where's scratcher? I'm trying to scroll on this screen, but I can't, chat, because it's over here now. Dear Lord. No, it's part of here. Okay, here we go. Oh, Hercules. There's no way. Hades. What is happening? Okay. Why not just play the Steam one in browser? Because I want to... Sorry, what? Are you serious? Hello? Either way, I'm playing on Steam client because I feel like most people would be playing on Steam client like this and not on browser. Correct me if I'm wrong. Alright, Hades, sure. Probably the worst one there, honestly, for us. The other weapons would have been better. I didn't even know that could happen. What the hell was that? Oh my god, are we getting Dama crystalled here as well? We are. Alright, at least this account needs Dama crystals. At least it needs it. Alright, berries are fine. Need those to farm. Elio. If we get superlative, we're not using it, by the way. Bronze moon, thanks. There we go. Rock. Alright, let's see. Pick up those. Everything in others fine to pick up. What else we got here? Okay, so reduce SI. Actually, that's a bunkle. We should keep it. It's also the peridot one. No, we'll just pick up everything then. That's fine. Summons. You. Favorite things that you don't want to lose. We'll favorite that one too. Bunkles are good to keep early on. And then we need to do our fruit pulls. Alright, chat, place your bets. Which SSR are we getting? Which rigged one? DY, can you put chat back on the screen? I can, sorry. I forgot. There we go. Chat is now back on the screen. Charlotta, Petra, Zeta. Let's see. We got Charlotta. Alright, Charlotta. Arimasu. See you again tomorrow. Alright, let's see. Draw. 2 draws. Uh-oh. I didn't see a grand cipher. Summon? Summer Night Blade. I should talk to Elmot. Elmot's like, you gotta fucking use me. How long do you get this rig draw for? I wonder if JJ can wait out roulette to get rig draw. The rig draw was first before I did anything else. Hey, Lamrata. Man, I forgot you get R's and SRs. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see. So... Didn't mean to click that. Go here. Go to other. Nothing there. So... Slight inventory management tip, I guess, for those of you in chat who are playing on... who are new. If you've pulled in the gacha and you know that there's only gacha things here, what you can do is... You can click reserve. And then you can click rare weapons. Right? You can also click these. Those ones are fine as well. But rare and normal in these ones. SRs leave blank. So do this one. And then you can click reserve. And you see how it picked up all the rare weapons? Rare weapons are only for reserving. So I'm doing that just to clean out my crate. I like doing that. And then we've got a bunch of SRs now. And these are all from the gacha. So what I do with gachas is I click SR and reduce. So it's going to... So now, once I click those settings, that's saying, hey, pick up these ones as well. So we are reducing these SR gacha weapons. The reason we do this is because these gives weapon stones, and we need these to uncap other things. So if all the SRs in your crate are from the gacha, this is what you want to do. You want to click reduce, have these 3 settings on, have SR on, and then reduce those ones. Right? And that gives me a bunch of materials. Now for summons, we just select everything here for summons, and then it's going to reserve all the summons. And then for summons SR, we want to do the same thing if it's not a bunkle. So this is not a bunkle, it's a Drake. We don't care about the Drake, we get rid of it. And then we get materials here as well. So that's happened. And now pretty much all that's left in my inventory is the SSR weapons and the vessels. I'm just going to check this one. Inferno Might Arts. Yeah, it's okay. But I'm not going to pick it up. So we're going to leave any SSRs in my crate for now. So these stay. Everything else is fine. Question. When you have a moment in your beginner's guide, you say it's okay to combine all non-primal summons. What about Belly or Bubs? You can combine those. Combining those is fine. How do I change my name, chat? Can I change it? We can. Change. Our name is DKDY. DK/DY. DYDK's evil twin. Change name. And our birthday. No, well, that's fine. Do we get to play the game? What's this? Oh my god. Okay, hold up. Alright, this account's birthday is March 15th. No, I don't want to do that. We'll just put our actual birthday, it's fine. My birthday is August 23rd, set. Oh. Okay. That's -1 thing there. Birthday step up special. New Scarfire step up. So I forgot we have this as well, don't we? Alright, let's see. Alright, chat, how many SSRs do we get? currently. It's Mirin. Mirin is a good SR character, by the way. If you guys are lacking wind SSRs, you can get Mirin. You can use Mirin. Mirin is one of the best SR characters. We'll probably put her in our team if we don't get enough SSRs. No, it's the gambling character. You'll suffer like I did. Yeah, we haven't got a single SSR yet, so... Will. Holy Deliford. Early drop rate up of 1%. Chinese not going in my parties. Stop pretending. Holy Rosine. Oh, first SSR. Here we go. One at the start. Am I allowed to use that? That's loading. It's loading. Chat, that's a load. That has to be a load. Omega load. Look at that. Holy three SSRs. Okay, that's a rare. Tanya. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's Sanchina's voice, but I didn't want to say. No way, rigged. Need to I mean, chat, we won't have access to V2 for a while. Let's be real. She's still good though. I'll be the one to protect you. It's Angie. Okay. Right, she was right up the last banner. That's right. I'm unsubbing. Chat, this is just an alt account we just made. Can I understand what summon is good or not? You told me I should focus on rerolling for Bubs versus Yatima. I got a lot of accounts with Beelzebub and Yatima, and only one with Vesusia. They're all good. Shout, shout. You've clearly went above and beyond for what you wanted, so just choose whichever account seems good. I think early on Bubs and Yatima are better, so maybe Bubs and Vesusia are better, so maybe choose one of those. Maybe just go with the Vesusia one. She's the newest summon. Is that Herja? Oh, it's so shit. Right, I always forget her spear. 10 minutes in, the account is unrelatable. It's not unrelatable. Stop pretending, chat. I saw Fox's account with Paler Angie. Let's be real. Actually, you can get Paler for free, can't you? Anyways, we could do that. I don't think I'll do that. I mean, I don't know how long I'm going to play this account for. Already gold account. It is not already a gold account. Stop pretending. You guys are exaggerating so much. Seeing so many newbie accounts with Providence, yeah. And we got the worst Providence too, actually. I realize he can't use Sanchira's kit because he will even give her charge bar. Yeah, exactly. Like, Sanchira's a good character, but it's more for established accounts. You don't think you even have Providence, yeah. I will use what we got, I think. I think. That button's in a different spot, by the way. This is in a different spot. That confused me. I'm like, okay, anyways. Alright, same thing now. Reduce. Reserve. Reserve those, that's fine. Reduce. Wait, let me check for bunkles. I don't know if we got bunkles. Did one there. Nope, that's it. Reduce. And then reserve. Okay, and then we just leave all these there. I will pick up the burial. Alright, that's fine. 9 things. Are we done here? Okay, we're done. Party. Goodbye, Volta. You lasted a while. I guess we go fire. I guess. I'll just chuck everybody in, to be honest, though. Get out. Don't want any of you. Do we have a better summon? No, we don't. Okay, that's fine. We just put in these for the raw stats. Menuing here is a lot faster, actually. It is quite noticeable. All right, first thing we do is we skip Pierce the Astros for Lyria. We need Lyria. You could, yeah, I could get Dragon for Angie Dragon. We can do that. Should I? I'm thinking about it. I'll think about it more. Has technicalities? Yeah, Scratcher gave it to us. Get Anilla. No, I'm not gonna get Anilla. Shout said what? On Vesusia, I got 2 Agni. On the last video, you told me not to feed them. Why? Why can't I look at a summons tier list? There is no summons tier list. You keep them separate for now because in the future you might need it. Don't worry about it for now. Don't worry about why. Just keep it separate. If I give you the reason, it's not going to make sense. That's why I'm not giving you the reason. Because I can say, hey, it's because you might Sunstone it for Primal Anima to make a Primal Grid in the future. But those words just make no sense to you, right? So, for now, I think, without being able to go into too much detail, just trust me and keep Agni separate. I got some accounts with top tier characters, but not top tier summons. It's entirely up to you how you want to play, but honestly, like, it sounds like you already have a bunch of good accounts. It's clear that you're dead set on rerolling. But I would imagine that you want to start playing the game at some point, and it sounds like any of those accounts that you had with the providences we talked about is fine. Once again, I don't think you need to reroll at all in this game. Like, you get so many pulls that I think it's fine. Skill check off, please. That skip button's so close to the back button, but I guess I'm not clicking the skip button so much. Do I awaken Poseidon weapon? I don't even remember what it got, I'll be honest. Taxio. I wouldn't do it until you see a setup that actually really needs it. Back button works, yeah. Mouse button works. F5 doesn't work as far as I know. Hey, you like how the browser or how battle looks in Steam? Soon we'll be able to log in, so yeah. Should be okay. I wish I could close the right side. I think that's my main gripe at the moment. Like, you know where chat is at the moment? I wish I could close that. It also feels a bit zoomed out. I wish I could zoom in a bit. You guys will say, just make my window bigger, but I've put my chat on that side and I've already set it up for OBS. Could just leave chat on the side and put stream chat there. I mean, that's what we've done, right? Text said the same thing. Yeah, it doesn't fill up the screen as well as I want it to. Like, hold up, I'm moving you guys here. What is it? Yeah, that's like an awkward ratio. It's fine. Just be wise with your stones. Yep, always be conservative with sunstones. What do you mean you can't get them? You very much can. What is that responding to? I think I missed context, sorry. Oh, someone added you? Okay. What's the easiest way to get sunstones? So there is no farmable way of getting sunstones. It's pretty much tied to an event called Guild War or Unite and Fight. So that event gives sunstones, but if you're new to the game, there's a bunch in our Karam shop as well. Our Karam shop and there's like another place. Where is it? Proud shop. No more music? No, there's music. Proud has 3 in stock, yeah. Most of your sunstones early on are going to come from Arcarum because you won't be able to do the Proud fights. Alright. Rank 15, holy. Spotify isn't coming through. Oh no, there is no Spotify. We're playing Primal music. Illustrious. Okay, we will put her in our party. Sorry, Charlotte. Goodbye. Oh, we don't have any weapons. No, we go fire. Then we get normal axe coming through right now. There we go. Perfect. Charge bar, too bad. Wait, chat, is it okay if my account joins my alt crew for buffs? Is that cheating? I'm not going to join with my main, but can I join a crew? I think crew's fine. Isn't there something like you can't use summons if there is back row? I'll put it front later. Okay, I'll scout this account in a moment. You should start your own crew. No, I'm not going to be on this account for an extended period of time. And you're gonna leave 10-10 like this. Sorry, I don't understand. What do you mean? Am I gonna leave 10-10? Any reason to get Lancer Origin 50 over Fighter Origin? I think Fighter Origin is a little bit more important, but ultimately you should be trying to get both. Chat, solo quests feel fast too, ping-wise. Am I dreaming? How important is it at the start if I have a party of one element? Not important. You'll find that I don't even have parties of all one element. Chat, I'm doing this playthrough right now so you guys can get an idea of what new players can do. Right? So, have a watch, I guess. Game feels more responsive on Steam. Yeah, like this is low ping right now. It's not just menuing, it's some fights. I imagine raids are regular ping, but yeah. Is Steam version running better? So Steam, if you guys didn't know, the Steam client has Steam servers for menuing, and it looks like for solo quests too, which means it's good for things like Angel Halo. Like, I would not be able to click OK that fast, usually. No, that's sort of nuts. Alright, wait, you can't do anything else here. So let's get out. Team up with other players. You've unlocked co-op. Settings. No, I do not want to put co-op. I don't want to do it. Get me out. Alright, party. What do you do? Crest damage. That's not bad. And you're a buff. Okay, got it. I want to put some things on the home screen. Characters. Characters. I think the biggest thing I have to get used to is just not having bookmarks, honestly. I'm so used to having bookmarks. I don't think we need to do summons there. That's fine. Journey drops. No, that's fine. Party. Yeah, I do want my party. Oh, you can't bookmark party. Okay. Do you play the Steam version? I'm currently on the Steam version. I'm normally a browser player, but I'm currently on the Steam version. Is there anything else here that I want? I can use the 12th birthday weapon trade. We can get Exo Dagger. Let's just do it. No. What does it come at? Let me see. Skill level 15, awakening level 1. Am I crazy that I just want M3? I think I just want M3. We'll decide this later. That's fine. Okay, close that shit. Alright. It tells me to do co-op. Okay. Payla. Yep, I'm not going to choose Payla yet, chat. I'm going to see what this account needs before I make a decision. I'm pretty sure it doesn't need any of those. Okay, I went to raid because I'm so used to doing that on my main account. Holy, alright, quest. Menuing is so nice, actually, chat. Just this menuing feels quite good. Do I do Baja? I just do Baja. Surely there's enough Bahas, right? Hello? Auto pick. Is he ranked 200 yet? How does the Steam's UI feel? Too early to say. What I can say is that the menuing ping is noticeably better. Ah, I have to turn that off. There we go. Don't want to send friend requests on the screen. I thought there's a button to skip main story chapters. Yeah, after like the first 2 chapters. Sandbox, any sort of solo quest would feel better here. Ah, that's different though. Right? Because normally when you call a summon, the screen, like the pop-up screen is right over it. But for this one, I have to move my mouse up. So it's worse for summons. I think for any sort of like solo single player farming, Steam is going to be better in the future. Is the way I see it. You're telling me after 3 years I can learn to turn that off. Chat, check the game settings. I mean, to be fair, the settings are so confusing, so I don't blame you. What are you telling me to do? Oh, okay. Okay, go back for now. Let me finish leveling up Fighter. Isn't there a beginner ticket for what? I think you missed it. What, the weapon ticket? I didn't choose one on purpose because I didn't know what I wanted yet. Chat, I'm playing efficiently. Even though I'm probably not going to stick on this account for long, I'm still playing efficiently. Because I think making bad choices gives the impression that it's a good choice, and I don't want that. Right? Like, I've already said that I'm playing this account to give new players an idea of what to do as a new player. And if I do things that I consider inefficient, then that's not good, right? That's why you shouldn't use the Zodiac ticket. Yeah, I'm considering not using it because you shouldn't be using it at this point. Hello, it hasn't loaded, Cygames. Thank God. All right, there we go. All right, thank you. GBF speedrun. You know, I was actually thinking that. Remove element wheel. Oh yeah, thanks. I don't think the rest matters. Why the fuck does he have Sun shit? She was in my new Skyfarer 100 pulls. Let's be real, someone like Percy's way better. There, I said it. Let's be real for a moment. For beginners, is it better to use Pela or Zeta Grand? I think Zeta Grand is probably stronger without much grid investment. So without strong equipment, I think Zeta is a little bit stronger probably. I can't back refresh those. I don't think you can when there's story elements. Oh well, you have to watch it. The best character in the game is better. Mop, I'm trying to downplay how lucky getting Sanshiro was, okay? Stop ruining my narrative. This is gonna confuse me. I'm so used to clicking Baha like here and then it pops up right next to it, but I have to go up with my mouse. Alright, okay, stop pretending about Elmont, let's be real. Fighter can now use Extended Mastery. Alright, so we maxed out Fighter. And now we're going to change our class. Because Fighter's 20, we don't need to stay on Fighter. I'm going to talk about most of my decisions that I make, chat. So feel free to question or ask things if you're not sure why I'm doing something. No. Okay, got it. I think we're just going to go through all the row ones first. I do like the expanded battle screen. I think it's going to take some getting used to for me. Scroll down. Okay. Rage, got it. Set a sub skill. Yep. Now there is a tutorial. Okay, I guess people just didn't pay attention. What am I doing? Whatever quest. So we can swiftly sail. I think we will swiftly sail. But I'm gonna do all these other quests. A weapon. Any fire? Yeah, sure. Siero's gives XP for some classes, but I don't remember which ones. Okay, yeah. We haven't unlocked Siero's Academy. Once we unlock it, we'll talk about it then. Remember to skip tutorials like this. Okay, that's not what I meant. You find it funny they just said GBF coins, yeah. But yeah, on browser, you would place your mouse here and just click here. But now you have to go up like this, so. Bro's optimizing using normal... I don't have any others, what do you mean? Like, I don't even have a choice here. Alright, there we go, got all of those. We're just getting all the crystals, honestly. Is Elmont any good? No. Yeah, okay, hold up. Elmont doesn't have any meta relevance, but that doesn't mean he's necessarily a bad character, especially if you're new. Like, for me, he's one of my best characters. In fact, he's my third best fire character. Right, so... So I'm using him, yeah. Why not semi-FA? Because I want to summon on the last one. Is that such a fucking... Chat, is that such a crime to want to summon Baha on the last one? Third best when you only have 3. And... Actually, he's probably second best, I'm not gonna lie. Honestly. Let me read Sanchida's buff. I don't value Sanchida very highly. I'm gonna be real. Sanchida's value comes from using her S3. Thank you for the follow, but we don't have access to S3 is the thing. Isn't Lyria bad for story? Lyria's... Yeah, Lyria doesn't auto attack, but she auto nukes at the end of the turn. So she still does skill damage every turn. Okay, this ping feels really good. Not gonna lie. Yeah, like you don't get access to Fated Chain forever. Okay, let me see. So we can swiftly sail. Let's do it. What I've learned is that you should skip everything in all forms. Okay, that's not exactly what I meant. Hey, I've just okay. Siero, I just want to... Siero, let me... Okay, Siero's trapped me. Alright, we've unlocked Knick-Knack. Click the things, yeah. Wow, there's a grid, chat. Thank you. It's so funny how much more modern this screen looks than like some of the other stuff. Level 20 priest. Okay, that's fine. Oh, look at that. I wish I could log in to my browser account on Steam in the future. I got distracted. What was I gonna do? Crew, that's what I was gonna do. Thank you. Crew. Three 3970 5970. I love that my Hades is main. When did that get main? When did that happen? Oh, whatever. Kind of crazy that there's no way to copy ID. Yes, I agree. Crew. Search crew. Wait. Form crew. Nope. Where does the scout go? One new message on your board. It's an Omikin. Alright, let's see. Pick up. Nope, not those ones. Side story campaigns, limited time power-up packs, deeply discounted. You have a friend request, you have this. Conductor. My conductor added me as a friend, didn't scout me. The top one is you, I see. I went to the friends menu by accident. Members, scout, there we go. ID 39705970. Okay, search. Yeah, there we go. You were scouted by Dokkan Symphony. Join. Okay. Wait, I do need to turn on buffs. I think we turn on everything but green pods. Is that correct? We want XP, we want RP, we want charge bar. Yeah, I don't think we care about green pods. Maybe new accounts need it. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, tech. We'll go first. Do I need drop rates? Fine. We don't need green pods. We'll never die. We'll never die. It's fine. Alright, there we go. There's another message on my board. It's Moon. Okay, thanks. Respond. Decline. Declining all friend requests. Not my friends. Sorry, chat. No, I'm just keeping a relatively relatable playthrough, I guess. Without strong summons. Right, that's fine. Using crew bonus isn't very noob friendly. Chat said it's fine. I think crew's actually fine. Everybody can join a crew. Alright, let's follow Siero's. Have Yule join your crew. Recruit. It's interesting that this is in this screen. Cool. Well. Yule has been added to your party. Yeah, let's add her. I'll just auto put in some characters, I see. Blah, 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 Yule. And then... our characters are about to level. I think you're gonna get blocked soon. I think we're actually gonna take you out for now, Lyria, sorry. You are one of my best characters, but still. But you don't auto attack. Alright, let's uncap. What am I missing? Okay, I don't want to level up Volda. Please don't make me do it. Don't make me do it. Don't make me... Oh, we got a bunch of free stuff. Okay. But is there certain recommendations for mana tours? Basically, Leviathan is the good budget option. The upgrade to Leviathan is Ouroboros. And then if you're not using those two, you're probably using Augustia because you're doing a charge attack setup. Is how it goes. TY, no worries. Blop, blop, blop. Looks fine. Yeah, we just need a summon. Alright, Sieros. You'll be able to do this. Clear chapter, main quest, chapter 54. Okay. Wow, they make you blitz through this, huh? Is every academy character should be max? Oh, I think all of them are decent, yeah. Especially for newbies. If I read story, do I cooked? Are you cooked if you read story? No, take your time. I've read these things before, and I'm mostly showing like the gameplay, things to look out for in gameplay. Like, I don't really need to show how to read a story, right? I'm hoping. So yeah, I would expect most of you are curious about things to do. Probably like me reducing stuff in my inventory. Like that sort of information is helpful, I imagine. Me doing my settings earlier, I would imagine that sort of thing is helpful. Like I mentioned in my beginner guide, you are free to take the game entirely at your own pace. There's a special story recap when you skip. Yes, exactly. I wish there was an inventory button here. There needs to be an inventory button right there. Zeros. Clear the special quest wind trial very hard using fighter, sure. Save this party. Go slot 2. Where did Lyria come back from? Where the fuck did Lyria come back from? I can't summon if she's backline. And whatever, it's fine. God damn my Hades. How many days to reach rank 200? I'm not sure. Do I need to click skills? No, we don't. Unlock the grappler class. Yeah, sure. I think I'm still working on priest, but we can do this. Clear the special quest Sagittarius using grappler. Sure. I wish we had a not Hades. You could set up the any party icons, I can. Just haven't made other elements yet, so not much need.
Stand ready.
I forgot about Sagittarius, the stupid voice.
This is the last warning.
Is Flying Cat good? Iuya? Iuya's good, yeah. Good character. No, absolutely not. I don't like how it resets your party. I mean, it's probably good for most people, to be fair. Alright, I want you out because I'm leveling up Sasars. Do we get to do this? Oh. Why does the scroll wheel go up instead of down? There's a couple quirks on the browser one for sure, in typical GBF fashion, but... You can choose not to override? Oh, right. Yeah. I know what you mean. Back to here. What do you want me to do? Unlock the thief class. I don't want to. What if I want to play this class for a bit? Let's do a raid. Wait, hold up. I want Colossus. When do I get Colossus? Is it later? Alright, let's get Colossus, I guess. Oh, it makes me do Tiamat with it. Wait, did I not do that? Oh, there we go. Quest can be played 3 more times. Alright, let's see, chat. How does our first ever raid go? Man, the first time I heard this music, it was so good. I thought I disabled this. Did I not? I thought I disabled that. Someone go nuke it. Don't, please. McKin. We probably could have just attacked. Now, Huanglong's probably good early on, by the way. Because it gives you extra charge buff for Lyria. Tiamat Blade. Auto conversion reserve. So what this does is that it means whenever we get this weapon, we just reserve it. I'm doing this because I know we won't need this later on. Congratulations. You can make some progress on other elements. Okay, thanks. Now let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Raid? Battle? Backup request pop-up. Hide or display? Hide. Okay, I guess I disabled it earlier. The movement is so weird. Movement of... Kulu the Raid Battle, Tiamat Showdown. Oh, did I get this? What? I guess not. Why does menu close the right? It shouldn't. You'll be able to make this grid once you finish Fire Stage 2. Ah, okay, I see. Well, let's aim for that then. I think this is the harder one. It is. I think it's funny that grid was a community term turned official. What did they call it before? Does it actually never say grid anywhere? Yeah, I'll check the crate. No, I don't think we get it actually. Yeah, I guess here it doesn't say grid, huh? It just says weapon. Yeah, no Colossus. Siero's. Clear it 3 times, sure. Testing how the Steam version plays, sort of. I'm sort of seeing the new player experience, I guess. Like, when I say new player experience, I mean more from like things you need to do for materials, things you need to do for like quests. Just remembering what you need to do. Just various things like that. Obviously, I'm playing with the knowledge of an endgame player and I know what to do, how to do things efficiently, right? So like, mainly this is to give new players like an idea of what things to, I guess, do. Why do you have horse already from the new Skyfarer Step Up special? Chat, you guys are making far too big of a deal about horse. I'm not gonna lie. Play the side story to recruit people. Defender's Oath. As a new player, I don't know why you have your summon on turn 1. So, I brought a friend summon. Friend summons are always available on turn 1. So, like, when I go into a quest, like, let's just go into random one here. I'm going into this. This Baha is not my Baha, it's someone else's Baha. I don't even know if Baha is the best for us, but you see how I can use it on turn 1? Friend summons you can always use on turn 1. Is ping better on Steam? Menuing is better. No, we can, I think solo quests are better too. I think maybe other raids are not when other people join or something. There's probably something with multiplayer, but solo felt good. More like research to see new player is experiences and give proper advice. Sort of, yeah. And then I'm I'm hoping that people can see me do things and learn off them as well. I think solo is better. You can use Belial turn 1 to can I? A Belial is probably because it's a... Are you sure? Chat room? I don't think that's true. It's ready in 3 turns. It can't be true. I got gaslighted again. I got gaslighted again. Okay, so what I would do, chat, I'm not going to do now, but what I would do, it's because Baha cuts. Oh, right. You're right. Baha, let me explain that. I forgot. I gaslighted you, my bad. So Baha, if you look, 3 turn cut to initial summon standbys means it lowers the cooldown at the start of the battle by 3 turns. And Belial is usually callable 3 turns in. So by having Baha, I can call it turn 1, but Belial's call sucks, so you don't want to do it anyways. But that's why Belial's available. No. You were right. I gaslighted you. That Baha cuts. I forgot Baha does that. Or rather, I forgot Belial's callable. I think that's more what I forgot. I'm curious if Sandbox is any better. So far, solo quests have felt better. Like this menuing feels nuts. I'm not gonna lie. I'm actually a little jealous now. All right. Anyways, what I would normally do, chat. These black screens have got to stop. What I would normally do at this point is go through every single quest that I haven't done out of the free ones and complete all of these for crystals. This is what I would do. But I'm going to focus on Siero's Academy because I think going through all of those right now is a bit boring. So complete the side story and clear the free quests. Make sure you've powered up your water team. Oh, okay. So it's saying do waters to have an easier time here. I see. I understand. I was watching your guides and you said you mainly play wind. I thought you need a team for all elements. You do. Can you explain why you said that? Basically, there are certain pieces of content in the game. So certain raids in the game don't require you to play all elements. These are raids that are null elements for the most part, which means you can bring any element against it. And generally what happens is you bring with you 5 other players of different elements, and everybody is a different one. So fire, water, earth, wind, light, dark. And then you kill the boss. In those raids, I tend to only play wind. And since I like wind the most, I focus on pulling wind characters and making my wind teams better before I do other things. So yes, I play all elements, but in Granblue, the term main doesn't mean you don't play any other element. It more means that you focus on that element. Hopefully that makes sense. Morning, this is funny, but probably not usable. Got Vayne. What just happened? Oh, this is too involved for me to read. WTF, Vayne, isn't he super strong? Yeah, he can block all of Far's like projectiles at the start of the raid and also halfway through. Rampart, good skill. Are we going to get summer characters in the upcoming galas? Yes, we will. Like, skipping through this right now is nuts, Ormikin. You know how, like, in mobile Granblue, we have to, like, often click buttons, like, 3 times just for ping? Like, I'm actually just clicking things right now. You have to use Vayne. Oh! Do not do auto-select. Fates take like a billion loads as well, yeah. Oh, actually I need to disable the auto button. I need to stop back refreshing. Either back refresh doesn't work on Steam client or I just forgot how it works. For these multi-battles. Maybe I try Angel Halo just to see. Because it definitely works in Angel Halo. Nope, that's not Angel Halo. Oh my god, I could double click that, really? Would I be able to do very hard Angel Halo? Surely. Can't be that bad, right? Okay. It is a story fate thing, alright. Like, look at me clicking through that. Like, hello? What was that? Like, what? Is there a calculator? It's hard to see when all the damage is all over the screen. No. Can we please log into Steam? I think Steam with a couple UI improvements would be like nutso and would be my way to play. I have break in the next roulette spin. Did I use break in this banner or wait Gala banner? Have you used your free pulls today, Sage? Like, are you looking at... how do I ask this? You have already used roulette. Okay. How many pulls on the banner are you right now? Yeah, we need cross login, not transfer. I agree. 70. Save it for the next banner. So tomorrow's pulls, save for the Gala banner, which happens at 7 PM JST. Testing my APM. Honestly, this is so insane. I'm actually in awe right now. Look at are you seeing this? Look at me adding shit to the skill queue. I'm not even in a favorable ping spot. Wait, what do I ping again, chat? I'm pinging, one sec. Ping, is it steam.gramblyfantasy.com? Is that what I'm pinging? Okay, I lied, my ping is good. Sometimes it fluctuates up to like 50, but I did it twice and the second one was average 8 milliseconds. Third one was average 13. So it fluctuates a little bit, but either way, it's like double digits. Is this what Marky plays like? I guess this is what fucking Marky plays like. Lucky fucking bastard. It uses Steam servers for sure, yes. This is nuts. I'm actually jealous. We just need a way to like resize some of these windows. Get rid of the side one. There's just a couple things here and there. Thank you for the follow. My Steam ping is 1 millisecond. Looks like Hazaver has answered your question, Duns. So thank you for that. I just tested my ping, 295 average, ping to 5. Yeah, like it fluctuates a bit. I don't know why. I have 140 pulls. Should I spark for a summon? Nope, you should not. Nope, don't do it. Don't do it unless you're like a whale, basically. At which point, I don't think you'd be asking me anyways. KO. I am actually baffled. Any mods? I forgot to. What do you ping again? it fluctuates, but I had low 2 digits like 13, 8, like that sort of thing. Oh, steam.granbluefantasy.jp. Is this guy chicken? I've recognized red guy's name, so I don't think so. But I think they're just memeing. I think. Who knows? Oh, did I say JP? Yeah, it's .com, not .jp, sorry. Steam.granbluefantasy.com. Granblue's restricted. It's unfortunate. I guess at least for that situation, browser's good. Hello, Sylph. EXO has no dailies, right? I don't think I care about EXO enough. Class? Oh, is my class maxed? I'll have to do it. Okay, we won't buy anything yet. Oh my god, when did it change me back to fighter? Alright, let's just go in order. Priest. I think the thing that will keep me in browser is my reliance on bookmarks. I think that's the main thing. Maybe it won't be too bad though. Probably won't be bad once you get used to it. Anyways, what are we doing? Siero's. Clear the free quest battle. Battle with Sylph. Oh, it's powerful. Also, they need to enable F5 as well. I don't use F5, but it would still be nice. You probably just play Steam on browser. Oh fuck, you probably could, right? Wait, chat, Steam on browser, does it use this UI or does it use browser UI? Yeah, I know back button's usable. I've been using it. It uses the browser UI? Oh my god, once we can move to Steam, it's donezo. It's identical to UI. That's why I told you to play it there. No, I understood. Once again, I'm playing here because I feel like most people on Steam will be playing it this way. I need to know the UI here as well. Like, menuing feel... Okay. I know people are complaining about menuing, but I think it's because we've been living underwater, menuing-wise, that this feels, like, not bad at all. And in fact, I would say it feels good. But once again, this is only because, like, we're so used to not this. Complete sides... Another one? How many? We have to do a lot. Okay. There's 3 to 4 every element. They really want you getting the side story rewards, huh? I see. It's a strange decision, but I understand why. I understand why. I think it's wrong, though, to make you do so many side stories. But then again... I would not read through this many stories in a row when I want to upgrade my party. I would want to do it in chunks. I would want a chunk of story and then a chunk of like gameplay. So yeah, I don't know. There's even more in stage 3. Okay. And technically, if you don't feel like doing side stories, you could just go do like the quests that we entirely skipped as well. Like the red ones that we just didn't do. Doesn't the browser dojo also make you do the Love Live one? There'd be more to do. No, I think in this one they just replaced Love Live. But yeah, I think the reason is because of things like free characters. They make you do it to get the free characters or the good rewards. Which I don't necessarily disagree with. It's something I would recommend. But it's more the fact that they put it in Siero's, which is interesting. Western players have been wanting to keep up with JP forever. So, just as a side note, chat, your ping in raids would still be the same. As far as I understand, your ping in raids would be the same. As in like regular Japan ping. I'm pretty sure it's only like menu and UI. But aren't the free characters SRs? I don't know what you get from each one. I don't think this one has a great reward, but... As long as it makes Sandbox better. Yeah, like earlier I said, I think solo quests are my ping, but fact of the matter is it is hard to tell. And the other thing is, even if the battle itself is higher ping, I'm pretty sure clicking the skills is like low ping. I'm gonna hit the hair, can't wait for tomorrow, bye. Like, just look at this. Like, I would never be able to do... That's gonna feel too fast, actually. I don't know. Maybe I'm just placeboing myself. This stuff is definitely fast, though. Can anyone help with Void Legion? Drop the code. Could they revive mobile app? I don't see why they would. Other than to get it on the App Store. But the mobile app was bad, which is why they stopped maintaining it. Which is also why nobody uses it. Casitas is up, yeah, I heard. Well, not in its old form, like Steam client. I mean with better menuing. You just mean better ping, right? Menuing is the same, just some UI things are in different placements or look slightly different. How many of each should you farm? One attack copy of each is what you should farm. The thing about special copies is that they're good filler, but the weapons that get immediately replaced when you get better ones. So I don't think it's worth investing resources into it, is what I'm trying to say. So basically one attack copy is what I personally recommend. Get one fully attack awakened copy and try to get the wonder leveled up as high as you can. I thought the Steam version has menus and assets preloaded. No, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it might. I don't know how Steam works, but I'm pretty sure this is just a browser window. Like, I'm almost certain that this is just a browser window. Like, I think the difference here is that we're connecting to a server that's closer to us. Where did I get Sancha? Step up. Yes. You'll love the Sancha. Is Hexa safe to pub nowadays with all the changes? When you say pub, do you mean like go into a co-op room and let other people join, or do you mean like go into the raid and click request backup? Because if you mean go into the raid and click request backup, don't do that. Waste of time. Just host it in co-op. Get all the elements. No way, bro. New game on Steam. I'm playing through the Steam version mainly as a means to give myself some context and perspective when new players ask me for advice, but also as a way to show things I do as a new player, which, you know, I forget is like acquired knowledge or what. Then why does Steam have better menuing? Because the ping is lower. I don't know the specifics. All I know is that the ping is lower. Where to turn off confirm using a skill? Right here. Do you see this skill check button? If it's not on skip, then it clicks up. It pops out like that. But if it's on skip, then I just click it. Like that. John Ryson said you can't. What was the you can't for, sorry? New player account with horse, indeed. We have horse. Did you reroll? No, you can't reroll on Steam. Chat, Sanchira isn't even that good. Hello? For a new player. I just need to keep saying that. I understand she's the fancy new Zodiac that everybody wants, but still. Don't listen to this man's propaganda. Me? Alright, tell me how Sanchira's good right now. I would argue that Zeta's better. I would argue that Yule is better. Yule Grand. I would argue Wilnus is way better as well. Like, once again, this isn't talking about Sanchira in the overall meta. I'm saying specifically for a new player. Does that make sense? Like, This character's better, of course Percy's better. Mika... meh. Now Mika S2 is still good. Yule is... I think Yule is definitely better too. Like, obviously, chat, obviously I'm being a bit pedantic, but I also think you guys are freaking out over Sanchita for nothing. Sturm is better too. Yeah, exactly. What Captain said. You're better off sacking someone else because sparking her is way more efficient. Again, we're talking about such small things. Basically, all I'm saying is that this character is a V2 focused character with no V2 content. Like, what are we doing with this skill? Read it, chat. Read it right now. I can't zoom in. I want to zoom in, but I can't. Damage immunity to fire allies. Great, 1 turn. 100% boost to Fated Chamber. What Fated Chamber? Wait, Volfrid. What? Wait, Volfrid, what? He's on the banner. Yeah. I use Percy and Zeta. Is that fire? Is that in my fight? Is that okay? That sounds like one of the best teams you could possibly have. So yeah. Very, very good. Is Pele getting an FLB next year? Mm-hmm. 50% TA is good. Yeah, her buff is probably one of the best parts. Does it give attack? It does give fire attack too, so it's a good buff. Once again, I'm being very overly harsh, but I'm trying to counteract the oh my god, you got the best character in the game. And that's clearly not the case. Let's be factual. Uplift as well, yeah. Maybe a big ask, but can you take a few minutes and show some no-brain picks from Dark from each of the tickets? The anniversary ticket, I actually have a video on. It's linked in the description below. It's called Anitix. That would be for the 12th birthday draw. So you can check that. And then as for the other tickets, that is the only ticket. Right. Oh, you mean this one? Skyfarer weapon ticket? You said no brain picks for Dark? There is only one Dark character, right? Step ups too. I have a newbie. I have a newbie Spark priority guide. Once again, below in the description below. Give it a look. It's called like newbie Spark Prior or something like that. Basically, check the description. There's a whole bunch of stuff there that you might find useful. Let's see. No. You're misunderstanding. Not the anniversary ticket. In the description of my YouTube stream right now, there is some links there. One of them is called Newbie Spark Priority or something along those lines. Chat, what's it actually called? Newbie Grand Zodiac Spark tier list. That's what you want. It's a wiki link. Like, scroll down, click on the description. In the links there's one called what Shoemaker said. Those are the things that are relevant for the new Skyfarer Step Up Special, for the birthday Step Up Special, and that's it. For those two, yeah. That's exactly it. Yeah. Now I will say before you go out and do it, I don't know when you have to choose this new Skyfarer by, but at least for birthday Step Up Special, you have until April 1st. You should wait until then because you don't want to dupe whatever you pick, and we have free pulls at the moment. So if you're already on 300 and you're on the step to select one of these things, I'm suggesting you to wait. Again, for new Skyfarer Step Up Special, I have to read this. And it will say like... I'll probably say somewhere here. Purchasable until this. No, that's purchasable. 160 hours. I don't know how long you have to pick the spark for. Doesn't let you get Sariel, he's too new, yeah. Look at the date at the top. Yeah, but that's when you can buy it by, not how long you have to spark. Those are two different things, right? Or is it the same? Under special draw tab, you believe. Special draw tab. I don't know where that is. I would assume that this date is when you can spark by, I guess. By the way, chat, if any of you guys have not bought this, it says 1 week only, but it actually comes back every month. So don't believe it's lies. You don't have to buy that if you don't feel like it. The third point, it said, sets will become available. Oh wait, no. New Skyfarer must be used, and the selectable item must be picked up within 24 hours of it ending. Okay, so it is the 23rd, right? Usually it won't actually expire, but that's what it says, alright? So just check what that date is and try to delay it for as long as possible, I guess. At least try to wait for tomorrow's free pulls if you can. Nope, do not do that. That's not what I wanted. I finally have 150. I'm thinking about Shishio. If it would improve my overall performance with water, do you think I should take something else or should I just wait? I think you should wait. All the weapons are getting updated in June or July. I forget which one. I think waiting is better. Another one? 3 in a row? They couldn't space it out. It comes back every month. I was under the impression it's a one-time deal. It's a one-time deal that comes back every month until you buy it. Hopefully that makes sense. Nisha must be in your quest. It's okay. Vane's been hitching a free ride. We can go Nisha, I guess. Exocositis fight kind of sucks. How many accounts do you have, Mr. Streamer? That I actively play? Just one. I have an alt that I regularly log into, mainly to explain new player things, just because it is in a state of a new player. And then I guess if you're counting this one, then third account. Oh. Is Steam version getting collabs like the one in May? Full Metal Alchemist? Okay, we don't have a hard confirmation, but I think Cygames would be insane to not run that on Steam. Let me just put it that way. And I don't think Cygames is insane. What is better for a new player? Just level up all the profs. Level up all the profs. You want to do all of them eventually anyways. If you want some direction on what to go, you can try get Dark Fencer in row 3 first. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter. I think order only becomes important once you hit EX2 and row 4 classes. What's the best level for farming Xeno? For what? Hi, new player here. Should I do extreme event or do the impossible one since I have access to it? I would clear the impossible one at least once, and then I would farm extreme, is what I would do. This stream is showing you how to progress by using Steam account that starts from 0. I guess if you want to look at it that way, yes, basically. Yeah, what Flopperix said, Cruz. I'm hoping that by me doing this, I gain more perspective on what you have available as a new player, but also I'm hoping that what I do helps new players understand what's going on or what to expect, what to do, things like that. I'm not telling new players to skip story. I'm mainly skipping story because I don't think you guys need a tutorial on how to read a story. You have to do 180 plus to get the uncapped mets. You're so cooked. Is my enhancer done? Yep. We level up so fast. I don't think I have a bow, chat. Are we doomed? I don't know why it doesn't switch to the class. It's dumb. Uh-oh. Hello, Tiamat Bolt. Mr. Ur still going? Yeah, I wish we see them in a future story. I agree. What is this? Activate Faded Chain on turn 1. Cancel. Just bring Sanch in a chat and then click S3. Could grab Sanch in us. Oh yeah, I guess I could have. We're not going to stay on this class for very long anyways. Look at that max. Why is that like that? No, no, there's a better one. Do sub-grid weapons need to be upgraded? Eventually, yes. I don't know where you are at in the story or Sierra's Academy, but Sierra's Academy gives you a bunch of free leveled up ones, so I don't think you need to for a while. But yeah, eventually you do want to level up all of these because all these weapon skills affect everybody. Like it doesn't matter if it's here or here. The only thing a weapon being here determines is the charge attack effect when you charge attack with it. That's really it. Some weapons have bonus effects too, yes. Not very relevant at the moment though. Siero gives you new weapons so you can save your skill points. That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna try not leveling up any skills and then see how that goes. This guy sounds like you. Alright, harp is done. Spear, axe, Shoryul. Apparently new water exo first, you need to do a faded chain. Yeah, someone mentioned it earlier. I'll do water exo, I think, on stream tomorrow. Probably should create a video or something maybe. Has exo started? It has started, yeah. If you guys are newer to the event, I'm not sure how difficult farming the event is, but I mean, I guess I can figure it out, huh? But try to get one attack of the sword, one attack of the gun, one attack awakened copy. I guess you guys might not know what awakening is. Thank you for the follow. Can you do a video about all element meta parties? No. I think that question, once you learn the game more, you'll understand why that can't be a video. Once you're more familiar with the game, you'll see why making a video on that topic is just not possible. Row 1's done, chat. We're on to row 2's. Let's go from the top down, I guess. As beginner are either of the pick tickets that allow summons worth going for rather than the character. Hades comes to mind. I've also read something. You shouldn't worry about Hades at all as a new player. What? Can you be a bit more specific though? You said pick ticket. Which one? What's it called specifically? As far as I know, there's actually only one selector ticket. The 5-star exo weapon uncap's decent. It's something you should try and get, yeah. But 4-star is also fine. But exo weapons in general are good. They're very good main weapons, is their niche. They have extra effects when used as a main weapon. So an attack copy is what you want. And if you don't know what attack copy means, basically awakening is a system on weapons where once you level it up to its max level, you can awaken it. And the awakening system lets you choose between a couple different types of awakening. For exo weapons, you have attack awakening, and you also have special awakening. Special awakening is a bunch of attack and HP stats, which sounds good, but the problem is they get outscaled by other farmable things. So what that essentially means is that special copies end up being filler pieces in your grid until you get something better. And I don't think it's worth farming filler pieces at the moment just because of how good Siero's is. Maybe before Siero's, I don't think maybe you could have, but these days I don't think it's worth it. So basically, get an attack awakened copy is my suggestion there. I have an 11th birthday SSR weapon ticket to use and I don't know what to pick. I need help. 11th birthday. I have a video from that last year. But ultimately you can pick many things and it's probably fine. Let me see. Yeah, I have a video from last year. Yeah, I'll share it in chat. Wait, no, that's 2024. I lied. You need 2025, right? I guess I didn't make one last year. Not much would have changed between 24 and 25, to be honest. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Does anybody remember what was on that ticket? Once again, you can farm everything on that ticket, so it's more like a lazy ticket. What do I do with SR weapons? Are they from the gacha or are they from event event or just quest rewards? Because the answer changes. I think I got this one from a quest. The 11th birthday SSR ticket. Everybody got that last year, yeah. Hi, should I fully develop an M2 grid for one element before investing into another element? That's entirely your choice. 11th birthday weapon ticket. Thank you, Esther. Yeah, Adrian, that's entirely your choice. There isn't a right or a wrong answer. Honestly, I would do whatever seems more fun. There's not like a correct way. How I personally went about it is when I started, there was no M3s. So I focused on one grid that I eventually used to farm the other elements. So I started with fire personally, and then with the fire grid I farmed wind, and then with the wind grid I farmed earth, and so on and so forth. That's just one way of doing it. looking through 11th birthday ticket. I think the Proving Grounds wind tarp is okay just because you have to use daily points otherwise for those. Otherwise, if you just want something generally stronger, you could get one of the Ennead weapons. You could also get one of the M2.5s, but I think you get plenty of those in Siero's Academy, so probably don't need that. Yeah, you could do the Tyrosida because you don't get it from Siero's Academy. By the way, you don't really need to farm an M2 grid. Siero's Academy gives you an M2 grid. Did you mean M3, by the way? Agonize is a good pick too. I don't really agree. Mostly because Agonize isn't used anymore. But yeah, I guess if you want it, then you could. I just feel like you would want a weapon you... I mean, I guess if you don't have M3s, then you can use it. There's no reason why not. Just starting to play with Steam release, so I'm doing Academy right now. Yeah, nice, nice. So with Academy, once you finish all the stages in Academy, by the end of it, you will have a fully farmed M2 grid. Are healers included in every team? No. Absolutely not. Similar to the one shown on the wiki is a basic grids. I'll show you one sec. By the end of Academy, you'll get a grid that looks something like this. That's sort of what you'll get by the end of Academy, which is a fully farmed M2 grid. From here, like, it's upgrading your opus further, and then you're basically off to farming M3s at this point. Mob says, I've recoiled when DY turned on auto reserve for the Tiamat sword. What do you mean? Ain't nobody uses that, Mob. Surely you didn't need that when you started, smiley face. So full Academy, level the opus of each element. Leveling the opus of each element might be a tall ask because of how much materials opus needs. You might want to focus on one first. Like, do one opus and then maybe use that to farm M3 for another element or something like that. But at the very least, yeah, like, complete Sieros and things like that because it's very good. You should do past anniversary events too. Yep, I'll get that. I'm sure. Chat, the Sieros not tell me to do anniversary events. Surely it tells me to do like what makes the sky blue, right? Does a 5th star do much impact on a character? Depends on the character. It depends. But what I will say is that the maximum level of a character does not determine its strength. Some level 80 characters are way better than some 100 characters. Hopefully that answers your question. Keep forgetting to change classes. We get so many levels so quickly. Why does that close button actually not do anything? M3 is available before you get the raid required to upgrade your Dark Opus to 5-star. Oh, do you actually? Okay, so I might have been wrong there. So you might not even be able to do the Opus, Adrian. Sorry. Once again, this is exactly why I'm trying to play on this Steam one, because I've just forgotten things because it's been far too long since I've done them. Fars HL is rank 170. 150 for M3. There you go. Yeah. So you'll just get started on M3s then. Is it okay to use CP to unlock all classes? Yep. One of your main goals in Grand Blue is going to be unlocking all the classes. Obtain the Sword of Mikhail. We have our Seraphic, yay. Is there an Earth character which gives full Faded Chain on turn 1? No. We're lacking things. Find sand bottles, some uncapped mats, and then the Mikhail quest. Let's do that. Rank 120 or higher. Is that the only place to get a Halo? Is that true? Hold up, I don't believe you. I think you're lying to me. Clearing Primox test. Okay, I was gonna say. Why the fuck does it lie to me? You will deal less damage with anything not water. Shit. Alright, we're good. Go in. Sylph? That's what we put as main? Are you gonna tell new players about co-op quests? What would you like me to tell them about co-op? So the Opus are like more of a grind later on. Nonetheless, when I'm farming M3, is it recommended to use Elemental Advantage? Yes. Yes. Pretty much once you reach Impossible, you want to be using the Elemental Advantage. In fact, you'll be punished if you don't. Using a solo element is really just a thing, or not a solo, as in like using your strongest element is mainly just a thing for these quests here. Once you reach the Impossible tier in the middle, that's things will start to have what's known as like elemental resistance, and then you just won't do damage if you're not using the right element. Hello Caillou, how's it going? Thank you Summer Zoe, yeah. Just did all the co-op missions with a friend, but missed one, didn't notice, so had to restart from there. Oh, okay. You need to do co-op to unlock the classes. Yes, I'm aware. Am I going to tell new players about co-op quests? About what? That it's a chore. No. I'm not going to say that. I don't understand how that would be helpful either. Or constructive, rather. Right, what are we doing? Fire, go back. Clear the special showdown quest Sagittarius using warrior. Okay, sure. We have a... Nope, not you. Sure. What would that accomplish exactly? I don't understand. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't get it. My water team is Zeta, Lyria, Sturm. Once I pick Halo, who should I swap? Are you doing a lot of charge attacks? If you're doing a lot of charge attacks at the moment, I would keep Lyria. Otherwise, I would kick Lyria. I think. Mainly because you're using Zeta, who is a strong normal attacker. And Pela is also another strong auto attacker. And it's not that Lyria is a weak character, but Lyria does a normal attack. I think we want to save our skills here. Think of the following. We're going to nuke this wave down. Because for the next wave, I think we want our charge bar. So click. I don't know how tanky this is. Might be a little tanky. Call everything attack. It's easy. Think of the follow. If you want a blue chest, you can probably run Lyria Zeta. Yeah, the ultimate. Ultimately, what we're trying to say. Oh well, we did so much damage. Ultimately, what we're trying to say is that you'll be swapping your team depending on what you're trying to do. Granblue isn't a game where you have one team that you use all the time. It just isn't. At least if you're trying to be optimal. So yeah. Lyria's full heal, it was good, yeah. You're gonna teach them early there's no such thing as a general team. Yeah. I say it in my beginner guide, Everest. Actually, because I think it's important. Like, I don't say it directly like that. I say, in the future, you'll be making multiple teams within the same element, I think is what I've said. Something along those lines. DY, what units do you mainly use for the Dispel requirement? Haluel and Maluel. Yes, the dark character. That's what I use. If you want to watch how it works, there's a video on my YouTube. What is Blue Chest? So Blue Chest is a system in Impossible Raids. I can't remember if... No, I don't think all Impossible Raids have them, but many of them do. And essentially Blue Chest is a system where you have to do a certain amount of honors to receive the reward. So you can't just go in there and just click one button and then leave to get all the rewards. You have to contribute some damage, which we call honors. So you have to get some honors in the raid. So that's what Blue Chest means. And the amount of honors that you need is usually a percentage based on the boss's HP, and that percentage is different. So basically it means that different raids will require a different amount of honors. or the blue chest. Generally, when there is a blue chest, the most important things will be in the blue chest, is how it works. Wait, can I see the grids on the academy? It's not on a main space page, but I'll link it in chat so you guys can look. If you want to see what's coming up, those are the academy grids. So blue chest team is most DPS. Basically, how blue chest works is often you make your team. Wait, sorry, let me go again. You make a team that is able to deal damage really quickly. Give me a damn second. Omikin's working on. So you want a team that can deal damage fast. You don't necessarily need a team that can survive. Does that make sense? Because you just need to hit that amount of honors as quickly as possible before the raid dies. Nukes, like skill damage, depends. Like it depends on what you have available to you. Some people will use like a charge attack team. Some people might use like a normal attack team. It depends on what you have available to you and what weapons and things you have farmed, what characters you have. How's menuing? Like unbelievably fast. Like actually unbelievably fast. Like I was doing thing for the follower. You know how when you first get a reward at the end of a quest, there's like a pop-up and you have to click OK. As a new player, everything's new, right? Like all these upgraded weapons and these things. I had a raid where I got like 10 things all at once, and I shit you not, I went like, I did like 30 clicks a second, right? And all of them like went through. Did you clip it? Like it was nuts. Wait, I'll bring it up once. This is so insane. Where are we? You can hear it. Like, look at me clicking through that. Like, hello? Oh my god, that is so fast. That's what I'm saying. It's nuts. Where are we? Back to this. So yeah, menuing unbelievably fast. Can you double back in Steam? You can back, so you should be able to double back. I don't see why not. Yeah, let's see. Can I kill this? I actually don't know if I can. I probably can't. Actually, hold up. Let's do... What's a raid I can quickly do that isn't multiple waves? Or do I just have multiple wave quests? I'll just do a multiple wave quest, I guess. I can kill CQ? Oh, okay. Anyways, this is me clicking back. You can see my mouse not moving. And then I'll double back here. Oh, I didn't kill the last wave. Alright, double back now. Yeah, double back works. You can't use your main on Steam. You cannot log in with existing accounts on Steam yet. Yep, you can double back. Wait, did I finish leveling fuel? It's planned. It's been announced they're working on it. Getting on Steam version just to menu. I don't know if it's placebo, Uveris, but solo quest feel looping as well. Like, look at this, right? I'll just click some skills. Like, that feels not possible on browser. Do you see what I mean? Oh, I have to click. Wait, yeah, that looks fast. Like, I'm pretty sure it's either placebo or it's a solo quest is actually good as well. Yeah, we normally have to double click buttons because we don't know if they register or not. Like maybe I can go into a raid to see if it's just solo quests or if it's... Yeah, let's see. Let's just join somebody's Garuda. Let's get FP points. I know, there's something going on, I'm telling you. I don't know what it is, but there's something clearly happening. Even this looks fast. Hold up. What's happening? Why was that so high up? Oh, because of the cross summon. Okay, the summon screen moving is annoying. But that also looks... That's what I'm saying, right? Like there is something happening and I can't tell what it is. I think the refresh isn't. Oh, I don't know, it still feels fast. That load is definitely JP. Is it? Like, did you see me go boop, boop, boop just then? Like, there's something happening here that once again, I don't know if it's placebo, but I think you guys are noticing too, right? So maybe like the menuing portion is like, even your skills and stuff is low ping. I don't know. There's something happening. Yeah, reload might be the same. Maybe it's because all the assets are on your PC. Are they? I don't think Granblue downloads all the assets though. Is that actually true? I don't think so. Unlock the Kung Fu class. Sure. I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is just a browser chat. There's no like local assets. There would be caching, I guess, just like a browser, but that... Yeah, also assets alone would not make Steam browser fast. There's a misconception here. Because your browser caches images and things like that too. So your browser essentially downloads images that it constantly visits. There is something clearly more than that going on. Like, do you see this sort of thing? This isn't just our assets. Okay, this has a cooldown on it. So that doesn't really count, but yeah. Steam version is purpose-built browser just to connect to Granblue's servers. Well, no, that's not how the internet works, but we do know that we connect to the Steam server. Okay, wait. There's some maybe underlying knowledge that some of you guys may not be aware. The Steam client connects to your local Steam server, wherever that is. So I'm in Australia, there's an Australia server. What we are trying to figure out is what part connects to the Steam server and what part connects to Cygames server. That's what we're trying to figure out right now. Chat is supposing that assets, we download all the assets in the game, but I already know that's not true, right? If we downloaded all the assets in the game, the voice files alone is like a bunch of terabytes. And we don't have a bunch of terabytes. Can you check the files? It's like 300 megs or something. It's 374 megs. That is not the assets of the game. That's not how this works. Yeah, it is a browser. This thing is literally just a browser. So it is purely the connecting to the Steam server part that is lowering ping. This is interesting to know though, because like obviously new players won't know the difference, right? Whereas me having played the game for so long, I know that this is not what I feel usually. Can you right click? Nope, you can't right click. I can't right click, there's no F12. Oh, there is screenshots though, that's what F12 does. I was trying to F12 menu. But yeah, no, you can't open like thingamabo. Chat, where do Steam screenshots go? How do I download? Can you set your home screen to horse? So we can bug you about it more? Yeah, let's do it. Sure. It's time to let more people be like, what the fuck, you got Sanchira? How could you? Amazing. I could also do the other one or two. Oh my god, you got Bellio. Chat, that was loading assets literally right there. It is a browser. It is a browser. You got Bellio, I got Bellio. Clear the raid battle Tiamat Omega Showdown 3 times using Kung Fu Artist, sure. I can do that. Wait, did I finish leveling you? Keep getting sidetracked because the game keeps telling me to do other things. There we go. How were you able to Q skills earlier without the skills pop up? Ah, so you might not know, but basically, I'll show it in combat, one sec. Wait, I already did that. Why didn't it make me do it again? So, in combat, have a look at this. Underneath the MC's portrait on the left side. Oh, it's not even MC, it's underneath every portrait. This skill check button, if it's off, when I click the skill, it pops up a little tooltip telling you what it does. But once you get familiar enough with the character's skills, you can just turn it off. And now when I just click it, it just works. It just works. That's how it works. I feel like a video and general tutorial on settings menu would be nice. I already have one, Caillou. It is from a couple years ago, but there's really not been that many changes. Yeah, it's called like how to set up Granblue GBF settings or something like that. Give it a look. Like someone said it's not right, but I refuse to believe that it was as outdated as they implied. Like, I'm sure some things are slightly different, even on Steam browser, but I've looked at the menus on Steam, it looks like almost the same. Glad to see you're still going strong. Quit in January 24, but saw your vids popping up on YouTube with the hype around Steam release. Well, hello, Artorius. Thank you for checking in. Reserve reduce options. Yeah, I'm gonna make a separate inventory management video, hopefully next week, where I talk about the those things. Alright chat, we may have judged Elmod a little too harshly. He's not bad. Does Steam client do anything better than the web browser version? It currently has way better ping for menuing at the very least. Which is very, very noticeable. And then as for, is there anything else it does better? If you guys didn't know, the screen is actually a little wider. The aspect ratio is different. Yeah, let me like compare it. So I guess that's up to whether you actually like it or not. But it is different. Here's my Grambler at the moment, right? See how that's a different aspect ratio? It's a bit wider. The raid battle part is wider and the characters are smaller, see that? So there's a couple differences like this. So can you try changing your monitor's refresh rate? I don't want to bother, no, sorry. But yeah, so it's a little different. You can see that the menu button's a little smaller too. Like if I size it down so it's the same size as that menu button, that's like the same, and that's how big my screen is. So you see how like the UI is different? Everything's sized slightly differently. So how it probably works is assets. The assets menuing is loaded by side games onto Steam CDN, and Steam CDN replicates them throughout all the Steam servers. So when you connect to a raid, you are connecting to side game servers. So the refresh is still side games gated, but everything else should be through Steam servers. So everything that is like the game states, etc., is from side games. All right, in English, what does that mean? Sorry. I actually don't like that the character portraits are so small. I wish that these were a little bit bigger. Especially when the buff icons are so small. And the reason I don't like this, right? I think this is purely as a meta player, right? If you're watching the game, then this being bigger is good because it's more, obviously more fun things are happening here. But as someone who cares about game mechanics, I need to see these icons clearly, and them being smaller definitely doesn't help. But I'm hoping that in the future we can like zoom in a little bit, change the settings a little bit or something like that. But regardless, at the very least, if you're used to browser icon, you can just log in to your Steam account on browser, and that works too. So, like, at that point, you can still have the ping of Steam, but... Hey, our first tier, man. You can have the ping of Steam, but not have to worry about the Steam UI as well. Where's my Colossus? How did you get Sanshida? Shouldn't it not be possible to get her till Legfest? So yeah, the new Skyfarer Step Up Special uses the most recent Gala banner, and the most recent Gala banner is Volfrit banner. IDY was the best place to find a guild for returning casual players. I would check GBF International or GBF Wikicord. There is links in my new beginner guide in the description for both of those Wikicords. Can you reroll on Steam? Firstly, you can't, and frankly, there is no reason to reroll, yes. That won't stop people from actually doing it. Earlier, we had someone who sounded like they rerolled a lot. And I can't judge because I rerolled a lot when I started too, but yeah. Which one do I like better? Web or Steam? It's too early to see. I'm obviously more used to Web. I've been playing for 5 years on web.
観念しなさい。
What's auto rotate? Rotate means that it's gonna swap between reducing and reserving the item. Generally, people do that for SSR weapons that they want to just use as fodder. Has Cygames given comms on us letting us log into our old accounts? They have said they are working on it, which to me sounds like it's coming soon. Why I interpret it that way is that if it wasn't possible, they wouldn't say anything. We finished the anniversary event mission. Nice. Congratulations. What element am I going to main on Steam? I'm not sure how long I'm going to stay on Steam for, to be quite frank. But I definitely want to play it enough that I have an idea of what's going on. Is it best to farm Veritas during Tales of Arcarum? I mean, technically everything's better to farm in Tales of Arcarum, but Sandbox is still Sandbox. So I think, yes, you should still farm it. Drop rate seems asked. Veritas is one of the most common things, I'll be honest. Hey, we got our Colossus chat. Yay! Is it in my crate? Is it in my inventory? Right, it just goes there. Cool. Alright, party. Begone Proto Bahamut. It is time to use Colossus Omega. We are powerful. Look at us. Holy. Alright, need to use other classes though. Actually, what does Siero's make me do? Siero's makes me play another element. I guess we do that tomorrow. Hades and Belial. Yeah, so our SSRs that our free pulls got us. I'm obviously not spending here. Is are these? Sanchida, Elmot. And then for summons, it is Hades Belial. That's what we have. That's our account. I'm not using any of the selected tickets. Or like, I'm not using the Zodiac ticket yet. That's the only ticket actually. Oh yeah, I'm not spending this one yet either because I want to see what I want to use it on first. Chat, it's so funny that this part of the game feels so modern. And it's because it is. I really wish in the future they make it so you can like put what you want in these side banners. Like imagine you're on Steam browser and you can put like your party screen over here or some shit, right? Like that would be so good. That's what I hope. I hope that they allow that sort of thing. Even the events and campaigns being on the side seems better. It does, right? I still wish that like, you know, they split up events and campaigns and not put it all under the same thing. But yeah. Grand Blues actually being on the side will remind me that Grand Blues exists. That's the other thing. Anyways, which one's the Grand Blues? Can you use mouse back buttons? Yep, you can use mouse back, you can use mouse forward. The only thing that doesn't work, that normally works on browser, is F5. F5 does not work. F5 is missing. Anyways, chat, read this. I don't have F5 on my keyboard anymore now that I think of it. Is Steam version actually faster than browser one? Yes. Yes, it is. Unless you live in Japan, it is faster. Menuing is just faster. I'm so happy I learned about this Grand Blues. Hey, thanks for making a comprehensive video guide. Had a few friends starting out on Steam. Had a lot of questions that your video helped explain. Awesome, thank you. Thank you for sharing it with them. Is there going to be Flash Gala tomorrow? Yes, yes there is. Chat, I need to leave, right? So that is it from me today. So thank you so much for watching. But what I will say, I might skip through some of the side stories for Steam off screen. Anyways, what I want to say though, tomorrow's reset, the next roulette pulls you have, if you have roulette pulls now, feel free to use them. But in approximately, 9 hours? 9 hours and 20 minutes? Did I do my math right? In approximately 9... Wait, no, I don't think that's right. Either way, tomorrow's reset. Next reset. Save your roulette pulls, okay? Next reset, save your roulette pulls. Because we have Flash Gala tomorrow. We have Flash Gala tomorrow, so the pulls that you get in 10 hours and 20 minutes... The pulls that you get in 10 hours and 20 minutes, please hold, okay? Flash Gala is in about 24 hours. Technically, what is it? 11 hours and 20 minutes. No, what am I saying? Why did I say 11 hours? Anyways, in 24 hours and 20 minutes. In 24 hours and 20 minutes is Flash Gala. So, in 10 hours and... Alright, I'm just saying random fucking numbers now. Just next resets pulls, save it, okay? Anyways, I made it to your stream. Thank you for the videos. I need to leave, Blair. I'm so sorry, but thank you for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll be back tomorrow at 9 AM JST, and I hope that none of you guys have spent your roulette pulls. Catch you guys later. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Thank you for making the video. Thank you for watching, chat. Goodbye. Bye-bye. What, the Prime sub as I'm leaving? I don't have alerts on this thing. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Bye-bye.